The story begins with a group of men running through the night. When they finally reach their destination, they spot someone wrapped in cloth, sitting quietly beside a bonfire. Believing this to be their target, the leader of the group pulls out a knife and hurls it toward the figure. But when the cloth unravels, it's empty. Before the leader can react, he turns, and there stands a young boy, calmly staring at him. This was the true target all along. The boy is taken aback by the ambush, but he speaks coldly. Since they came to kill him, he now has every reason to kill them instead. The boy picks up an arrow and snaps off a tree branch. The men laugh at him, mocking his choice of weapon. What's a branch going to do? They jeer. Their laughter is cut short in an instant. With one swift strike, the boy smashes a man's head apart using nothing but the branch. Shock spreads through the group. Another man shouts in panic, realizing exactly what the boy is wielding. But before he can finish, the boy brings him down with a deadly blow. The leader watches in horror as, one by one, his men are slaughtered. By the time he gathers his courage, he's the only one left standing. Terrified, he begs for his life. But the boy's response is merciless. If you intend to kill, then you must also be ready to die. With that, the boy swings his branch, ending the leader's life in a single strike. After the carnage, the boy calmly collects his belongings and snuffs out the fire. Just before leaving, he mutters to himself, compared to what Darienne once told him, this human world is unbearably dull. The scene shifts to a solemn meeting of high-ranking priests. They discuss the Forest of Roots, a land saturated with demonic energy. Though the barriers they placed keep the corruption contained, the vast land itself is unusable. Then, their leader proposes a chilling idea. If the forest is uninhabitable, why not use it as a place of exile? Send there the people they wish to eliminate, troublesome individuals they cannot openly deal with. At first, the priests are stunned, but the plan quickly takes root. They all agree. The next scene shows a knight holding a trembling woman. He tells her that the seed of darkness has already sprouted within her child. The baby is handed to the priests, who begin chanting. Divine light covers the infant as they pray. The mother cries out his name, Helmet. The Forest of Roots was a place no genius, commander, or mage had ever survived. Every criminal sent there had perished. Only one rule existed. If anyone managed to escape, their sins would be pardoned. And so Helmet awakens in this cursed forest. The air is thick with demonic energy. Hunger and cold gnaw at his tiny body, yet somehow, the boy endures. The mysterious seed inside Helmet shielded him from the forest's corruption, granting him a faint energy that kept him alive. 10 long days passed, and against all odds, the boy endured. But on the 10th day, a leopard appeared. It picked Helmet up and carried him away. A decade later, the boy had grown. Now we see Helmet sprinting through the underbrush, chasing a rabbit. With effort, he tackles it to the ground. Beaming with pride, he calls out to the leopard, Alaga, urging her to see what he accomplished. Alaga approaches, but instead of praising him, she swiftly kills the rabbit herself. She then asks Helmet if he has grown accustomed to hunting. Helmet admits that, for now, he can only manage to catch rabbits. Afterward, Alaga tears open the rabbit's body and pulls out a strange glowing object. She explains that it's called a core. Every demonic beast carries one, and consuming it restores energy and extends life. Helmet reaches to claim it, insisting it belongs to him since he made the catch. But before he can touch it, Alaga strikes him with her tail. Crying out, Helmet protests. He's the one who hunted the rabbit, so the core should be his. Alaga shakes her head. He cannot eat it. He is not a demonic beast. If he were to swallow a core, he would become one, and then he'd be trapped in the forest forever. Helmet argues that it makes no difference. There's no way out of this forest anyway. But to his shock, Alaga tells him there is a way out. Helmet freezes, stunned. How could this be possible, when she had always said otherwise? Alaga admits she once believed escape was impossible, but she learned differently from someone else. Helmet immediately asks who told her. Alaga replies, a human she once met. The boy's eyes widened. Another human in this forest? But Alaga warns him not to bother searching. The man is surely dead by now. Helmet presses, asking if she saw his death with her own eyes. Alaga explains that the human had been a powerful figure once, but age had caught up with him. No human, no matter how strong, can withstand the demonic energy forever. Helmet, she points out, is spared only because of the seed of darkness within him. The last time she saw the man, he was already frail. If he were alive today, he would be nearly 90. Helmet refuses to let go. He demands to know where she met him. Annoyed, Alaga lashes out with a stick, accusing Helmet of trying to abandon her after all she's done to raise and feed him. She warns that even if Helmet goes, the man might already be gone. Helmet firmly replies that if he finds no one, he'll return. Angered, Alaga finally tells him the man lived to the east. She snaps at Helmet to do as he pleases. The moment Helmet hears this, he bolts off without hesitation. Alaga watches in disbelief. She growls that she doesn't care if he dies, but deep down, she's shaken. Meanwhile, Helmet's heart races with excitement. Another human exists in this cursed forest. He is not alone. Eventually, Helmet arrives at a wooden fence. Without a pause, he leaps over it and lands inside. Beyond it lies a small house. The sight fills him with hope, for only a human could have built such a place. As he explores the area, Helmet suddenly feels. Helmet's face was suddenly forced into the dirt. A man held him down, demanding to know who he was and who had sent him. Struggling, Helmet quickly explained that Alaga had told him about this place, that she said a human lived here. At the mention of Alaga's name, the man paused, then released him. He asked what Helmet wanted. The man warned him. If all he came for was to see another human, then he should leave immediately. But Helmet stood his ground. He declared that he came because he wanted to leave the forest. The man introduced himself as Darienne. Narrowing his eyes, he asked Helmet if he truly wished to escape. Helmet confirmed it, saying that Alaga told him Darienne knew the way out. Darienne's expression hardened. He asked why Helmet wanted to leave when the outside world wasn't what he imagined. It isn't peaceful, and it isn't beautiful, Darienne said. Helmet asked him what the outside world was like. Darienne replied, humans out there don't have claws or fangs. Their bodies are weak, but in exchange, they are cunning, deceitful, and ruthless. They'll ally with you one moment and betray you the next. Darienne then questioned Helmet's origins. Were you born in this forest? Helmet told him he had been sent here as a baby. At that, Darienne immediately realized the truth. Helmet carried a seed of darkness. He explained that if Helmet wasn't killed when the seed was discovered, it meant he was born into a powerful family. He was a noble, but Helmet didn't understand what that meant. Darienne clarified further. It was exactly because of that seed that he was abandoned in the forest. If he ever left, he would be hunted endlessly for it. Then he asked the crucial question, did Helmet still want to leave? Helmet's answer was unwavering, yes. Hearing this, Darienne lifted him up. Surprised, Helmet asked what he was doing. Darienne told him plainly, if you want to live in the human world, you must first become human. I will make you one. Helmet then asked what he needed to do to escape. Darienne explained that he would have to cross the barriers surrounding the forest, but with his current strength, it was impossible. He must forget about it for now. Only when Helmet became stronger would Darienne introduce him to the one who could help him get out. Helmet pressed him on how he could grow stronger. Darienne's answer was simple, obey his orders. Back at Darienne's house, his first command was unexpected. He handed Helmet a broom and told him to sweep the ground. Helmet protested, he didn't want to, but Darienne cut him off. All humans do this. If you wish to be human, you must do it too. Helmet frowned and asked how Darienne could even live in such a filthy place. Darienne shot back, asking if he'd rather continue living in the forest. Reluctantly, Helmet began to sweep. Once he was finished, Darienne showed him a bed. Helmet's face lit up with joy. He had never had one before. Excitedly, he asked if he could sleep right away. But Darienne shook his head. We still have much to do. He handed Helmet a set of clothes to wear. Darienne warned Helmet to take care of the clothes he'd given him. He had crafted them from his own garments, and there weren't many to spare. Soon after, Darienne took Helmet outside. He explained that he would teach him which plants could be eaten and how to make them safe. From his bag, Darienne pulled out a plant and began to explain. Every living creature in this forest, he said, carried a core. But even after removing a core, the body still contained traces of demonic energy. The only way to cleanse it completely was through water. He demonstrated, washing the plant before handing it to Helmet. To his surprise, it was edible, and not only edible but good. Helmet could hardly believe it. With that lesson done, Darienne led him back home. The next day, Helmet grumbled. Darienne had sent him to fetch water, insisting it was part of learning to live like a human. Helmet didn't like it, but he obeyed. As he worked, he felt something approaching from behind. Before he could react, the figure pounced. It was Alaga. She demanded to know what he was doing. Helmet told her that Darienne had asked him to fetch water. Alaga froze. Helmet never obeyed her commands, and yet he was following Darienne's? She asked him why. Helmet answered firmly. Darienne promised to make him stronger. Alaga pressed him further. What did he want strength for? Helmet didn't hesitate. He was going to leave the forest because he was not a demonic beast. Her eyes narrowed. Did he really think anything good would happen to him in the human world? Helmet admitted he didn't know what awaited him out there, but he was certain of one thing. If he stayed in the forest, nothing would ever change. With that, he finished his task and walked away, leaving Alaga behind. She watched him go, sadness quietly stirring within her. Back at Darienne's home, training had begun. Helmet held a difficult stance while Darienne poured the water he had fetched over him. Exhausted, Helmet begged him to stop, but Darienne's voice cut like steel. Did Helmet truly want to leave the forest? Hearing this, Helmet clenched his teeth and endured. Darienne was impressed. He hadn't expected Helmet to last this long. The seed of darkness played its part, but even beyond that, the boy was clearly gifted. At sunset, Helmet's strength finally gave out. Darienne carried him inside and prepared food. At first, Helmet wasn't excited, but once he tasted it, he couldn't stop. The soup was unlike anything he'd ever eaten. He devoured it eagerly. As they ate, Darienne suddenly stood. His tone grew serious. Helmet wanted to grow stronger to escape this forest, but he was no demonic beast. He was a human, fragile and limited. For that reason, Darienne had decided to teach him how to wield a sword. Darienne picked up a wooden blade. Watch closely, he commanded. Helmet's eyes followed every motion as Darienne moved with graceful precision. Then, with a single swing, he unleashed such power that Helmet swore he saw a lightning spark from the strike. Darienne raised the wooden sword and, with a single strike, shattered a massive boulder into fragments. Helmet stood frozen, stunned beyond belief. He couldn't comprehend the power he had just witnessed. Eyes wide, Helmet asked Darienne about the lightning he thought he saw during the swing. Darienne explained calmly. What he had seen was Bai's, an invisible source of power only humans could wield. Then he added that the seed of darkness inside Helmet was also another form of power, but different in nature. Helmet's face lit up with excitement. He declared that he wanted to learn how to use it. But before he could celebrate, Darienne smacked him on the head. He warned Helmet that his body wasn't ready yet. First, he needed to build a foundation and gain a proper understanding of the sword. Darienne's voice grew serious. The path of the sword, he said, was harsh and filled with pain. But if Helmet endured, he would undoubtedly become strong. Without hesitation, Helmet agreed. Training began. Darienne instructed him to refine his forms. But Helmet grew impatient and snapped back, insisting that he was doing it correctly. Darienne's tone turned sharp. He demanded respect. Instantly, Helmet lowered his voice and corrected himself, asking what exactly was wrong. But Darienne didn't give the answer. Instead, he told Helmet to figure out himself. Helmet frowned, frustrated. He admitted that he had no idea. Darienne's irritation flared. Must he really explain everything? Helmet shouted back that he should explain because he didn't understand anything. Darienne studied him closely. This boy was strange. Despite his lack of patience and his disregard for the process, he learned quickly. Even stranger, the seed of darkness, an entity that usually drove people into madness and violence, had not twisted Helmet at all. Instead, he was calm, logical, and more determined than most adults. Something about him was different. Darienne decided to push further. Without warning, he struck Helmet's hand twice with his wooden sword. "Do you understand the problem now?" he asked. Helmet shook his head, saying he didn't understand anything. Darienne's voice turned cold. If Helmet didn't try his best to figure it out, there would be no dinner for him. The threat hit hard. Terrified of missing a meal, Helmet begged Darienne for time to think. He stood there, replaying the strikes in his mind. Finally, he realized something. The pain from each strike wasn't the same. One was sharper, one was duller. Darienne had hit different spots with different speeds, even though the motion looked identical. It dawned on Helmet that there was more to the sword than simply copying the form. Darienne looked at him and said. Darienne explained that Helmet needed to feel every detail. The tension in his muscles, the tremors in his fingertips, the speed of each strike, the flow, the rhythm, and most importantly, the connection between his mind and the sword. Only when he gained control over these things would he have truly learned something. He told Helmet that each swing had to carry his heart and soul. Without that, he wasn't a swordsman. He was just a woodcutter mindlessly chopping. Helmet listened carefully. After hearing Darienne's words, he threw himself back into practice, determined to push forward. Later, when his training was done, Helmet made his way to the river. There, he ran into Alaga. She was startled when she noticed the muscles that had begun to build on his body. Helmet sat down beside the river and asked her a question that had been troubling him. Why did Darienne say he was indebted to her? Alaga admitted it was because she had given him special permission to live in her forest. Helmet was stunned. He asked why she allowed Darienne to stay when she usually hated having anyone near her territory. Didn't she want to fight him? Alaga's eyes flashed with irritation. She declared that as the ruler of the Central Forest, she would fight anyone who challenged her authority. But then her tone shifted. The real reason she hadn't fought Darienne was caution. If she wasted her strength battling him, she risked being finished off by another predator. Helmet immediately realized who she meant. The two-headed serpent of the southern forest, Nahu. He asked her if she could defeat Darienne in a fair fight without interruptions. Alaga hesitated. She admitted she didn't know. Demonic beasts like her usually released their energy, which made it easy to sense the strength of others. But humans were different. They could hide their power completely. Helmet was shaken by her answer. Did that mean Darienne was stronger than her? Alaga quickly corrected him. It wasn't that she couldn't win. It was that she couldn't be certain. And the reason she tolerated Darienne's presence was because Nahu despised him. Helmet's curiosity grew. Why did Nahu hate Darienne so much? Alaga explained that Darienne had destroyed something Nahu had built, a disgusting place. Helmet pressed her for details. Finally, Alaga crouched down and told him to climb on her back. If he wanted to know, she would show him. She carried him deep into the forest until they reached a strange farm. But it wasn't a normal farm. It was a place where humans were being raised like livestock. Helmet's eyes widened in horror. People were forced to labor under harsh conditions. At one point, a man carrying a heavy load stumbled and dropped it. Immediately, he was beaten without mercy. Confused and disturbed, Helmet asked Alaga what the man had done wrong. Alaga replied coldly. Alaga explained that the man was punished simply because he hadn't worked properly. Helmet was stunned by the cruelty of it. As he looked around the farm, his eyes fell on a group of girls. Curious, he asked Alaga why they looked different from him. She told him plainly, they were females while he was male. Then she added something that made his stomach turn. Nahu preferred the flesh of women, claiming it was more tender. That was why the men were forced into labor while the women were kept as food. Among the crowd, Alaga pointed to a bald man, the leader of the humans, named Erugo. Helmet watched as Erugo noticed the man being beaten, but instead of helping, he coldly told the others to ignore him and focus on preparing sacrifices for Nahu. Then, with a sick grin, Erugo singled out one of the girls. He spared her from the sacrifices, but only on the condition that she served his own desires. Helmet could barely believe it. How could such a vile man be the leader of his people? Alaga admitted she didn't understand it either, but somehow Erugo had the ability to track down every human who wandered into the forest. If he had found Helmet, she warned, he would already be a slave. Helmet turned to her and asked why she saved him, why she hadn't treated him as just another captive. Alaga brushed it off, saying she only spared him to keep Nahu's livestock numbers from growing. But Helmet smiled. He knew she was lying. Their conversation ended as Alaga turned to leave. But suddenly, her expression shifted. She sensed a surge of demonic energy. Out of nowhere, Nahu struck. The two-headed serpent lunged, but Alaga stood firm, shoving him back. Helmet's heart pounded as the air thickened with Nahu's oppressive aura. The serpent hissed, asking if Alaga was raising Helmet. He sneered, telling her to eat the boy while he was still young. After all, males tasted best at that age. If she didn't want to eat him, she could hand him over instead. Alaga retorted coldly, reminding him that he only ate females, so Helmet's flesh wouldn't appeal to him. But Nahu shook his head. He admitted he didn't want to eat Helmet at all. His real problem was the boy's scent. When he caught the scent more clearly, he turned his gaze on Helmet and demanded to know how he was connected to Darienne. Before Helmet could answer, Alaga shoved Nahu back. Nahu raised his head, insisting he meant no harm. He was simply furious about what Darienne had done to his farm years ago. Alaga quickly covered for Helmet, claiming the boy didn't know Darienne and was only wearing clothes he had found. Nahu's eyes narrowed, but he eventually let it go. He told Helmet he was fortunate. If he truly knew Darienne, he would already be dead. At that moment, Alaga's fury ignited. She unleashed a powerful wave of energy, warning Nahu that if he dared lay a hand on Helmet, she would tear him apart. Startled, Nahu backed down. He told her there was no need for such hostility, that he had no intention of fighting her. But he made his terms clear. She was never to step into his territory again. With that, he turned and slithered away. Helmet fainted from the crushing fear he felt. When he finally regained consciousness, Alaga was beside him. She warned him never to step into Nahu's territory again and told him to stay close to Darienne. Hearing this, Helmet's chest tightened with disappointment. Quietly, he asked her if he could ever become as strong as she and Darienne. Alaga didn't hesitate. Darienne was powerful. She admitted she didn't know the full extent of his strength, only that he had reached a level most humans could never touch, no matter how hard they struggled. She told Helmet that if he truly wished to escape this forest, then he had no choice but to keep striving to grow stronger at all costs. With that, she turned to leave, sensing Darienne's presence drawing near. Moments later, Darienne appeared and told Helmet to follow him home. Helmet's spirits lifted. He was happy not only to see Darienne, but because he realized that two powerful beings now watched over him. The scene shifts. Helmet is writhing in agony, his cries echoing in the night. As he trembled, he remembered a conversation he'd had with Darienne. Darienne had given him herbs to consume each night before sleep. Curious, Helmet had asked what kind they were. Calmly, Darienne told him they were poisonous. Helmet's face twisted with fury, and he was about to shout, but Darienne silenced him instantly with a strike of his bys. Then he explained. The herbs were meant to suppress the seed of darkness inside him. Every night, Helmet forced the poison down. Every night, his body burned and screamed in unbearable pain. He could do nothing but endure. Time passed. In the next scene, Helmet trained with his wooden sword. His movements were sharper, his breathing steady. Darienne approached, watching closely. He was surprised. Helmet actually seemed to be enjoying the training. Helmet explained that something had changed. His vision had grown clearer, his body lighter. He asked Darienne if this was because of the poisonous herbs. Darienne answered thoughtfully. Perhaps it was the poison, or perhaps it was the demonic energy in the environment reshaping him. Then he asked if Helmet still felt pain from the herbs. Helmet shook his head. The agony was gone. In fact, each morning his body felt refreshed. Darienne's eyes narrowed. It had been months since Helmet began consuming the poison. His endurance was no longer human. Darienne then asked if Helmet remembered the invisible energy he once called bys. He explained that unless a person reached a certain level of physical foundation, they could never wield it. That was the reason he hadn't taught Helmet before. But now his body was ready. Darienne made his decision. It was time. He lifted his wooden sword, and in an instant, it was cloaked in bys. A crushing pressure filled the air, weighing down on Helmet. Darienne looked at him and gave his command. Absorb the energy from the atmosphere. Draw it into your body. Control it. And then channel it into your sword. Darienne told Helmet to incarnate the energy to merge with it fully. Then he ordered him to pick up his sword. Keep breathing deeply while you fight, Darienne instructed. Only then will you draw the energy into yourself. Without further warning, Darienne launched his attack, his sword blazing with bys. He cautioned Helmet. If he failed to control the flow properly, the energy would tear his body apart. Helmet braced himself. Somehow, he managed to block the first strike. But in the blink of an eye, Darienne closed the distance and struck again. Helmet barely dodged, gasping in disbelief. Are you really trying to kill me? He shouted. Darienne didn't answer. Helmet steadied his breathing, forcing himself to stay calm. Once composed, he charged forward with his own strike. Darienne swatted the attack aside with ease, urging him to feel the energy in the air, to grasp it and command it. Helmet tried, but the pressure overwhelmed him. He was thrown back once more. Darienne reassured him. No one ever mastered it on their first attempt. The only way was to continue, day after day, battle after battle. And so they did. Time flowed on. Helmet trained relentlessly, clashing with Darienne every day. Little by little, the invisible energy seeped into him. Eventually, he not only felt it, but began to bend it to his will. For years passed. Helmet, no longer a child, swung his wooden sword with precision, cutting down towering trees in the forest as if they were nothing. Darienne arrived to observe. He nodded, acknowledging the progress. Helmet had grown more adept at wielding bys. Hungry for growth, Helmet asked Darienne for a duel, hoping to sharpen himself further. But Darienne first demanded to see his buys. Helmet concentrated, and before long, his sword shimmered with energy. Darienne's eyes widened. He was astonished. To see someone so young manifest buys was beyond belief. He had always known Helmet carried the seed of darkness, but his talent, it was extraordinary. Darienne couldn't shake the thought. This boy would one day change the world. But whether that change would bring light or plunge it into darkness, he couldn't say. Having witnessed this, Darienne knew the time had come. Darienne turned to Helmet and declared, "It's time for you to leave." Helmet froze. Shocked, he protested. He wasn't ready. He wasn't strong enough yet. But Darienne's tone was firm. If Helmet's seed of darkness continued to grow, he would never pass the divine barrier. He told Helmet to listen carefully. South of the forest of roots lay the human world. To reach it, Helmet had to break through the divine barrier itself. But there was hope, a weak point in the barrier. If Helmet could endure the pressure there, he could pass into the outside world. Helmet asked Darienne where exactly he could find the barrier. But Darienne shook his head. He didn't know the location of the weakened spot, nor had he ever tried to. The only one who knew was Irugo, the man who ruled the human farm. Helmet froze, stunned. He remembered the terror of Nahu and couldn't believe that someone like Irugo, so vile, yet so seemingly powerless, held such knowledge. Darienne's voice grew heavy. He told Helmet that once he stepped into the human world, he would witness countless things, wonders that would seem exciting, dazzling even. But along with them would come tragedy. No matter how prepared you are, Darienne said, tragedy will come. You can't avoid it, and you can't guard against it. And in those moments, when pain and despair overwhelm you, the darkness inside you will whisper. You may even feel the urge to embrace it. Darienne placed his hand firmly on Helmet's shoulder. His tone softened into a plea. When that time comes, don't lose yourself. No matter what, don't give in. Helmet stayed silent, absorbing every word. Then, hesitantly, he asked Darienne if he himself had no intention of leaving the forest. Darienne gave a weak cough before answering. No, I have no interest in the outside world. With that, he told Helmet he was going to rest. But before turning away, he added that he had something for him. Helmet should visit in the morning. Then, with his back to Helmet, he asked to be left alone. Helmet didn't understand, but something in his master's voice felt final. That night, he sat by the riverside, lost in thought. Alaga appeared, greeting him gently. She noticed his heavy expression and asked why he wasn't happy. After all, his lifelong dream was finally within reach. Helmet admitted he felt conflicted. I should be happy, but instead, I feel strange. Alaga listened quietly, then told him that the very fact he felt this way was proof that he was slowly becoming human. Morning came. Helmet and Alaga made their way to Darienne's cabin. When Helmet pushed the door open, the sight before him froze him in place. Darienne sat cross-legged in a lotus position, a sword and bag placed before him. His eyes were closed, his body still. Helmet's voice cracked as he called out. No response came. His heart sank. He already knew. Darienne was gone. Trembling, Helmet approached. His master, the man who had guided him like a father, had passed away. Helmet's chest tightened with grief, but he forced himself to remain standing. He picked up the sword and bag Darienne had left behind, clutching them tightly. Looking at Darienne one last time, Helmet whispered that he would never forget him. With tears burning in his eyes, he turned and stepped out of the cabin. Alaga was waiting. She wasn't surprised. Helmet learned that Darienne had already passed. He asked Alaga if she had known beforehand, and she calmly explained that Darienne himself had told her he was nearing the end. Seeing the weight in Helmet's eyes, she reminded him not to dwell in sorrow. Darienne's life had simply run its course. She urged him not to carry guilt over his friend's death. To lift his spirits, Alaga handed Helmet a small package. She explained it had come with him when he first entered the forest. Curious, Helmet unwrapped the cloth and found a golden necklace inside. Alaga told him it was made from pure, raw gold, a rare and precious metal, proof that he was likely born into nobility. When he opened the locket, he discovered a note inside, written by Margaret Irene. Her words carried a prayer, wishing light upon his path. Alaga asked if Margaret was the head of his family. Helmet replied that she was probably his mother. Alaga then advised him to seek Margaret out once he returned to the human world. Before he left, she also warned him. Nahu was in hibernation, which meant Helmet could pass through his territory unnoticed. The only risk was if a major disturbance occurred, then Nahu would awaken. Alaga herself couldn't step into that land, since Nahu would sense her immediately. But Helmet reassured her. He said he could handle it on his own. With that, he gathered his bag and started walking. As he left, he told Alaga to live long, and she smiled, asking him to take care of himself. The scene then shifted. Erugo was tending to the farm, moving quietly until he stepped into a room and lit a candle with his magic. But the flame revealed more than he expected. Helmet emerged from hiding, pressing a sword to Erugo's neck. Black magic, a corrupt power that grants strength by twisting human darkness. Many mages resist its call, but some cross forbidden lines to grasp its strength. Erugo was one of them. Consumed by envy, he longed to surpass all others and become the greatest mage alive. Yet, doubting his own natural talent, he chose the path of black magic. To fuel his rise, Erugo fed on human despair, through trafficking, abductions, and suffering. These twisted offerings deepened his power and his corruption. But his crimes did not remain hidden forever. Pursued by another mage, his wicked deeds were exposed to the world. Captured, Erugo was given a choice: death or exile. He chose exile, cast into the Forest of Roots. There, fate led him to Nahu. With an agreement forged in shadow, Erugo was allowed to remain in Nahu's territory, so long as he continued to provide sacrifices. Using his magic, Erugo gathered all the humans wandering in the forest. To avoid instant death, they surrendered themselves to Nahu. And so, the human farm was born. Erugo crowned himself king of this farm, while the rest were reduced to nothing more than livestock. Nahu never interfered, as long as the sacrifices kept coming. With his freedom, Erugo's greed and ambition grew once again. The only season that truly worried him was winter. Whenever Nahu went into hibernation, waves of demonic beasts attacked the farm, threatening his rule. Even with this constant danger, Erugo still relished his new life. The story then returned to the standoff between Helmet and Erugo. Erugo demanded to know what Helmet wanted. Without hesitation, Helmet ordered him to reveal the way out of the forest. Erugo was stunned at the request and scoffed, calling Helmet a vile brat. He suspected Helmet was Darienne's disciple, but Helmet gave him no answer. He simply repeated his demand. Unmoved, Erugo refused. But Helmet pressed his blade closer, slicing a shallow cut across Erugo's neck. He warned him plainly, "Answer or die." Erugo quickly retaliated with words, claiming that if he died, Nahu would awaken and Helmet would be slaughtered. He asked Helmet if he could really handle Nahu's wrath. Helmet's reply was chilling. It didn't matter. Once Erugo was dead, no one would ever bring him back. The sheer certainty in Helmet's words left Erugo shaken. He urged Helmet not to be reckless, insisting that only he knew the way out of the forest. But Helmet wasn't fooled. Darienne had told him before, mages always keep records of their knowledge. Helmet was sure the method he sought would be written somewhere. He had only asked Erugo to save himself the trouble of searching. Realizing Helmet wasn't bluffing, Erugo reluctantly gave in. The scene shifted once more, showing Helmet following Erugo down a long staircase. Erugo broke the silence, asking for Helmet's name. Helmet brushed him off, telling him to mind his own business. As they walked, Erugo explained that the method Helmet wanted had never been tested. It was merely theoretical. Perhaps someone as powerful as Darienne could succeed with it, but Helmet, alone and untested, stood little chance. Probing further, Erugo asked what Darienne was doing now. Helmet offered no answer. That silence told Erugo everything. Darienne was dead. At the bottom of the stairs, Erugo pulled out a book containing the method. Helmet demanded he hand it over. Instead, Erugo smirked and offered Helmet the role of his successor. Helmet dismissed the idea as nonsense, smiling faintly at the audacity. And then Erugo continued. Erugo claimed that everyone on the farm was too weak, but Helmet was different. As Darienne's disciple, he believed Helmet alone was worthy to inherit his place. Helmet pressed his sword harder against Erugo's neck, ordering him to stop spouting nonsense. He declared with certainty that he would escape the forest. Reluctantly, Erugo explained where the knowledge came from. Long before he settled in the forest, he had discovered a book inside a mage's hideout. The book spoke of using stealth magic as a means of escape, but the mage who wrote it had failed, never making it out alive. According to its records, at the southern end of the forest lay a massive waterfall. The water, mixed with demonic energy, weakened the divine barrier guarding the forest. Erugo told Helmet this weakened spot might allow passage, but he warned that, even weakened, the divine energy remained incredibly strong. Anyone tainted by the seed of darkness would be crushed instantly if they tried. Hearing this, Helmet lowered his blade. He declared that he would spare Erugo's life, not because he wanted to, but because of Darienne's words. Darienne had once told him to value every life, just as Alaga's kindness had saved his own. Even so, Helmet couldn't stand Erugo. Instead of killing him, he struck Erugo in the stomach, knocking him out before tying him up. When Erugo came to, Helmet woke him by pressing on his pressure points. He ordered Erugo not to move and assured him that he would release him later. Furious, Erugo realized his magic had been sealed and called Helmet an arrogant fool, asking if he truly believed he could leave the forest. Helmet simply smiled and repeated that he would make it out alive. Once Helmet left, Erugo's rage boiled over. He forcefully activated his magic, determined to shatter Helmet's confidence. With a mad cry, he screamed Nahu's name. The ground quaked violently, and Nahu emerged from below. The beast loomed over him, demanding to know why he had been summoned. Erugo revealed Darienne's death and informed Nahu that Darienne's disciple was now inside his territory. Nahu was overjoyed, convinced fate had given him the perfect chance to erase everything he despised. With excitement burning, he broke through the wall and charged after Helmet. Watching him go, Erugo grinned wickedly, thrilled to see Helmet hunted down. The scene shifted once again, showing Helmet sprinting through the forest. He wondered if he should have killed Erugo when he had the chance. As he ran, he noticed something strange. The demonic beasts were fleeing beside him, yet not a single one attacked. That's when he understood. They weren't running from him, they were running for something else. An overwhelming, dreadful presence closed in behind him. Helmet pushed himself to run faster, but after a long stretch, he stopped to check how far he'd gotten. To his horror, he realized he was still within Nahu's domain. Helmet thought he had put good distance between himself and the farm, but he soon realized he was still deep inside Nahu's territory. When he looked up, the air itself was thick with demonic energy, swallowing the entire landscape. Sensing the danger closing in, Helmet gripped his sword and readied himself. Before he could make a move, Nahu appeared right before him. The beast greeted him with a twisted welcome, declaring that he had always known Helmet would eventually return to his domain. He warned that leaving would not be so simple. Helmet answered coldly. He would leave, but only after killing Nahu. Nahu burst out laughing, surprised at Helmet's newfound confidence. Still, he mocked him, saying he could never win. With that, he lunged forward, slamming his massive head in an attack that tore the ground apart in a violent explosion. Helmet narrowly dodged, but the battlefield was swallowed in dust and smoke. From within, Nahu's voice rumbled, praising Helmet's quick reflexes. When the haze cleared, Helmet was trapped. Nahu had coiled his massive body around him, staring with a monstrous grin as he urged Helmet to keep resisting. The suffocating demonic energy pressed down on Helmet. For a moment, the weight of it almost crushed him, but he steadied his breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He reminded himself an opportunity would come. Nahu, gathering power, unleashed a torrent of energy at him. Helmet dodged once more, and at that moment he saw his chance. He rushed forward, even as one of Nahu's heads lunged to devour him. At the last second, he leapt aside, using the monster's head as leverage to climb up its body. Helmet knew brute force wouldn't cut through Nahu's hide. The layers of demonic energy were far too strong. But he also knew every creature had a weak point. With Bais in hand, he slashed at Nahu's eye. The beast let out a deafening scream, thrashing in agony. Helmet knew the wound wasn't fatal. At best, it bought him precious time. Continuing to fight with what little strength he had left would mean certain death. He turned and ran, while behind him Nahu bellowed in rage. But what Helmet saw next chilled him to the core. Nahu ripped off his own damaged head and devoured it. Helmet froze in horror, but there was no time. Regenerating himself through the twisted act, Nahu lunged at him again. Helmet raised his sword to block, but the overwhelming force sent him flying back. Bruised but alive, Helmet quickly struck his own body, activating his technique to conceal himself. Nahu snarled in frustration. Missing his other head, he struggled to pinpoint Helmet's presence. He roared into the shadows, demanding that Helmet reveal himself. And then the scene shifted. Helmet leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. He had known Nahu was strong, but the reality of the battle stunned him. It had taken everything just to slash at the monster's eye. The thought that this was all he could manage weighed heavily on him. Using his sword for support, he forced himself to stand, ready to escape. But before he could move, the air thickened. A surge of demonic energy swept through the forest. Nahu was spreading his power, using it to sense every living thing nearby. When his gaze locked on a helmet's hiding spot, a sinister smile spread across his face. "You can't hide from me in this forest," Nahu sneered, lunging with his massive head. Helmet clenched his teeth, refusing to give in. "I won't die here," he told himself, raising his blade for one final strike. But then, something unexpected happened. A roar split through the forest. Alaga appeared, stepping between him and the beast. Nahu grinned at the sight of her, mocking, "Welcome to my territory." Helmet stood frozen in shock. Alaga's presence unleashed an overwhelming flood of demonic energy that shook the ground itself. Even Helmet, struggling to remain standing, was stunned by her strength. Alaga glanced at him and praised his survival. She told him the fight was hers now, urging him to leave. But Helmet, gritting against the crushing pressure of her aura, refused. He wanted to fight beside her. Her response was firm. He had something far more important to accomplish. She reminded him of the freedom he sought and told him to chase it. Her words struck him deeply, leaving him speechless. "Don't waste my effort," she said, eyes locked on Nahu. Helmet's frustration burned, but he finally gave in. With a short, bitter thank you, he turned and ran. Alaga was left to face Nahu alone. Nahu's eyes narrowed with rage. The audacity of her interference disgusted him. Alaga, unflinching, told him she was doing what must be done. Her defiance only made him laugh. He mocked her bond with Helmet, sneering that she was nothing more than a filthy cat. With cruel delight, he vowed to kill her and devour Helmet afterward. But Alaga wasn't shaken. She taunted him instead, asking how he planned to defeat her with only one head left. Nahu roared in anger and launched himself at her. The scene shifted. Helmet, now far from Nahu's territory, cut down wave after wave of demonic beasts. His blade was soaked in blood, and though exhausted from days of running, he pressed on. Compared to Nahu, these creatures were nothing. Pausing in the forest, he thought to himself, without Alaga and Darienne, he would never have survived this place. By the waterfall, Helmet paused, reminding himself of his promise. He had to survive, not just for his own sake, but for Alaga and Darienne. The air here was different. Unlike Nahu's domain, the oppressive demonic energy was faint. But then his seed of darkness stirred violently, reacting to something unseen. Helmet quickly covered it with his fist, realizing the source, a divine barrier. If he hadn't acted, the pain would have been unbearable. As he steadied himself, a single feather drifted down into his palm. He looked up, stunned, as a massive bird descended from the skies, landing before him. The creature tilted its head, surprised to find a human child in its territory. "What business do you have here?" it demanded. Helmet's mind raced. He quickly understood. Arugo had directed him to this place, knowing a powerful beast ruled here. The bird introduced itself as Exile, sovereign of the northern forest. Helmet introduced himself as well, recognizing the name. Alaga had once warned him. Exile was a curious beast, always seeking answers. Exile's sharp gaze studied him. "You carry Nahu's scent, and Alaga's too. Tell me, are you their child?" Helmet stood firm, replying with certainty. "I am of Alaga's family." That answer shook Exile. A surge of demonic energy exploded from him as he roared. "Alaga's kin has no place in my territory." But Helmet didn't back down. He admitted he had entered this land on his own, for his own reasons. Intrigued, Exile demanded to know what those reasons were. Helmet met his eyes and said, "What I came here to do, it will matter to you as well." That made Exile pause. "Explain yourself," he pressed. Helmet revealed his intent. He would be the first being to cross the divine barrier. Exile burst into laughter at the claim. "With the seed of darkness inside you, you're no different than us, a beast wrapped in human skin." But Helmet didn't waver. He asked for a chance, insisting he was the only human who dared step into this place and try. Exile dismissed the idea as foolish. Why should he let a human burn against the barrier? Helmet countered, telling him there would always be humans entering the forest, but he was the only one capable of crossing it. That struck something in Exile. His laughter faded, replaced with curiosity. "Very well," he said at last. Show me. Prove you can do what no human has ever done. Igril sneered, calling Helmet reckless for attempting something so absurd. But Helmet stood his ground. Then you'll be the first demonic beast to witness a human break through the divine barrier, he declared. That caught Igril's attention. Amused, he accepted Helmet's challenge. He promised to shield him from other beasts while he made his attempt. But then, with a grave tone, he asked Helmet for his final words, something he could pass on to Alaga should Helmet fail. Without hesitation, Helmet replied, "Tell Alaga that I made it out of the forest." Igril was stunned. He realized Helmet wanted that message delivered no matter the outcome. After a long pause, he agreed. Helmet finally felt a moment of relief. Wasting no more time, he leapt into the waterfall. Diving deep, he wrapped his body with his fist protection. At the bottom, he discovered a hole in the divine barrier. Without hesitation, he swam toward it, determined to push through. "I will survive. I will go beyond the forest of roots," he swore to himself. The divine power was merciless. Designed to purify and protect humans, it violently rejected the seed of darkness within him. The barrier's force tore through his body with terrifying speed, shredding his strength and burning his soul. The agony was unlike anything he had ever endured. His mind began to slip, his vision fading. Panic filled him. Was he losing himself? Was he becoming nothing more than a beast? The scene shifts. A group of mercenaries rested near the forest of roots. One of them, a young boy named Finn, asked their leader Tanya why they were wasting time here. Tanya explained calmly that resting now was their only chance at survival. If they pushed forward while exhausted and stumbled upon a beast, they'd all be slaughtered. Finn shuddered at the thought, but grumbled when Tanya ordered him to fetch water. Complaining that it was too dark, he dragged his feet until Tanya lost her patience and kicked him toward the river. As Finn approached the water's edge, a strange feeling crept over him. Peering into the river, he spotted what looked like seaweed. But when he lifted it, his blood froze. It wasn't seaweed at all, it was hair, attached to the limp body of an unconscious Helmet. Finn dropped it in terror and bolted back to the group. "There's a dead body in the river," he cried. The mercenaries burst into laughter, mocking him. They accused Finn of mistaking a branch for a corpse, calling him a coward yet again. But Tanya's eyes narrowed. She ordered Finn to show her this so-called body. Finn pointed nervously toward the riverbank, but Tanya wasn't having it. She kicked him sharply, ordering him to lead the way instead of standing around. As they walked, her voice turned cold. If he was wrong about this, she would kill him herself. When they finally reached the riverside, Finn gestured toward the water. Tanya's eyes narrowed as she spotted a body floating there. Helmet. At first, she thought he was dead, but on closer inspection, she noticed his chest rising faintly. He was still alive. "Help me pull him out," she commanded. Finn froze in horror, but Tanya didn't wait. She grabbed Helmet and dragged him onto the bank. The scene shifts. Helmet opened his eyes, groggy and disoriented. His body was covered in bandages. He didn't know where he was, or if he had truly escaped the forest of roots. A calm voice reached him. Tanya greeted him and assured him he was safe now, among her group. She asked for his name. Helmet introduced himself, but when she pressed him for more, he shook his head. "I don't remember anything else." Her brows lifted. No visible wounds, yet memory loss. She asked if he had struck his head in the river, but Helmet could only shake his head again. Tanya then introduced herself, a rank 3 silver medal mercenary from the Face Mercenary Corps. Helmet was stunned. Another human. For the first time in so long, he wasn't alone. She asked if he knew where he was. He admitted he didn't. Tanya explained that they were in the cave forest. His blank look confirmed it. His amnesia was severe. "Do you remember anything at all?" she pressed. Helmet hesitated, then replied, "Only my name, and how to wield a sword." That was enough for Tanya. She smiled, relieved. If that was the case, a skilled doctor might be able to restore the rest. She told Helmet her group would take care of him until then. From this moment on, she said, he was her responsibility. Helmet was taken aback, but deeply grateful. He thanked her sincerely. The next day, he sat resting on a boulder, savoring the peace. He couldn't believe it. He had actually escaped the forest. But his body was wrecked, weaker than it had ever been. Even his eyes was faint. Then he noticed it. The seed of darkness was still inside him. His heart sank. No one could know. Not here. Not among humans. He resolved to keep pretending his memories were gone. That would be his shield. Quietly, he pulled out his necklace, staring at it. I have to find the owner, he murmured. But he knew he couldn't rush. Not now. Slow and careful. That was the only path forward. The scene shifts. The group couldn't help but comment on Helmet's new appearance. One man remarked that he looked like a noble. Too refined, too elegant for a wanderer. Even Finn was stunned, remembering how Helmet had looked like a corpse when he first dragged him from the river. Curious, Finn asked if Helmet was the son of a wealthy man. Helmet simply shook his head. I don't know. Tanya stepped in, resting a hand on Helmet's shoulder. She told him he looked much better after cleaning up and asked how he was feeling. Finn frowned, annoyed. He muttered that Tanya was only being nice to Helmet because of his looks. That was a mistake. Tanya's fist landed on his face in an instant. She ordered him to stop complaining and help the others instead. Turning back to Helmet, she explained that they'd reach a village in 4 days. Once there, she would take him to see a doctor. Helmet smiled gratefully and thanked her for everything. Tanya patted his head lightly, telling him not to worry, then rallied her men to prepare for departure. Both Helmet and Finn were left surprised by how she treated him. Helmet traveled with the group, moving at a steady pace. Finn, one of the mercenaries, advised him to slow down, reminding him that their carriage moved quickly. It would be hard to keep up in his condition, but Helmet insisted on walking. He wanted to loosen his body. As they moved, he reached out to pet the group's horse. Do you like horses? Finn asked curiously. I'm not sure, Helmet replied, his touch gentle yet awkward. Finn studied him, realizing he wasn't a noble, but he wasn't ordinary either. Helmet called the horse a docile organism, leaving Finn baffled. No one spoke like that, especially not someone his age. As they continued, Helmet's breathing grew heavy. Concerned, Finn urged him to ride in the carriage before he slowed everyone down. But Helmet stubbornly refused. I'll be fine. I won't fall behind. Finn sighed, shaken by his determination. He began to wonder if Helmet really was from noble blood. Meanwhile, Helmet was puzzled over his own weakness. Back in the Forest of Roots, his recovery usually only took a day. Why was his body still so drained? He decided he had no choice but to keep walking, to rebuild his stamina step by step. The scene shifts. Helmet lay on a bed as a doctor examined him carefully. After his inspection, the doctor turned to Tanya. There's nothing wrong with him, he said firmly. The doctor leaned back after his examination, insisting that Helmet's body was unusually strong, so strong that he recovered faster than most people. Tanya frowned, unconvinced. Did you even check him properly? She pressed. The doctor's face darkened with irritation. If you don't trust me, treat him yourself. Her temper flared. He was unconscious for a long time. Give us a proper diagnosis, you quack. The doctor slammed his fist on the table, shouting back. That boy's body recovers faster than anyone I've ever seen. There's nothing wrong with him. Finn raised a hand, asking carefully about Helmet's memory loss. The doctor's reply was blunt. Helmet's memories would return soon. His head is fine, he added sharply, handing the medicine. Now, get out. And you, stop questioning a professional, you idiot. Tanya's face turned red with rage. She hurled insults back at the old man, calling him a senile fossil and nearly swinging at him before her group dragged her away. The scene shifts. Tanya walked alongside Helmet, her anger finally cooling. She asked if he was feeling any better. Helmet nodded, saying the medicine helped ease his breathing. Her mind went back to something he had told her earlier, that he could wield a sword. If his body was this strong, then his training must have been exceptional. You were probably trained by a master, she said thoughtfully. Helmet blinked in surprise. She had guessed correctly. The sword, it just feels familiar the moment I hold it, he admitted. Tanya grinned. Then how about a duel? Maybe it'll jog your memory. Helmet was caught off guard, but she quickly reassured him. He didn't need to feel pressured. She only suggested it as a way to help. Still, Helmet knew her rank. A silver medal mercenary of the 3rd tier, someone highly respected. This was his chance to test himself, to measure the strength he still had left. Tanya brought him to the group's training hall. The men, they were stunned to see her arrive with Helmet. When they learned he'd be dueling Tanya, they couldn't believe it. Go easy on him, they shouted. Don't ruin that pretty face. Their laughter didn't last. Tanya silenced them with her fists, knocking the mockers to the ground in an instant. She then handed Helmet a wooden sword. With a smile, she explained the rules. The duel would end the moment one of them hit the ground. Give me everything you've got, she said. And don't forget, I'm the vice captain of this group. Don't underestimate me. Helmet gripped the sword, fully aware his body wasn't at its peak. His bise was gone, his strength barely recovering. Beating her head-on was impossible. He would need to rely on something else. Helmet steadied his grip, planning to counter her with precision rather than brute force. He took a deep breath and slipped into position, his stance sharp enough to draw murmurs from the squad watching. He lunged forward, spotting an opening at Tanya's left waist. His blade cut toward it, but Tanya easily deflected the strike. Helmet's eyes narrowed. Her strength was on another level. A head-on fight was impossible. Tanya countered, her wooden sword slicing toward him. Helmet leapt aside, narrowly dodging. Before he could recover, she closed the gap and drove her boot into his stomach, sending him stumbling back. Frustration boiled inside him. His body wasn't moving the way he wanted. It felt sluggish, restrained. While his thoughts spun, Tanya was already on him again. "You're thinking too much," she said, pressing forward. Her attacks rained down with unrelenting force. Helmet managed to block, his blade catching hers again and again, but the pressure kept building. Each clash pushed him closer to the edge. Then she shoved hard, her sword slamming against his guard. Helmet lost his footing and hit the ground, skidding across the floor. The men watching broke into whispers, surprised at how fierce the duel had become. Helmet climbed back to his feet, retrieving his weapon. But after a moment, he lowered it. "I lost." The look in his eyes told the truth: frustration, disbelief. How could it end so one-sided? Tanya's technique was full of openings, her style less refined than Darienne's. And yet, she overwhelmed him with ease. "You fought well," Tanya said, her tone steady. Helmet clenched his jaw, stronger than he expected. Suddenly, Darienne's words echoed in his mind. Never underestimate humans. He had brushed it off before, but now, standing beaten by a rank 3 swordsman, he finally understood. A man approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. Tanya is one of the most skilled fighters in our corps." Others chimed in, praising Helmet's effort, even joking he was better than Finn. Helmet turned to the man who first spoke. "Who are you?" The man smiled. "Fien, captain of the Face Mercenary Corps. Rank 2, gold medal." Helmet froze in shock. Fien continued, congratulating him. "You've passed our entrance exam." Helmet blinked, stunned. "Entrance exam?" The captain explained. They didn't want him wandering aimlessly with no memory, so they tested him before accepting him. Entry into the Face Mercenary Corps wasn't easy, and the group had been observing his every move since before he even entered the village. Finally, it all made sense, why only Tanya and Finn had approached him. Helmet exhaled slowly. He didn't resent the test. He knew well enough they could have abandoned him at any point. And now, Fien was openly impressed, especially with the fact that Helmet hadn't. Fien chuckled, noting one more thing. He appreciated that Helmet hadn't tried hitting on his sister Tanya. Then he grew serious, pulling out a folded sheet of paper and handing it over. "This is a deed," he explained. "It grants you the status of a rank 4 mercenary. We've also prepared a temporary identity card for you. Make sure to register officially at the Mercenary Guild when you get the chance." Helmet stared at the documents, hardly believing it. Soon after, Fien asked his men to properly introduce themselves. One by one, the rank 3s stepped forward, sharing their names. Even Finn reintroduced himself, clarifying that he was a rank 4 bronze mercenary. Helmet felt a strange warmth stir inside him. Allies. Real allies. But Darienne's warning echoed in the back of his mind. Never trust humans too much. Helmet wasn't sure which feeling to follow. He asked Fien how long he was expected to stay with the squad. Quietly, he admitted that once his memories returned, he might choose to leave. Fien accepted this. "You can walk away whenever you like," he said, "but not in the middle of a mission. If you're with us, you finish the job." Helmet nodded. That was fair. More than fair. Better to be with them than to wander alone without direction. Maybe, just maybe, he could find clues about his origins. And above all, he wanted to know what it felt like to truly have companions. The scene shifts. Inside a meeting hall, a stern man argued with Fien. He objected to having another rank 4 mercenary included in their mission. "The task isn't suited for someone of that level," he snapped. "I already allowed you to bring Finn along. That's enough." Fien remained calm. "Helmet is more capable than you think. I wouldn't bring him along without reason. Trust me on this, Miles." The man, Miles, studied him carefully. Fien's reputation with the Face Mercenary Corps was solid, and he had dealt with him long enough to know he didn't lie about matters like this. After a moment, he relented. "Fine, bring him, but he'll only earn a third of a normal rank 4's pay." Fien inclined his head. "Agreed." Miles added one final detail. Another group, the Taliek mercenary squad, would also be joining the mission. Finn acknowledged it without hesitation, telling him not to worry. We depart tomorrow at 7 a.m., Miles concluded before leaving. Once the door shut, Tanya praised her brother's sharp negotiation. Finn turned back to his squad, briefing them on their task. The mission was to escort a large convoy. He reassured Helmet and Finn that they weren't expected to fight unless absolutely necessary, only if things turned dire. Tanya stepped up, her voice firm. She ordered the rank 3s to prepare thoroughly. They all knew convoy escorts were never as simple as they sounded. Before dismissing the squad, Fien reminded them that no one could predict the strength of potential ambushers. Uter leaned toward Helmet, offering a quiet warning. If anyone from the Taliek squad insulted him, he should just ignore it. Their two groups had a poor history. Maros added that the Taliek squad disliked them because the Face Mercenary Corps carried a stronger reputation. Helmet listened, filing the information away. With that, Finn ended the briefing, ordering everyone to rest. The scene shifts. Late that night, Helmet stood alone in the training hall, his sword in hand. His mind replayed the duel with Tanya, gnawing at him. He had been using his body's weakness as an excuse, but deep down he knew the truth. He had lost because Tanya was faster. Her defenses had openings, yet he couldn't break through. Too weak, he muttered. He couldn't blame a lack of buys, nor the state of his body. The fault was his. If he wanted to stand stronger, he had to start from the basics. With a sharp motion, he unsheathed his sword and began training beneath the moonlight. The scene shifts again. Morning arrived, and the convoy mission began. Fien's voice carried authority as he reminded everyone to stay alert. Their clients had paid dearly for protection, and it was their duty to keep them safe. Among the march, Finn groaned, clutching his stomach. He muttered about overeating before the journey, then turned to Helmet with a smirk. "Hey, weakling, holding up okay? Life's about to get harder starting today." Helmet met his gaze with a serious look. He understood now. Finn was mocking him because of the way he had fallen before. "I can endure this mission," Helmet replied firmly. Finn blinked, caught off guard by the tone. He gave an awkward laugh, tapping Helmet on the shoulder. "Relax. I was just joking." Helmet ignored him, pressing forward with steady steps. Not long after, they rendezvoused with Miles. He presented his cargo and explained the arrangement. The Face Mercenary Corps would guard the rear. While Miles spoke with Finn, the Taliek squad arrived. The tension was immediate. One of their members caught Finn glaring and barked out. "What are you looking at, scrawny? Can't even swing a sword properly, can you?" Finn bristled, but before he could respond, the man's attention shifted to Helmet. He squinted, then burst out laughing. "And what's this? A girl tagging along? You two better keep up with us." Helmet tilted his head slightly. He didn't understand why the man was looking down on them. Was this an attempt to size them up? He remembered, whether human or beast, it was the same. Everyone compared their strength against others. Quietly, he wondered, was this loudmouth truly the leader of the Taliek squad? Helmet quickly dismissed the thought of the loud man being the Taliek squad's leader. His strength didn't match the role. Still, he kept his eyes on him as the mission went on. Days later, the same man stuck out his leg, tripping Finn on purpose. Finn hit the ground hard, his patience finally snapping. "You've been at this since the mission started," Finn growled, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. "How long are you planning to keep harassing me?" The man feigned innocence, claiming it was a mistake. Then, with a mocking grin, he added, "If you're upset, hit me." Finn froze. The man's size, and the presence of his comrades, sent a chill down his spine. He lowered his head, biting back his anger. Helmet stepped forward, helping Finn to his feet. The man sneered, turning his taunts toward Helmet. "You really do look like a girl. Next time I'll bring you flowers." Helmet ignored him completely, focusing only on steadying Finn and guiding him back to their squad. The man's smirk faltered. His friend whispered that Helmet had been ignoring him since the start. Another warned that constant harassment might not be wise. Too many eyes were on them. The man scoffed. "Helmet and Finn are just rank 4s. I'm a rank 3 who only dropped to rank 4 because of my hand. One hand is all I need to deal with them." But his friend wasn't convinced. "You were demoted because you got drunk and acted like an idiot." Enraged, the man clamped his hand around his friend's neck, choking him until he begged for mercy. When he finally released him, his eyes gleamed with hatred. He blamed his brother, a rank 2 mercenary, for humiliating him and forcing him down to rank 4. The thought festered like poison, and the more Helmet ignored him, the deeper his anger grew. "I'll kill him," the man muttered with a wicked grin. He turned to his companions. "Help me with something." Back with the Face Mercenary Corps, Finn complained bitterly about the harassment he'd endured for 3 straight days. What puzzled him most was Caleb, the supposed leader of the Taliek squad. Why was someone of his stature wasting time with rank 4s? Finn was sure Caleb had been a rank 3 mercenary. Something didn't add up. With a huff, he picked up his bucket. "I'm going to fetch water," he told Helmet. His voice hardened. "And if Caleb or his men try anything, I won't hold back." The group had heard him again. With those words, he walked away. The scene shifts. Finn arrives at the stream. Frustration weighed on him. Fetching water shouldn't be this exhausting, yet here he was. Determined, he decided to collect enough for the entire squad. As he crouched by the stream, someone's presence loomed behind him. Turning around, Finn froze. It was Caleb and his gang. His heart sank at the sight of them. Caleb stepped forward with a mocking smile, saying he just wanted to have a nice talk. Moments later, Caleb had Finn pinned beneath his boot. He leaned closer and asked if Finn had ever bathed with Helmet. The question stunned Finn. Outraged, he spat back, calling Caleb a bastard, insisting that Helmet was a man. Caleb silenced him, sneering that he would find out for himself. At Caleb's signal, one of his men dragged Helmet forward. To Caleb's surprise, Helmet hadn't resisted. He came willingly, though he already sensed something was off. Watching Caleb torment Finn didn't surprise him. To Helmet, it only confirmed what he already knew. Even humans fought for dominance, no different from the demonic beasts of the forest. Maybe these were the very kinds of people Darienne had warned him never to trust. Caleb's expression twisted with malice. He ordered his men to strip Helmet. Helmet steadied himself. He couldn't use his buys yet, but that didn't shake his resolve. He knew these men were only ranked 4 mercenaries, far weaker than Tanya. His plan was clear: take out the weakest first. The gang surrounded him, launching their attack all at once. But before a single blow could land, one of the mercenaries collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Shock rippled through the group. The one who had struck him wasn't Helmet. It was Tanya. Both Caleb and Helmet stared in disbelief. Tanya's voice cut through the tension as she demanded to know why Caleb's group was harassing her squad. Feigning innocence, Caleb claimed he was just having a conversation with the boys. Tanya's eyes narrowed. She had clearly heard him order his men to strip Helmet. Caleb brushed it off with a smirk, saying it was something men did to build their bonds, something a woman like her wouldn't understand. Tanya's tone sharpened. She told him to think before he spoke, then ordered Helmet to help Finn back up. Without hesitation, she dismissed Caleb and his gang as nothing but rank 4s. Offended, Caleb quickly corrected her. He wasn't ranked 4th. He was originally a rank 3. Tanya cut him off coldly. She didn't care about his past. Right now, he is ranked 4th. Caleb's jaw tightened at the insult. She stepped forward, her voice firm as steel. She warned Caleb and his gang never to lay a hand on her mercenaries again. Then, with a chilling glare, she promised that if there was a next time, things wouldn't end so peacefully. Caleb's confidence faltered. With no choice, he ordered his men to leave with him. As the tension faded, Finn approached Tanya, tears spilling from his eyes. Tanya stopped him immediately, telling him to hold it in. These kinds of fights, she explained, would happen often. Inside, though, she felt disappointed. Her mercenaries were still naive. Among rank 4s, it was an unspoken rule not to interfere. The only reason she stepped in was to keep them from breaking down too early. The scene shifts. Night falls. Helmet is alone, training in the dark. His strikes cut through trees one after another until the area lay in ruins. At last, he stopped, realizing his body had finally recovered. He wasn't surprised. Ever since the mission started, he had been focused solely on healing. Still, his buys had not returned. He remembered Darienne's words. Buys is like water, and your body is the dish that holds it. Without a strong dish, the water is wasted. There was no point in forcing his buys now. He had to strengthen his body first. The next morning, Fien gathered the squad. His tone was serious. He warned them that once they entered the next region, demonic beasts would appear in greater numbers. No one was allowed to wander off alone. He ordered Helmet and Finn to stick close to a rank 3, even for something as simple as fetching water. Finn's eyes widened in shock. Helmet, on the other hand, realized his days of training alone were over. Deep down, he could only hope his buys would return before the seed of darkness inside him spun out of control. Later, Finn leaned closer to Helmet, whispering nervously. He asked if Helmet had ever seen a demonic beast. Byrne and Sean had already filled Finn's head with terrifying stories, and the thought of facing them left him trembling. Trying to sound brave, Finn said he was only sharing this because knowledge was power, but Helmet could see the fear written all over him. Calmly, Helmet explained that demonic beasts came in countless shapes, no two looking the same. That small detail eased Finn's nerves. Curious, he asked how Helmet could remember something like that with his amnesia. Helmet admitted he wasn't recalling anything. He was simply making an assumption. The scene shifts again. Two men are talking. One of them grumbles about his faulty water bottle, irritated at how useless it's become. His companion just laughs, telling him to throw it away and get a new one, teasing him for always wasting money on pointless things. The man snaps back, saying if he had money, he wouldn't even be taking on long-distance missions like this. His friend waves it off, reassuring him that nothing bad is going to happen. The mercenary laughed as he reminded his friend that they were being paid a fortune just to escort cargo. All they had to do was finish the mission, then they could celebrate with drinks. He promised that once they returned, he'd treat him to the best dark beer in town. But before he could finish his words, his head was severed clean off. His friend froze in terror, unable to process what had just happened. When he looked up, his nightmare became real. A demonic beast stood before him, chewing on his friend's head. The camp erupted in shock. A demonic beast had appeared right in their midst, and no one knew how it had gotten so close. Still chewing, the beast glared down at them, as though mocking their fear. The surviving man's fear turned into rage, and he charged recklessly at the monster. Another mercenary tried to pull him back, but it was already too late. The beast struck, killing him instantly. The creature let out a chilling laugh at the horror painted on the mercenaries' faces. None of them could comprehend how such a beast had slipped past their defenses. Finn clenched his fists. This was their fault. They had grown complacent, too sure of their numbers. He had never imagined a beast would dare to attack when so many mercenaries were gathered together. The monster grabbed a corpse and hurled it high into the air. Before it even hit the ground, smaller beasts leapt up and devoured it mid-flight. That's when the truth set in. The enemy wasn't alone. The mercenaries quickly shifted into formation, preparing for battle. Helmet watched the gruesome sight from the carriage. His thoughts churned. Was this the fate waiting for all humans? Then Tanya's sharp voice cut through the chaos. She ordered Finn and Helmet to crawl onto the carriage. Finn's panic spiked at the command. Without hesitation, he shoved Helmet towards safety. Helmet bristled in frustration. His bise was still gone. He knew there were far more beasts lurking, hidden from sight. If anyone slipped up, they'd all be slaughtered. Still, Finn shoved him again, forcing him under the carriage. From beneath the cover, Helmet locked eyes on the leader of the beasts. It wasn't as powerful as Nahu or Alaga, but its strength was undeniable. Among the mercenaries, only the rank 2s had the ability to stand against it. Helpless, Helmet clenched his fists, wishing he could do more. The mercenaries braced themselves. The moment the beast released its demonic energy, the battle erupted. Finn leapt high, his bise surging as he unleashed an attack. The beast cloaked its arm in demonic energy and blocked the strike with ease. Sean's eyes widened, off-filling him as he witnessed his captain's power. But Maros snapped him back to reality, warning him not to get distracted. The smaller beasts were closing in fast. Sean smirked, reminding Maros that he was a rank 3 mercenary. With that, he swung his sword, cutting through the beasts that swarmed around him. Fien warned Helmet to always be wary of those who carried the seed of darkness. No one could predict when such people would suddenly turn into demonic beasts. The word struck Helmet deeply. Was that how others saw him? As a monster waiting to emerge? Darienne's voice echoed in his memory. He had once told Helmet that those with the seed of darkness were destined to die fighting humans. The thought left Helmet unsettled. Would it also be his fate? Would he one day lose himself and stand as an enemy to mankind? He now understood why Darienne had trained him so strictly in the use of bise. It was a way to suppress the darkness within. Helmet resolved to hide his abilities whenever he was surrounded by people. If anyone connected his power to the seed of darkness, his life would be in danger. Meanwhile, Fien found joy in watching Helmet and Finn's determination. Their effort reminded him of his own days as a rank 4. Tanya, however, gave a quieter observation. Finn had been improving since the last incident, though he still had a long road ahead. Later, Finn recoiled at the sight of a demonic beast's corpse. As he raised his weapon to cut into it, Helmet's instinct screamed something was wrong. He quickly told Finn to stop. Finn misunderstood, smirking as if Helmet was just frightened. He reminded Helmet that he was in charge of cooking, insisting all meat was the same to him. The moment he said it, the beast sprang back to life and clamped its clawed hand around Finn's neck. Helmet didn't hesitate. In a flash, his sword sliced through the beast, splitting it clean in two. Finn collapsed, horrified at how close he'd come to death. After a shaky breath, he pulled himself together and thanked Helmet for saving him. He asked if Helmet was all right. Helmet nodded, though his focus lingered on his blade. Something was different. The sensation he felt when killing the beast wasn't like training. It was as though a barrier inside him had shattered. Could it be had his buys returned? The other mercenaries rushed over, congratulating him. Sean clapped him on the back, praising him for the kill, and joking that he was nothing like Finn. Annoyed, Finn shot back, saying he'd repay Helmet by giving him extra soup. Sean burst out laughing, shocked that Finn thought his life was only worth a bowl of soup. Byrne piled on, mocking Finn even further as the group teased each other. But Tanya didn't join their laughter. Her eyes stayed fixed on Helmet. When the beast had grabbed Finn, she had been ready to intervene, until she noticed something. Helmet's sword had released a faint glimmer of bias, and she couldn't shake the feeling that her eyes hadn't deceived her. Tanya wondered if her eyes had deceived her. She couldn't explain what she saw, and the thought gnawed at her. Later that day, Helmet sat alone in the forest, circulating his bias. After some time, his eyes opened, certainty filled him. His power had returned. The moment he instinctively swung his sword against the beast, something inside him had unlocked. Relief washed over him. Finn's blunder had, in a strange way, helped him reclaim his buys. Still, he understood it wasn't fully restored yet. He would need 3 days of circulation before it reached its peak again. Determined, he continued channeling the flow of energy through his body. But before he could push further, Fien appeared, calling him back. The squad needed to decide their night watch order. The scene shifts. Fien addressed his team. They would stand guard in pairs, split into 3 shifts. Helmet would watch first with Tanya. Finn and Maros would cover the second, while Sean and Byrne took the last. Since Uter was still injured, he was excused from duty. Byrne groaned in disappointment, wishing he were injured as well. With a grin, Uter offered to give him a scratch across the face, which drew laughter from the group. Once the orders were set, everyone moved into position. During Helmet's shift, his heightened senses picked up faint traces, the energy of the demonic beast that had escaped earlier. His fists pulsed as if sharpening his awareness, letting him feel everything around them. Tanya broke the silence, asking if he wasn't tired. Helmet simply told her he was fine. She seemed surprised, reminding him that tomorrow's journey would be long. She then ordered him to wake the next team and get some rest. Helmet agreed, though he already knew the truth. Demonic beasts were only waiting for the moment the squad lowered their guard. Until then, he would use every chance to refine his buys. On his way to wake the next group, Helmet crossed paths with Caleb. A sly grin spread across Caleb's face. Seeing Helmet alone, he believed this was finally his chance. Helmet slipped quietly into the forest, unsheathing his sword to test his buys. Each swing told him more. His recovery was accelerating. By tomorrow, his strength will be fully restored. But then he felt something, a presence. At first, he thought it was another beast. Yet there was no trace of demonic energy. No, this was human. From the shadows, Caleb emerged with a mocking grin. He greeted Helmet, calling him a brat, and asked what he was doing wandering alone. With feigned concern, he told Helmet he should always move with others. Caleb smirked, saying the forest was dangerous and Helmet shouldn't be out here alone. When his eyes landed on Helmet's sword, he assumed Helmet was simply playing with it. With false cheer, he offered to join in. Helmet dismissed him immediately, saying he wasn't interested. The rejection lit a spark of anger in Caleb. To him, Helmet didn't understand his place. Tanya wouldn't be here to save him this time. With a sneer, he accused Helmet of having a bad habit of looking down on others, asking if no one in his squad had tried to fix that attitude. Caleb decided this was the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. He promised to break Helmet's arms and legs, claiming the pain would make him better, even if it killed him. Helmet calmly asked if Caleb had truly come into the forest just to beat him up. The question caught Caleb off guard. He had expected fear, but instead he saw none. Helmet's mind turned. His squad mates always looked out for each other. So why was Caleb different? To Helmet, Caleb resembled a demonic beast more than a man. With a firm tone, he called Caleb what he was, a rank 4 mercenary, and told him to live like a human, not a beast. That insult burned. Caleb snapped, thinking Helmet was mocking him. Tearing off his cast, he snarled that humans grew stronger by trampling the weak. Now that his hand was healed, he would prove it. He lunged at Helmet, vowing to rip out his eyes and crush them. But his strike never landed. Helmet caught his arm with ease, forcing him down to his knees. Caleb's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Helmet had stopped him so effortlessly. Helmet's grip tightened, pushing him lower. Terror crept across Caleb's face as he stammered, demanding to know what kind of trick this was. Helmet's gaze darkened. He told Caleb he was even dumber than a demonic beast, warning him to pick a better opponent if he wanted to fight for hierarchy. With a cold, condescending tone, he told Caleb to know his place. His grip crushed down harder, making Caleb scream in pain. Caleb refused to accept defeat. Forcing himself free, he roared that he would never beg for mercy. Unsheathing his sword, he charged again. Helmet didn't even bother to draw his blade. He blocked every strike with the sheath alone, frustrating Caleb further. Fury twisted Caleb's face. To him, Helmet's composure was arrogance. Helmet's patience finally broke. He drew his sword in a single motion. A surge of byes exploded from the blade, its energy making Caleb freeze in horror. Before he could react, Helmet's sword slashed across his thighs. Caleb collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Helmet hadn't planned to use his vis. He had only drawn it in the jolt of excitement from regaining it. He knew he couldn't let Caleb escape. If Caleb ran, the truth about Helmet's power might spread. A dark thought crossed Helmet's mind. Should he kill Caleb? A voice answered before Helmet chose. The seed of darkness spoke inside his head, urging him to kill. The seed spread slowly, pressing at his thoughts. Helmet felt the intrusion and reacted. He wrapped his body in the dark energy for a moment, then placed his hand over his chest and drew that energy away, stripping the clouded influence from his mind. He repeated the motion until the voice receded and the seed's pull loosened. When Helmet opened his eyes, Caleb had fled. The scene cuts to Caleb crawling through the underbrush, still screaming. He had not expected Helmet to wield this. He had not expected such strength from someone of rank 4. Crawling toward camp was his only hope. But before he reached it, a demonic beast in the forest intercepted him and tore him apart. Helmet heard the final screams, followed the sound, and found a demonic beast holding Caleb's corpse. Helmet identified it as the same beast that had slipped away that morning. The beast regarded him and continued feeding. Helmet approached and told the creature, plainly, that Caleb belonged to him. The beast hesitated, then dropped the body. Helmet drew his sword and coated the blade in byes. The beast backed away and began to scream. Helmet noticed the beast's reaction matched its assessment of his strength. It was not an ordinary creature. He ordered it to take Caleb's body and run, threatening death if it disobeyed. Lights, other mercenaries, moved closer through the trees. Cornered, the beast obeyed and fled with the corpse. Helmet sheathed his sword. He had the power back, but the seed had shown itself again. He put the thought of killing the beast aside for now and moved to consider what to do next. Helmet struggled to think of how to explain what had happened. When word spread, Max, the vice captain of the Taliek mercenaries, was stunned to hear that Caleb was dead. Helmet explained calmly. Caleb had followed him into the forest to bully him, but a demonic beast killed him. The captain of the Taliek mercenaries lowered his head, grief etched across his face. His younger brother was gone. Max, still shaken, muttered that he couldn't believe Caleb had died over something so foolish. He turned to Helmet and offered an apology for the trouble Caleb had caused. But Tanya's eyes narrowed. To her, a mere verbal apology wasn't enough. She demanded to know why no one in the Taliek squad had stopped Caleb, even though they all knew about his behavior. The captain bristled with anger. He snapped at Tanya, warning her to watch her mouth when speaking about his brother. Unmoved, Tanya fired back. If their squad had kept Caleb in check, he wouldn't have met such an end. The captain stepped forward, furious, telling Tanya not to insult his man. Before the clash escalated, Miles stepped between the two groups. His tone was sharp. This was no time for blame. They needed solutions, not arguments. He declared that the Taliek squad would take responsibility for the incident. He warned Tanya and her team to watch their words. Then he made a decision. Caleb's commission would be given to Helmet. Both sides accepted, though the air was thick with tension. Miles looked at them all with disappointment. He hadn't realized how fractured the mercenaries truly were. Still, he promised to devise a plan to deal with the beast safely. His warning was clear. 3 lives had already been lost. Everyone needed to stay alert. The mercenaries returned to their posts. The scene shifts. Tanya smacked Helmet on the head. He winced, complaining that her punch hurt. She exploded at him. Why hadn't he called her to watch his back? Why had he gone into the forest alone? Her voice cracked as she admitted how terrified she had been when she learned he was missing. But her anger faded as quickly as it came. She realized she, too, had been careless. She should have kept a closer eye on him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she told him never to wander the forest alone again. Helmet blinked, caught off guard. He apologized quietly. Deep down, he felt something stir. Only one other person had ever cared for him this way, Darienne. He had forgotten what warmth felt like, what kinship meant. Tanya rested her hand gently on his head, repeating her plea for him to be more careful. For the first time in a long while, Helmet felt human again. The mercenaries advanced cautiously. Fien reminded his squad of what happened to Caleb just the day before, ambushed and killed by a demonic beast. He warned everyone to stay sharp and conserve their strength. It wasn't long before Helmet and his teammates came under attack again. The beasts pressed hardest against the face mercenaries, while the Taliek squad was left untouched. Fien couldn't understand it. Why were the creatures targeting only them? If this continued, his squad would collapse from exhaustion. Fighting nonstop for 2 days was draining them dry. Helmet, however, was less concerned with the swarm and more focused on the bigger picture. His eyes locked on the distant figure of the demonic beast leader. It wasn't joining the fight. Instead, it sent its underlings forward in steady waves. Helmet realized the truth. The leader was slowly wearing them down. When the battle ended, the face squad patched their wounds. Sean muttered to Uter that if things kept up, everyone would end up injured. Uter snapped back, telling him not to joke. But Sean grinned, teasing him for being too slow. How could he keep letting the beast bite him? Uter bristled, insisting he didn't get bitten on purpose. Their bickering drew a faint smile, but Finn's gaze darkened as he studied the battered state of his team. Tanya reported the injuries. Uter, Maros, and Sean had all been hurt. She admitted she hadn't expected the beast to attack without pause. Fien told her they should be grateful no one had died. He pointed out that Helmet and Finn were proving more useful than he'd thought. Helmet's sword skills gave Finn cover, and Finn's survival instinct made him skilled at dodging. Tanya hesitated. She wanted to tell her brother what she had seen, Helmet's sword flashing with vis, but before she could speak, Fien cut her off. He couldn't understand why the beasts were fixated solely on their squad. The Taliek mercenaries hadn't fought a single battle that day. Tanya muttered that the Taliek squad wouldn't lift a finger to help, not after the argument a few days earlier. All they could do was stay vigilant. Fien nodded, promising that they'd all make it out of the forest alive. That night, the scene shifts. Miles sat across from Paul, the captain of the Taliek squad. He suspected Paul already knew the truth. The demonic beast leader was strategizing, plotting a way to wipe out the convoy. Miles warned that the face mercenaries couldn't hold on much longer. It wouldn't take much before the beasts overwhelmed them. He pressed Paul to step in and provide support. Miles argued that Paul's squad should help the face mercenaries, since the Taliek squad had more people. But Paul's expression darkened. He disagreed completely. With a cold sneer, Paul told Miles that the face mercenaries would soon be crushed under the beasts anyway. Better to aim for efficiency than waste energy on safety. Miles frowned, not understanding his meaning. Paul explained without hesitation. The Taliek squad and the merchants should leave the forest quickly while the face squad stayed behind to draw the beasts away. He reminded Miles that most of the important cargo was under Taliek squad's protection. The words made Miles bristle. He asked Paul if he had no morals. Paul only smiled. Morals and trust were fine ideals, he said, but survival mattered more. The demonic beast leader was wearing them down, waiting for the moment to slaughter everyone. Could Miles afford to cover the losses of the goods and the lives at stake? If not, then he needed to think smart. Paul pressed him further. If Miles had a better plan, he would follow. Otherwise, this was the only alternative. The choice, he said, was Miles's to make. Cold sweat ran down Miles's back. He couldn't answer. The next day, the face squad pushed forward cautiously. Tanya's eyes narrowed. The beasts weren't giving them a break. Ambushes came one after another, and her teammates, along with the horses, were being pushed to their limits. What made her angrier was the Taliek squad. They hadn't lifted a finger to help. They only sat back, watching every move the face mercenaries made. Fien shared her concern. If the battles continued, their squad would collapse. Then Tanya spotted something strange. the Taliek squad suddenly sped up their carriage. A heartbeat later, they broke into a full sprint. Tanya shouted after them, but her calls went unanswered. Fien's eyes went wide with realization. The Taliek squad was using them as bait. The demonic beasts were locked on the face mercenaries, giving Paul's men a clear path to escape. Before the face squad could react, the beasts closed in, surrounding them. Fien's face hardened with anger at the betrayal. Helmet's thoughts turned grim. Surrounded, exhausted, and abandoned, the squad was facing its end. They could never catch up to the Taliek squad now. He couldn't believe they had been sacrificed so shamelessly. His mind turned to one possibility. Should he reveal his true power to try and save them? The moment the demonic beasts closed in, Fien barked at his squad to hold formation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the monsters lunged. The mercenaries, already drained from battle, struggled just to hold their ground. Fien unleashed his buys to join the fight, while blades clashed and claws tore. Amid the chaos, Helmet's thoughts drifted. If he revealed his true strength, would they start questioning who he really was? Maros, on the other hand, was almost thrilled. To him, dying here would mean the end of a mercenary's journey, an honorable finish. But Sean snapped at him. Die here, and it's worthless, he said, raising his sword high. If I die, it'll be a noble death. Maros froze. Never once had he heard a mercenary speak like that. Tanya, glancing around, couldn't believe her comrades were throwing words back and forth in a moment like this. Helmet stood in silence, torn by questions. Was he really the same as these humans? Or something else entirely? But he shoved those doubts aside. None of it mattered anymore. Pressing a hand to his chest, he knew only one thing. He wouldn't let anyone from this squad die today. For the first time, he chose to trust. He coated his sword with buys, his voice cutting through the battlefield. What you're about to see, this stays a secret. The squad froze. Tanya's eyes widened. Even Fien stared in disbelief. Helmet had the ability to wield a vis. Before they could even process it, Helmet launched himself into the fray. Spinning midair, his blade carved through beast after beast, tearing them apart with lethal precision. Maros and Sean could only watch, stunned. He landed lightly, crushing one monster beneath his boots, and without hesitation, finished it off. The remaining beasts recoiled in terror. Some tried to flee, but Helmet gave them no chance. His strikes were merciless, cutting them down one after another. The last beast trembled, paralyzed by fear, until Helmet's blade cleaved its head clean off. Silence fell. Helmet slid his sword back into its sheath. The mercenaries stood rooted in shock. He had single-handedly destroyed them all. But Helmet wasn't celebrating. His gaze swept the field. The leader of the beasts was gone. It had abandoned its own kind to save itself. Finn, still reeling, demanded, "Helmet, how were you able to do that?" Helmet's reply was calm. "My body has recovered." Tanya's thoughts echoed louder than her words. She had been right about him all along. Finn could hardly believe it. They had been fighting alongside someone this powerful all along. Fien, on the other hand, was stunned. Even as a rank 2, he had never seen such overwhelming buys. The thought that Helmet could wield it so naturally, and at such a young age, was almost unreal. "Where did you learn swordsmanship like that?" Fien asked. Helmet hesitated. He trusted these mercenaries, but some truths were better left unspoken. He couldn't reveal anything about the Forest of Roots. "I lived with my mentor in a forest," he finally said. "It's the only life I remember." Fien's shoulders sank. He assumed Helmet's memories still hadn't fully returned. Helmet shifted the topic. "The demonic beasts are gone. What's our next move?" Fien's eyes hardened. "We leave this forest. Then we deal with the traitors." The squad immediately voiced their anger. The betrayal still burned in their hearts. "We'll kill the Taliek squad," one of them spat. "And Miles too." Turning to Helmet, Fien asked, "What about you? What do you want?" Helmet's tone was steady. "I'll decide after we're out of here. But I still expect payment for the mission." Finn blinked in disbelief. "Payment? You're seriously worried about money right now?" He barely finished the sentence before Tanya's fist slammed into him. Fien cut in before tempers could flare again. "Fine, we'll keep to that. For now, we traced the Taliek squad's tracks." By the next day, the Face squad was back on the move. Their rest had restored their strength, and spirits were high. Tanya crouched, pressing her palm to the ground, searching for signs of movement. At first, she thought they'd already be closing in on the Taliek squad, but strangely, there were no vibrations, no sound at all. Could they have already reached the edge of the forest? She wondered. Fien considered it carefully. The Taliek squad and the merchants will rest at the first village beyond the forest. That's where we'll find them. Sean's face lit up at the thought. Revenge finally felt within reach. Byrne grinned as well, imagining the shock on the traitors' faces when they realized the Face Squad was still alive. But Finn, quieter than the rest, raised a question that no one wanted to think about. What about the mission? What's left of it? Sean paused, realizing the truth. We don't have cargo anymore. Byrne scowled, remembering. The Taliek squad took everything. All that's left is the food carriage. As the group debated, Helmet suddenly lifted his head. He had picked up a sound the others hadn't noticed. Tanya's eyes flicked to him. Helmet, do you sense something? Sean frowned, confused. Sense? What's she talking about? Sean looked around, confused. Talking about what? I don't sense anything. Helmet's reply was calm, but firm. There's demonic energy ahead. The Taliek squad, they're in the middle of a fight. Sean's face lit up instantly. Really? How far? An hour's march at our pace, Helmet answered. Fien's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. To sense something at that distance. Just how strong was Helmet? What level of power do you really have? He asked. Helmet brushed it off. What matters is speed. If we delay, the Taliek squad won't last long. Sean scoffed. Why should we rush to save traitors? Before the mood soured, Morrow stepped in. Because we still need to get paid. Fien seized that logic. Exactly. Our mission comes first. We finish the work, then deal with Taliek's betrayal. Tanya smirked, throwing in a jab to lift their spirits. That's why we're better than those selfish Taliek bastards. The squad's energy steadied, their morale restored. With a commanding tone, Finn ordered move out. The scene shifted. The Taliek squad was already deep in battle. Hold your ground, Paul shouted, cutting down a beast as it lunged at him. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Why had the beast chased them even a full day after splitting from the Face mercenaries? Then the leader appeared. Its massive form loomed over him, crushing the air with sheer presence. Paul's stomach dropped. Why were they so relentless? Why hadn't the beast been satisfied with the Face squad? The leader's massive fist came crashing down. Paul barely managed to dodge, the ground shattering where he'd stood. One thing became clear. If he stayed, he'd die. He slipped closer to Max, whispering urgently. If this keeps up, we're finished. We can handle the minions, but that giant ape, no chance. We have to run. Paul's voice lowered. Think about it. The Face squad's probably dead already. If we escape, there won't be any witnesses. No one to blame us. Max's lips curved into a smile. The logic was cruel, but perfect. Their reputation would remain untarnished, if no one survived to tell the truth. Without hesitation, he barked orders. Fall back. Run. The squad froze, confused. His words made no sense. But before they could question him, Max and Paul had already bolted. From inside a carriage, Miles stared through the window, his face pale. Shock hit him like a wave as he watched them abandon their own men. And just as the beasts slammed into the carriage, Miles realized the bitter truth. Miles finally understood. He had made a terrible mistake by trusting the Taliek squad. As the demonic beast leader smashed apart his carriage, regret swallowed him whole. He should never have abandoned the Face mercenaries. The giant ape-like monster reached into the wreckage, plucking up a merchant with a twisted smile. Miles froze, terror spreading through him. That smile meant death. He knew his end was close. But before the beast could devour its prey, a voice cut across the chaos. Put him down. The creature looked up and saw Helmet rushing forward, his blade blazing with bise. Helmet swung. The giant raised its massive hand to block, the clash sending a shockwave through the field. With one forceful strike, Helmet drove the beast back, shielding the carriage. His eyes locked on the monster. I said drop him. For the first time, the leader hesitated. The look on Helmet's face made it falter. With a grunt, it hurled the merchant toward him, eager to rid itself of that piercing gaze. Earlier, before Helmet left, Fien had stopped him. Check the situation first. Something about the Taliek squad feels wrong. They might hold out if they stick together, but betrayal runs deep with them. Don't forget, the merchants could be victims too. Helmet had agreed. And now, seeing the devastation before him, he realized Fien had been right. If he had come any later, the merchants would already be dead. Helmet launched himself from the carriage, sword flashing once more. His bise surged, restored, sharpened, and unyielding. The giant monkey roared, meeting him head-on. Its demonic energy clashed against his strikes, summoning waves of power. Then, with an enraged howl, it called its minions. Helmet barely flinched. He cut them down in a blur, tearing through the swarm until the ground was painted with their remains. The leader howled again, furious at the slaughter. This was no ordinary beast. Since leaving the Forest of Roots, Helmet had never faced one this strong. But he felt no fear. He was certain he could win. His buys intensified. He rushed in, blade aiming straight for the beast's face. The giant caught the strike with both hands, muscles straining as Helmet pressed forward with unrelenting force. For the first time, the monster panicked. The edge of death crept over it. Desperate, it released a surge of demonic energy, blasting Helmet back. Helmet steadied himself, astonished. The beast's aura was rising, stronger by the second. Then he saw it. The corpses of the fallen minions glowing faintly. The monster was feeding, absorbing their energy. Still, Helmet's focus never wavered. The true danger wasn't the beast's growth. It was the fact that the Face Squad would arrive soon. And if they stepped into this battle, they'd be in grave danger. Helmet made up his mind. It was time to end this fight for good. The giant monkey's body pulsed with power, glowing brighter as it absorbed every shred of demonic energy around it. Then it lunged, a blur of violence. Helmet vaulted high into the air, dodging the strike. Mid-flight, he countered with a heavy swing, but the beast swatted it aside with ease. Its arrogant stare burned into him, as if mocking his effort. Landing back on the ground, Helmet clenched his grip. His usual strength wasn't enough. He poured even more buys into his blade and charged again. This time, the beast's eyes widened. It braced, locking blades with him, straining against his force. Helmet's surprise grew. Not only had it blocked him, it was moving faster now. The transformation had sharpened its speed and hardened its claws. One misstep, and they could cut him apart. He understood what had to be done. To end this, he would need a single decisive strike. Steel clashed against claw as the two traded blow after blow, shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. In one exchange, Helmet managed to push the beast back, only to glance down and see his clothes ripped open. A flicker of annoyance crossed him. This was my only set. Guess I'll need new clothes in the next village. The monster roared in fury at his indifference. Its body began to shine with a blinding glow, energy swelling violently. Its eyes gleamed, and from its chest, a sickly green eye opened. The beast swelled larger, more grotesque than before. But Helmet didn't flinch. The beast launched itself high, descending like a mountain of rage. Helmet's gaze sharpened. He recognized the pattern. That leap, that form, it was familiar. A faint smile touched his lips. So it's copying Nahu's technique. His stance shifted, his buys exploding outward in a wave of pressure. You're still far weaker than Nahu. With that, he surged upward, blade flashing. His strike cleaved through the beast, tearing its massive body apart midair. The fight was over. The Face Squad arrived just as the dust settled. Finn rushed forward. Helmet, are you all right? Fienn's eyes widened at the sight of the corpse. You defeated it? Alone? Helmet nodded simply. Yes. By the time I got here, the mercenaries were already dead. Fienn's expression darkened as his gaze swept over the battlefield. The broken formation of the Taliek squad told the story clearly. Their betrayal, their lack of unity, it had cost them their lives. He realized then. Fien studied the battlefield closely. The truth was clear. The Taliek mercenaries hadn't stood a chance without a captain to lead them. Their collapse was inevitable. But what truly weighed on him was betrayal. Paul and Max had abandoned their own comrades. Even for mercenaries, such treachery cut deep. Tanya shook her head in disbelief. They didn't have even a shred of loyalty. While the squad searched the wreckage, Maros called out. He had found someone. Beneath a pile of rubble, Miles lay unconscious. Fien rushed over, stunned. Nearly everyone was dead, yet somehow their client had survived. Without hesitation, he ordered, search the area. See if anyone else is alive. Quickly, we need to leave this cursed territory. Once they were clear, the mercenaries laid Miles down and revived him. Slowly, his eyes opened. For a moment, Miles thought he had crossed into the afterlife. And the first face he saw was Fien's. Tears welled instantly. Fien, forgive me, he sobbed. I never wanted to leave you. Paul forced me. I'm so sorry. Relief softened his face. To him, this apology was his last act before death. But Fien shook his head firmly. Stop panicking. We're not dead. Miles froze. His eyes darted around. The face squad surrounded him. His confusion deepened. He could have sworn the giant monkey had killed him. He asked, voice trembling, Where is it?" "The beast. It's gone," Fien said flatly. "You can forget about death for now." Helmet stood nearby, quietly noting that Fien hadn't mentioned who had slain the monster. He respected that choice. The secret remained safe. Miles, overwhelmed, began thanking God for sparing his life. But Fien cut into his prayers. "Enough. We need to talk about compensation." The word alone snapped Miles back to reality. He was alive after all. Finn handed him a paper. Miles scanned it, and his jaw dropped. 80%. "Yes," Fien replied evenly. 80. "You betrayed us, left us to die, and we saved you. Be grateful it isn't more. I'm being fair because you suffered losses too." Miles tried to argue, pleading, "Please, 70. I still need to compensate the families of the dead." But Fien's expression didn't soften. "That's not my concern. Settle that yourself. Take the offer or walk away. If you refuse, we'll keep the goods you plan to deliver." Miles' stomach sank. The weight of Finn's words hit him like a hammer. Miles quickly realized there was no winning against Fien. He swallowed his pride and accepted the offer. With the deal settled, Fien shifted the conversation. "Now tell me, what exactly are we transporting?" Miles' expression hardened. His voice dropped low. "If word spreads about these goods, the Butin Merchant Association will be destroyed." Fien didn't flinch. "Then we'll make sure nothing leaks. That's our job." But Miles shook his head. Fear etched into his face. "You don't understand. If they discover what you're carrying, none of you will be safe." He hesitated. "Do you still want to know?" Fien's tone sharpened, irritation breaking through. "This is something you should have explained before hiring us." Cornered, Miles nodded grimly. "Fine. We're transporting these goods to a mage, Grand Mage Anti-all." Morrow staggered back in shock. "What? Those belong to him?" Fien's eyes widened. Even he struggled to believe it. A man of Anti-all stature, relying on a merchant guild and a mercenary squad to deliver goods through beast territory? It made no sense. Why wouldn't Anti-all hire a swordsman family? Finn pressed. Miles' answer was heavy. "Because these goods come from a place mages cannot enter. The Temple of Lumen." The words froze the squad in place. Miles went on, his voice trembling. "The temple's influence stretches farther than you can imagine. 1,000 years ago, they destroyed the Demon King. Once, they were the shield against corruption. But now, they are corrupt. They hide behind divine authority, gathering sacrifices, feeding their power, and forcing kingdoms to submit in exchange for their so-called blessings." He clenched his fists. "And despite their reach, there's one man they cannot control, Anti-all. The temple has always coveted powerful mages like him. In their endless scheming, he managed to seize one of their relics. For research." The squad stared in silence as Miles revealed the weight of their mission. If the temple discovers we're moving one of their items, the Butin Association will be erased. Every single person involved wiped out. Fien's jaw tightened. "So that's the truth." Miles lowered his gaze, his voice cracking. "We never wanted this mission. But Anti-all once saved our leader's life. This is the price of that debt." Helmet, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. "This Anti-all, he's that well-known?" Maros turned to him, eyes sharp. "Everyone knows him." Maros nodded firmly. "Everyone knows Anti-all. A few years back, the divine barrier was nearly destroyed because of him." Helmet's eyes narrowed. "Destroyed? By a mage?" Maros explained. The temple had raised a massive barrier around one of the great cities, built to keep demonic beasts out. At first, it worked perfectly, but there was a flaw. It could also detect the mana of mages. That meant the temple could track, expose, and control them. The beasts were kept away, but the cost was freedom. Enraged, the mages rose in defiance. And at the heart of it stood Anti-all. With his power, he nearly shattered the temple's so-called divine shield. Helmet was stunned. To shake a barrier created by the temple itself. The strength required was unimaginable. His thoughts turned inward. The temple hadn't been able to erase his seed of darkness either, only cast him into the forest of roots. What if magic, not divine power, could remove it? But so far, no magic had ever impressed him. The only mage he'd seen fight was Irugo, and Irugo had been nothing special. Still, Helmet found himself hoping that Anti-all truly was in a different league. By the time the mercenaries left beast territory, the sun was already sinking. Fien called for camp to be made. Later that evening, he approached Helmet with something in his hand. I want to speak with you. He held out a pill. Helmet eyed it curiously. What is this? It's a recovery pill, Fien explained. Swordsmen use it when their buys or stamina is drained. Very expensive, but effective. I'm not even sure it will work on you, since your body heals unnaturally fast. Helmet took the pill and swallowed it. Almost instantly, warmth spread through his body. His strength returned in waves. Well, Fien asked. Helmet nodded. It works. I feel stronger. He paused, narrowing his gaze. But why give me something so valuable? Fien met his eyes. Because you saved us. Without you, my team, and our client would already be dead. This is my thanks. Helmet tilted his head slightly. He hadn't expected gratitude. Fien went on. Honestly, the pill isn't enough. But that's all I have to offer. So instead, I'll give you my word. If you ever need me, I'll be there. Helmet lifted his hand, cutting him off. You don't owe me. I help because you're my comrades. I can trust you. Fien froze, then broke into a smile. He clasped Helmet's hand tightly. Then we're brothers. The next morning, the journey pressed on. Miles sat quietly in his carriage until something outside caught his eye. He leaned forward, staring through the window, then suddenly called out, "Stop the carriage." The mercenaries looked at him in confusion. Fien frowned. What's the matter? Miles pointed ahead. We're here. Puzzled, Fien pulled out the map. At first, he doubted it, but then his eyes widened. Miles was right. They had reached the marked location. Still, confusion lingered. There was no village, no settlement in sight. How could Anti-All expect to receive goods in the middle of nowhere? Miles stepped down from the carriage. This isn't a village, he said calmly. We're going to Anti-All's home. The squad froze. Tanya's voice broke the silence. Wait, this is Anti-All's hideout. Miles didn't answer directly. Instead, he drew a pendant from his robes, a polished stone glowing with a faint blue light. He lifted it carefully. You'll understand soon enough. He approached a massive tree, holding the pendant close. The gem flared, light rippling across its surface. Then, before their stunned eyes, the tree began to shift. Bark split open, twisting into a radiant gateway that pulled them in. The mercenaries and Miles were swallowed whole. Fien's jaw tightened. Impossible. We're leaping through space. He had heard whispers of such magic, but never thought it real. Helmet moved closer, his voice low. How can you be sure this isn't just an illusion? The temperature, Fien said firmly. It's dropping too fast. No illusion can do this. We're not just seeing it. We're moving to another place entirely. When they stepped out of the portal, Tanya gasped. Ahead of them, a tower stretched high into the air, and in front of it stood a robed figure. An old man in flowing blue robes, staff in hand, raised a hand in greeting. Thank you, Miles, he said, voice calm but heavy with power. You brought what I requested. Anti-All. His staff drifted toward one of the carriages, tapping it lightly. His eyes narrowed. I sensed lingering traces of human life. Tell me, were there casualties on your journey here? Miles bowed his head. Yes. Many were slain by demonic beasts. Only a third of the group survived to reach your tower. Anti-All's expression darkened as he studied the carriage more closely. There's demonic energy clinging to it. Is this from the beast's corpses? Miles nodded. It is. We processed the bodies along the way. I was hoping to sell them to you. For a moment, Anti-All considered, staff tapping gently against the ground. Then he gave a slight nod. Very well. I'll take them. Anti-All named his price without hesitation. 150,000 marks. For the goods and the corpses. The mercenaries froze. Finn's mouth fell open. 150,000? The number was beyond anything he had imagined. Yuta muttered under his breath, stunned. So the rumors were true. Archmages sit on mountains of wealth. But this is another level entirely. Anti-All gave no further explanation. Unload everything, he instructed Miles. The items. The bodies. Keep the carriages. I have no need for them. Helmet studied him in silence. His instincts screamed the truth. Anti-All's power was immeasurable, far beyond Erugo, who suddenly seemed laughably weak by comparison. And yet, what unsettled him most was that Anti-All concealed it perfectly. Not a single trace of mana leaked, even as Helmet stared directly at him. Then Anti-All turned. His gaze met Helmet's. For the first time, his calm expression shifted. His eyes narrowed. Mages can glimpse the truth now and then. At my level, the truths buried deepest are laid bare. Helmet stiffened. He knew exactly what Anti-All was referring to. The seed of darkness. Shut your mouth, Helmet warned sharply. Antial's lips curved ever so slightly. Such confidence. But must you truly keep it hidden? He raised his staff. Power flared. Helmet's hand flew to his sword. In an instant, a barrier of mana expanded, enclosing only the two of them. Outside, the face squad shouted for Helmet, their voices muffled, unable to reach him. The inside and the outside are completely cut off, Antial said, his tone measured. Your secret is safe. None of them will ever know. I swear it. As he spoke, glowing chains burst from his staff and wrapped around his body. Helmet blinked. Chains. A mana oath, Antial explained. If I break it, my mana drains away. A mage's life withers without mana. In this, I am bound. His eyes sharpened. You are a special boy. Ask me anything. Helmet's breath steadied. Antial was unlike Urugo, disciplined, deliberate, and willing to restrain himself. For the first time, trust stirred in him. He looked Antial in the eye. Then I'll ask something important. Antial's expression grew serious. You want to know about the Seed of Darkness? Helmet did not flinch. Can it be removed? Silence hung heavy between them. Finally, Antial spoke, his voice low but absolute. No, it cannot. The Seed of Darkness is tied to your very life. To tear it away is to kill you. Antial's voice carried a heavy truth. The seed of a demon usually takes root in infants destined to die. It revives them, yes, but only to chain them as hosts until the day they finally collapse. He looked Helmet directly in the eyes. That seed inside you, it is no different from your heart. Remove it, and you die. The words hit hard. Helmet lowered his gaze. He had hoped. No, he had believed that an archmage would know the answer. But even Antial had no way. I'm not a god, Antial said firmly. Even for me, this is the first time I've seen someone bend their seed to their own will. Helmet frowned, confused. What do you mean? Antial explained. Normally, the seed constantly demands demonic energy. Resists too strongly, and the mind is eaten away. The host either goes insane or succumbs, becoming a twisted beast themselves. He leaned closer, studying Helmet intently. But your case is different. You've suppressed it with another force, Viscount. Antial's tone sharpened, tinged with awe. To master buys alone demands exceptional talent. Yet somehow, you balance both, drawing just enough demonic energy to keep from losing control, while still training your body and mind. That balance should be impossible. And still you achieved it. Helmet blinked. He hadn't expected such intensity in Antial's gaze. Antial continued, almost to himself. Even the temple priests would struggle to notice your seed. The only reason I did was because it stirred under the dense demonic presence in my tower. Had I not been paying close attention, I never would have sensed it. Helmet took note. Avoid areas of thick demonic energy. Antial's expression grew darker. But know this, you do not have a bright future. If you can avoid the temple's gaze, you may grow powerful, yes. But in the end, you will be consumed, as all seed bearers are. And when that day comes, your sword will burn the world. Countless lives will fall by your hand. Helmet's grip tightened on his blade. That will never happen. I am human. For a moment, Antial was silent. Then, laughter broke from him, deep and genuine. Human, you say? Perhaps. And perhaps that is enough. For humans can change their fate. Antial's gaze lingered on Helmet. You interest me greatly. But know this. If you ever fail to overcome your seed, I will stop you myself. He tapped his staff as the mana barrier began to dissolve. Still, should you reach a realm beyond my own, even darkness itself will bow to your will. The scene shifted. Fien handed Helmet a heavy pouch filled with gold. 3/4 of the payment, he said. Forgive me for not giving more. I need to reward the others for their efforts too. Then he reached into the carriage and pulled out another bag. I found this while checking the luggage. No one claimed it, so I assumed it must be yours. Helmet's eyes widened. Inside was everything he had once carried from the Forest of Roots. He thought it was lost long ago. You found it. Fien smiled faintly. I meant to give it back earlier, but with everything that happened, I completely forgot. Don't thank me. If anything, my squad owes you far more. I wish you a safe journey. Not long after, Finn approached eagerly. Helmet, since the mission's over, come with us to our headquarters. You'll see so many incredible things there. Helmet's face softened, but his answer was firm. I won't be going with you. Finn's shoulders sank. At least just once come see it. Before Helmet could reply, Tanya smacked Finn on the head. Enough. Don't bother him. She turned to Helmet. Your temporary certificate is still valid. But know this, it only goes as high as rank 3. Nothing beyond that. Helmet nodded. Rank 3 is enough. Tanya tilted her head, smiling gently. So, what you're chasing is more important than your memories. Helmet met her eyes and gave a silent nod. Her smile brightened. Then, take care of yourself. Helmet picked up his bag. Thank you for everything. The mercenary smiled as they wished him well. Tears welled in Finn's eyes. Promise you'll visit us someday. Helmet gave the faintest of grins. Your meals were good. The words caught Finn off guard. He stopped crying, hurriedly wiping his face. Tanya folded her arms. Pull yourself together. He's not dying. Finally, Finn stepped forward. Remember, Helmet, our doors are always open. Come to us whenever you need. He promised Helmet that no matter what, he would keep his word. With farewells exchanged, Helmet turned and walked away. Each step weighed on him, the same heaviness he felt when Darienne fell and when he had to leave Alaga behind. He knew this path as a mercenary would always place him against demonic beasts, and every battle only fed the seed of darkness inside him. That seed would keep growing, drinking in the corruption of each monster he faced. He never expected it to sprout here, in the forest. If it had fully taken root, he wasn't sure what he would have become. Antial's predictions haunted him. Could he resist them? The answer became clear. He had only one choice. To break his fate, he had to grow stronger. Strong enough to crush the darkness within. The scene shifts. Paul and Max sat in a tavern, drinks in hand. Regret weighed heavy on Paul. He admitted to Max that if he had known the mission's danger, he never would have taken his brother along. Max cut him short. What's done is done. The past couldn't be changed. Instead, Max pushed for a way forward. Their mercenary group needed rebuilding. With the face mercenaries gone, there would be little competition. They just had to find capable fighters to join them. But mid-conversation, Max's gaze drifted toward the window. His expression changed. He urged Paul to look. Paul turned and froze. Outside stood the face mercenaries. Paul couldn't process it. How were they alive? How did they survive? Max didn't waste time on questions. He urged Paul to stop thinking and hide immediately. Their whispers caught Finn's ear. He turned back, uneasy, asking Tanya why he suddenly felt something off. She asked why he stopped, but Finn brushed it off, unsettled by a strange feeling. The group moved on unaware. Meanwhile, Paul and Max hid under their table, holding their breath as the face mercenaries passed. Relief didn't last long. Max knew they were in serious trouble. Later, the two relocated to regroup. Max speculated the face mercenaries must have discovered the beast's weakness and somehow defeated them. Paul growled. They should have dealt with the mercenaries themselves when they had the chance. But Max had no answer. If the face mercenaries reported them to the guild, both he and Paul would become fugitives. The weight of it hit him hard. He never thought a rank 2 mercenary like himself would ever have to live like this. Paul, however, hadn't given up. They were still ranked second. He turned to Max, eyes firm, and ordered him to follow. Confused, Max asked what Paul intended to do. Paul's reply came sharp and certain. Paul's answer was cold. It was better to live as thieves than starve as useless mercenaries. The scene shifts again, this time to another tavern. Drunken voices filled the air. A group of men laughed loudly, boasting about how they roughed people up. Across from them sat Helmet, silent, his eyes fixed on the necklace he had brought out of the forest of roots. He hoped it might hold a clue, some sign of what path he should take. Since leaving the group, Helmet had wandered through countless villages, aimless. The vastness of the world pressed on him, and he knew he would need work if he was to keep moving forward. Opening his bag, he checked the money Fien had given him. Inside were 2 small sacks of gold, one left behind by Darienne, the other gifted to him by Finn. Helmet blinked in surprise. Fien had given him more than Darienne ever did. As he sorted through his things, his hand brushed against a folded letter. Curiosity struck. Was it from Fien? Slowly, he opened it, but the handwriting told him otherwise. It was Darienne's. The letter began with finality. Darienne wrote that if Helmet was reading these words, then his own life had already ended. He admitted he had worried about Helmet, knowing the outside world would not be easy for him after the life he had lived. But he told Helmet not to blame himself. Being different was not his fault. Darienne gave him direction. If Helmet found himself wandering without purpose, he was to go to a city called Baden. There, he would find Greta Academy, a place where children his age studied. Both nobles and commoners walked its halls, and no one would pry into his past. But he couldn't enter on his own. Darienne instructed him to seek out a man named Eden Kudrow. If Helmet showed Eden the sword Darienne had given him, Eden would recognize him as Darienne's disciple. The two had sworn an oath to each other, and Eden would help. Darienne's warning was clear. The human world was far more dangerous and terrifying than Helmet imagined. Strength alone would not be enough to solve everything. But he reassured Helmet. If he had survived the brutal training, he could survive anything. Finally, Darienne urged him to take care of himself. Helmet stared at the shaky handwriting, realizing how little strength Darienne had left when writing it. Quietly, he thanked him for the letter, for thinking of him even at the very end. But as the words sank in, Helmet's thoughts tangled in confusion. Helmet felt a strange sense of relief after reading Darienne's letter. At least now, he had some direction. Carefully tucking the letter back into his bag, he was interrupted by the arrival of the waiter carrying his meal. "That'll be 15 marks, the man said. Helmet pulled out a gold coin and placed it on the table. The waiter's eyes widened. His jaw dropped before he shouted in disbelief. "This is worth 1,000 marks. The drunken men nearby turned at once, surprised by what they overheard. Helmet calmly told the waiter to also use the coin to cover his lodging for the night. When the waiter hurried away, Helmet began counting his remaining coins. To his shock, the money Fien had given him amounted to 90,000 marks. With enough funds secured, Helmet decided to stay at the tavern for the night and leave in the morning. As he organized his belongings, the leader of the rowdy drinkers swaggered over. His eyes gleamed with greed. "You've got quite a lot of money," he sneered, his men glaring behind him. With a smirk, he demanded, "Buy us some drinks. Hand over 20,000 marks." Helmet shook his head. He couldn't understand why the man was acting so foolishly. Annoyed, the leader shoved Helmet's plate aside. "Don't you dare talk back to me," Helmet calmly asked. "Who are you supposed to be?" The question only fueled the man's anger. He swung his fist at Helmet, but Helmet stopped it effortlessly, gripping his hand mid-strike. "Leave me alone," Helmet said evenly. The leader froze, stunned by Helmet's strength. One of his underlings, enraged, charged forward. Helmet dodged swiftly and countered with a single devastating punch, shattering the man's face. The gang fell silent, horrified by what they just witnessed. The leader's voice shook as he demanded, "Who are you?" Helmet's answer was sharp, "I'm a mercenary." With that, he grabbed his table and smashed it directly into the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Get out of my sight," Helmet ordered. The gang scrambled to help their leader up. He spat blood and glared back at Helmet. "You'll regret this. Watch your back at night. One stab is all it takes." With those words, he staggered out, his men supporting him. The tavern went quiet. Helmet sat back, realizing that people like Caleb existed everywhere. The waiter hurried over, face pale. "You should leave town right away," he warned. Helmet glanced at him. "What?" The waiter leaned in, voice low. "Those men, they're part of the Blackhawk. Thieves who rule the underworld. They'll kill anyone if there's money to be made." Helmet was taken aback. Blackhawk, a name he'd never heard, but their reach was dangerous. Without hesitation, he decided, if they were coming for him, then he would fight them head on. Helmet knew what his next step had to be. Helmet thought it over. If he fought inside, his room would be wrecked beyond use. Better to take the fight somewhere else. The waiter, still shaken, pleaded with him. "Run while you can. I'll refund your lodging fee." Helmet asked calmly, "Will they come back?" "Yes," the waiter admitted. Helmet stood, his decision made. "Then tell them, I went into the forest out back." His voice was steady, almost curious. He wanted to test himself against humans, see how they compared to the beasts he had faced. The waiter stared in disbelief as Helmet walked toward the door. "Keep my room ready. I'll need it when I return," Helmet added before stepping outside. The scene cuts to the gang. One of the underlings approached their leader, unease written in his tone. "Boss, do you really want to go up against him?" The leader's eyes burned with anger. "He disrespected us. Pride is everything in our line of work. But he's strong," the underling warned. "And he's a mercenary." The leader scowled. "What? You want to run away now?" Before the subordinate could respond, another member rushed in with news. "Boss, I found where he went." "Speak," the leader snapped. "He ran into the forest," the man reported. "Must have been too scared to stay and face us." The leader burst out laughing. "That fool, running into the forest, is the worst mistake he could make." The underling grinned with confidence. "We know every inch of that place. Tracking him down will be easy." Their equipment clattered as the Black Hawks strapped on their gear and gathered around their leader. With a cruel smile, he gave the order, Let's show him that Blackhawk is more terrifying than anything in this world. The scene shifts. In the forest, Helmet perched silently in a tree, watching over the fake campsite he had set up as bait. From above, he reflected. Some humans were no different from demonic beasts, preying on others. Yet there were also humans who risked everything to protect. The contrast unsettled him. Humans were far more complicated than he had imagined. Darienne's words echoed in his mind. Not every problem could be solved with strength alone. Helmet understood the meaning now. Yet in his heart, he still couldn't see any other way. For him, strength was the only answer. As the Blackhawks closed in, Helmet readied his bow. Stepping into view, he revealed himself to the gang. Their eyes widened at the sight. Helmet's thoughts hardened. Humans who acted like beasts needed to be treated like beasts. Helmet's eyes turned cold. "You try to ambush me," he said flatly. "For that, you die." The forest echoed with chaos as he cut down the Blackhawk members one after another. When the dust settled, their bodies lay scattered, and Helmet turned away, heading toward the forest's edge. On the way out, a thought weighed on him. So weak, he couldn't believe the Blackhawks were this powerless. Leaping from branch to branch at high speed, he compared them to Tanya. She was far stronger, proof that humans varied in strength just as much as beasts did. Helmet realized he needed to face more humans to truly understand how powerful they could be. With that in mind, he decided to return to the inn and rest. But mid-run, his chest tightened. Pain tore through him. His body froze in midair before crashing hard to the ground. Tremors racked his body as he struggled to breathe. What's happening? His seed of darkness was raging inside him. But why? It should only react to demonic energy. There were no beasts here. The answer hit him like a hammer. He had killed humans. And though humans lacked demonic energy, the act itself had fed the darkness within him. Helmet's mind raced. He tried to suppress the surge with his buys, but it was no use. The seed of darkness only grew stronger. His situation had spiraled into something far worse. Now that he had killed Blackhawk members, the rest of their organization would come hunting for him, which meant more killing, which meant feeding the seed even further. He clenched his fists. Foolish. I was foolish to think I could fight humans the same way I fought beasts. From here on, he would need to avoid the Blackhawks at all costs, while finding a way to suppress his seed. And so, he made a choice. He would head to Badan. The scene shifts. A heavily guarded building looms in view. Inside, a man kneels before his superior, delivering grim news. "They're all dead," he reports. "But if we keep tracking them, we'll uncover their location." The superior's face darkened, clearly displeased. "Then keep chasing them. Don't stop." "Yes, sir." Before more could be said, another subordinate entered the chamber, bowing quickly. "Anton, the guests have arrived." Anton turned toward the door as their mysterious visitors stepped in. When the guests stepped in, Anton's eyes widened. He had been told 2 rank 2 mercenaries were seeking to join their group, but he never expected them to be Paul and Max. With a sharp grin, Anton welcomed them. "2 skilled men, like you want to join us?" "That's good news." But his tone shifted quickly. "Still, we have issues of our own. I can't let you in without conditions." Paul and Max exchanged a tense glance. Paul leaned forward, his voice steady. "What do you mean by that?" Anton casually twirled a knife between his fingers. "I'm not questioning your skills," he said smoothly. "But our group, we're not like regular mercenaries. We deal in business others might call illegal." With a flick of his wrist, Anton hurled the knife. It landed dead center in the dummy across the room. His message was clear. "I don't need mercenaries whose sense of justice interferes with our work." Paul's eyes narrowed. He understood. This was intimidation, a test. Anton continued, "So, I have a job for you. Complete it, and you'll prove your loyalty." He slid a paper across the table. "It won't be difficult for mercenaries of your level." Paul picked it up, scanning the details. 5 members of the Blackhawk had gone missing after clashing with a mercenary named Helmet. Their bodies were later found in a forest near a nearby village. Each one killed with a single blow, without a trace of weapons. Max's jaw dropped. 5 men, taken out by 1 person, with no weapon. Anton's gaze hardened. Yes, black hair, black eyes, around 15 years old. He fights with the strength of a rank 3 mercenary. The name lingered in the air. Helmet. Max clenched his fists. "You want us to kill him?" Anton smiled, sharp and satisfied. "Do this, and you'll officially be one of us. Complete it, and you'll be trusted with greater missions. You'll be well taken care of." His eyes locked onto theirs. "Fail." and you'll regret it. Paul, after a long pause, asked the only question left. Where is he now? Anton replied. The last sighting was in the neighboring village. The incident happened just last night. He couldn't have gone far. The scene shifts. Helmut has already moved on, arriving in another town. He walks calmly toward the front of guild. Helmut never thought he would have to take another request so soon. But if he wanted to move freely without drawing suspicion, he needed one. He pushed open the door of the guild building. Inside, mercenaries crowded the hall, scanning the boards for jobs. Helmut walked straight to the counter, where a receptionist greeted him with a cheerful smile. Welcome, little boy. What brings you here? She asked. Helmut slid his identification papers across the desk. I'm looking for a request. The receptionist's eyes widened. Rank 3, and part of the face mercenary group. She looked at him, stunned. Helmut's tone was flat. Is there a problem? Quickly shaking her head, she replied, No, not at all. It's just rare to see someone so young at rank 3. She leaned forward. What kind of request are you looking for? The reward doesn't matter, Helmut replied. I need a mission I can complete on my way to Bedan. Her expression brightened. Ah, perfect. Bedan is a metropolis, so we get endless escort and transport requests heading that way. She rifled through a stack of papers and pulled one out. Here, she said, handing it to him. An escort request from a noble lady. The reward is 800 marks. It's a very good opportunity. Helmut nodded. What's the condition? The receptionist smiled knowingly. The mercenary has to be her type. Helmut blinked. Of all things he expected, this was not it. What kind of ridiculous requirement is that? The scene shifts. Helmut stepped into a clothing store, the receptionist's words echoing in his head. Image is everything when dealing with a noble, she had said. Even if you're strong, even if you're famous, your appearance must be proper. Fortunately, your face alone already qualifies you. That's why I suggested this mission. Just get some decent clothes and come back. I'll have the request ready for you. Helmut glanced around the shop before approaching a blonde shopkeeper. I need good clothes. The man's eyes lit up, clearly delighted. You've come to the right place. I have just the thing for you. He hurried off, then returned holding up a gleaming black set of overalls. Crafted by the most famous artisan in all of Bedan. The materials used are of the highest quality, top of the line. The shopkeeper proudly held up the shiny black overalls. With these, even a demonic beast would look like a noble. Helmut stared silently. He had never heard clothes described in such a strange way. The man, noticing his lack of reaction, quickly pressed on. The fabric is so light, you won't even feel on your body. Helmut cut him off. What's the price? The shopkeeper checked the tag. 2,000 marks. Helmut's eyes widened. The escort mission reward was only 800. Was it worth it? Maybe I should have taken a different request. The scene shifts. Back at the guild, the receptionist froze when she saw Helmut return in his new attire. Her jaw dropped. You look completely different, she gasped, giving him a playful tap. Honey, you're really handsome. Helmut blinked. My name isn't Honey. It's Helmut. She chuckled, covering her mouth. No. I called you Honey because you're so cute. Helmut didn't know how to respond, so he stayed quiet. The receptionist leaned closer. I've already sent your information to the noble lady. You've got a strong chance of being chosen. Not many mercenaries match her taste, and being from the face mercenary group only increases your chances. Just then, the guild doors swung open. A man entered, and the receptionist's eyes widened. She immediately greeted him. Welcome. You're from the house of Sharing Jin, aren't you? The man gave a nod. I am. I came to see the mercenary who accepted our request. His gaze shifted to Helmut, sizing him up. Is this the one? The man studied Helmut's tall frame and firm posture, then gave a satisfied nod. Good. He'll do. Turning to Helmut, he said, Follow me. Helmut glanced back at the receptionist. She waved warmly. Come again, honey. Helmut bowed his head slightly in thanks before stepping outside with the man. But unseen to them, a figure lurked in the branches of a nearby tree, eyes locked on Helmut. As soon as Helmut passed, the figure vanished into the shadows. On the road, the man finally introduced himself. My name is Gilton, he said. I serve as the steward of House Sharing Jen. Gilton walked beside Helmut, introducing himself properly. I'm the butler of the Sharing Jen family. Tell me, have you heard anything of it? Helmut shook his head. I've never heard of this. Gilton nodded. The Marquis is a man of great standing. When you meet him or his household, act with caution. He studied Helmut. Have you ever escorted anyone before? I've made a transportation request, Helmut replied simply. There isn't much difference, Gilton explained. Only this time, instead of guarding an item, You protect a person. If things grow difficult, follow the orders of the knights. Once the mission is complete, you'll be rewarded with more than the listed payment. Helmet accepted the advice without hesitation. Gilton raised a brow, surprised at how quickly Helmet agreed. Good. Remember, silence is a virtue in escort missions. Use it well. When they reached their destination, Helmet paused. Before him stood a grand, elegant building. He was struck by the sheer beauty of it. This, Gilton said, is the inn where the Marquis's daughter resides. Helmet couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the highborn. A knight greeted them at the entrance. Welcome back, Gilton. His gaze shifted to Helmet. This mercenary looks young. Gilton replied smoothly. He's been verified by the guild. He is more than fit for the task. If there's anything he doesn't know, you can guide him. The knight extended his hand. Kedrick. Helmet shook it. Helmet. Gilton then asked, Where's the young miss? In the cafeteria, Kedrick answered. It would be best if you met her now. The scene shifts. Inside the cafeteria, a young lady sat across from Man. Her attention was fixed solely on him. I can't eat this food, she said with a pout. The chefs of my manor cook far better meals. You must come to my estate and try it, Lord Araya. Her eyes lingered on him, soft and filled with longing. At that moment, Helmet and Gilton entered. Gilton bowed slightly. Lady Genia. Her expression soured at the sight of him, though she quickly masked it and asked, What is it? Gilton gestured toward Helmet. This is the mercenary I have chosen for your escort. Genia's gaze swept over Helmet, cold and dismissive. I have no interest in mercenaries. Whatever decision you make, I won't interfere. Without another glance at Helmet, she turned back to Araya, her gaze warm, her voice gentle, preparing to speak to him again. Genia leaned forward, ready to speak again, but Araya cut her off. I need to rest before the journey begins. Her eyes widened. What would be better if you ate more? He ignored her, rising from his seat and heading toward the exit. As he passed, Helmet's eyes followed him. Something fell off. A strange presence clung to Araya, one Helmet couldn't place. He kept staring even as Araya walked away. Genia quickly stood, her composure cracking. I'll return to my room, she told Gilton hastily before hurrying after Araya. When she was gone, Helmet asked Gilton, Is Araya one of the guards? Gilton shook his head. No, he's Lady Genia's guest, a well-known student of Greta Academy. My lady recognized him by chance and insisted he travel with us. Helmet's brow furrowed. Is Lady Genia also a student there? Not yet, Gilton explained. She plans to take the entrance exam. That's why we're heading to Badan. Helmet was caught off guard. Genia and her entourage were traveling to the same destination as him. Gilton checked the time. We leave in 2 hours. Go to the stable and prepare a horse. Once you're ready, wait near the first carriage. If you need anything, Kedrick will help you. I still have matters to arrange. Helmet nodded. Understood. Thank you. The scene shifts. Helmet now rode a white horse, clearly irritated. The animal was restless, tossing its head and stamping its hooves. At the stable, it had caused endless trouble, forcing the owner to apologize. Forgive it, the man had said. This one likes to show off. Helmet thought back to the face mercenary horses, calm, obedient, and loyal. Compared to them, this creature was a nuisance. As he guided the horse beside a carriage, a voice rang out. Araya, ride with me. Helmet turned. Of course, it was Genia. With a grim expression, Araya strode toward her carriage. And as he passed Helmet once again, the truth clicked. So that's what it was. Helmet could feel it now. Araya's body was wrapped in mana. He wasn't just any student. He was a mage. The scene shifts. The convoy wound its way through a forest path. Helmet rode silently, his thoughts circling back to Araya. Finally, it made sense why that presence had felt so strange from start. From the moment Helmet first laid eyes on Araya, something about him felt strange. He still couldn't figure out what kind of magic Araya had cast on himself, or why he would even need to. The mystery gnawed at him, and Helmet resolved to keep a close watch. Inside the carriage, Genia leaned toward Araya, her voice filled with admiration. Is it true you're the top student of the magic faculty? Yes, Araya answered plainly. Genia's face lit up. Of course, she thought. No test could trouble him. Smiling brightly, she admitted, I'm nervous about the entrance exam. I don't even know how to prepare properly. Without changing expression, Araya replied, If you prepared enough, you'll do fine. But Genia, caught up in her fangirl fantasy, pressed on. I studied hard, but I'm still nervous. Then once we arrive at Bedan, review your work, Araya said flatly. I'll need someone to teach me, Genia countered quickly. Greta Academy encourages individual learning, Araya replied. You should get used to studying alone. With mock tears glistening in her eyes, Genia pouted. I can't worry about that until I pass the exam. I can't send bad news home. Araya saw through her act. He knew she was angling for him to tutor her. I'll introduce you to a proper tutor who specializes in the entrance exams, he said calmly. Her jaw dropped. What about you? She asked shyly. Couldn't you be my tutor? It will be difficult, Araya answered. What? It's a new semester. I need to prepare as well. His tone left no room for argument. Ending the conversation, Araya added, This journey will be tiring. You should rest. Realizing she was pushing too hard, Genia forced herself to smile and agreed. All right, I'll rest. The scene shifts. From his horse, Helmut had been listening closely to their conversation, hoping to learn something useful. But the longer he listened, the more irritated he became. None of it mattered to him. He had wasted his time. With a sigh, he thought, only Finn would bother with something this pointless. He urged his horse forward, moving away from the carriage. The scene shifts again. Inside a dark hideout, members of the Blackhawk gathered. Boss, one of Anton's subordinates reported, We've tracked Helmut. We can catch him if we move quickly. He's traveling with a group that has only a few knights and mercenaries. Anton's eyes narrowed in surprise. Anton quickly realized that Helmut must be serving under a noble, otherwise he wouldn't be traveling with knights. The thought unsettled him. He didn't like that a noble was involved with Helmut. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to eliminate Helmut alone. Paul raised an eyebrow, surprised at the extent Anton was willing to go just for a single mercenary. You're really persistent, aren't you? He remarked. Anton only laughed at the comment. Persistent? No, I just prefer to be careful. His tone grew darker as he leaned closer. The Blackhawk way is simple. Tear your enemies apart, piece by piece, until nothing remains. If you want to join us, you'll need that same philosophy. Paul smirked. I like the way you think. The scene shifts. Helmut and his group arrive at a small, modest inn. Genia frowned at the sight. This place? Can't you find us somewhere better, Gilton? Gilton shook his head. There's no other inn around here. We'll have to make do for one night. Just then, the village chief approached to welcome them warmly. Gilton bowed, slightly in gratitude. Thank you for letting us stay. We'll make sure you're rewarded later. The chief's face lit up at those words. This may be simple, but it belongs to our village. Rest well. Later, Helmut trained alone in the forest nearby. After pushing himself for a while, he paused, breathing heavily. He could feel it. His buys had improved greatly, his strength far beyond what it once was. And yet, something still felt blocked within him. His body hadn't had enough time to fully train, to refine both muscle and buys. He wondered if Greta Academy would give him that opportunity. Maybe there, he'd finally uncover a clue about his seed of darkness. As those thoughts lingered, a strange feeling washed over him. Someone was watching. Helmut snapped his gaze upward, only to see the clear sky above. Still, he was certain, eyes were on him. He noticed an owl perched nearby. At that moment, the scene cuts. Araya dismissed his skill, eyes of an eagle. He was taken aback. Helmut had sensed him. If he had stayed longer, he would have been discovered. Impossible, no ordinary human could detect that kind of magic. Araya narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He had seen countless mercenaries in his life, yet never one capable of seeing through a spell. Araya found it strange. Helmut was already at rank 3 despite his age. A remarkable feat, but something told him Helmut had the potential to go even higher. As he pondered this, a loud knock interrupted his thoughts. Genia stood outside his door, calling out for him. Araya stayed silent, hoping she would leave. Instead, she started pounding on the door like a madwoman. I know you're awake. Open up. Before she could cause more trouble, her maids rushed over and pulled her back. Young lady, you must be in bed before 9 to rejuvenate your skin. Your father gave strict orders. Genia struggled in their grip, insisting she only wanted a quick word with Araya. But the maids were relentless. When they noticed she was wearing makeup, their jaws nearly dropped. How bold, they muttered, dragging her away. Inside, Araya sighed with relief. At least the maids had spared him from her antics. The next morning, the group continued their journey. By midday, they stopped to rest, as it was nearly mealtime. One knight spotted a spring nearby and suggested they pause there. Kedrick dismounted to inspect it. Gilton was doubtful. A spring? in the middle of a forest. Kedrick smiled. This isn't just any spring. Travelers heading to Bedan often stop here to rest. He dipped his hand in and tasted the water. Clean and refreshing, almost like good booze. Relieved, Gilton ordered the group to eat there. At once, the maids began setting out a variety of lavish dishes. The knights looked on in shock. Fresh salad, roasted meat, and delicacies, right in the middle of the wilderness. Meanwhile, all they were given was bread and jerky. One knight muttered under his breath, convinced they'd be stuck there all day if the nobles insisted on eating through everything they brought. Resentment filled the men. Their low status was plain as day. Helmet quietly chewed on his bread, wishing Finn were there to cook something better. When he drank from the spring, however, he paused. Something about the water felt off. Poison? He looked around. Everyone else was drinking without issue. Was he imagining things? As he stared at his cup, a knight beside him yawned. I think I'll take a nap. Not long after, once the meal ended, Gilton suggested they prepare to move out. But as soon as he spoke, a wave of fatigue hit him. His gaze shifted toward Genia's carriage. Gilton walked over to Genia's carriage and called out, "We're leaving soon." But there was no response. Concerned, he opened the door, only to find her lying motionless inside. His heart sank, but as he looked closer, relief washed over him. She wasn't hurt. She was just sleeping. In her sleep, Genia mumbled nonsense, drooling slightly as she muttered about spending a night with Araya. Gilton let out a shaky breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. But the moment he did, a wave of dizziness hit him. His vision blurred. The maids and knights nearby began swaying on their feet, their bodies giving out one after another. Gilton called desperately for Kedrick, only to find him already unconscious on the ground. Panic struck. He had no idea what was happening. Moments later, he too collapsed. One by one, the entire group fell into slumber. Everyone except Helmet. Helmet immediately poured out his cup of water. As he did, shadows stirred. From the trees and bushes, members of the Blackhawk revealed themselves. Paul clicked his tongue. Sleeping potion in the water? What a stupid move. The man responsible defended himself quickly. It had to be done. We couldn't risk killing nobles in a fight. Besides, this potion leaves no trace. But then his eyes widened. Helmet was still standing. What the? How is he awake? Paul's face darkened as he recognized him. You? I've heard about you. Weren't you with the face mercenaries? His expression twisted. So, you're the one who killed our men. Helmet stiffened, equally shocked. That face was familiar. Paul, the rank 2 mercenary from Taliek's squad. Memories surged back. The demon monkey, his squad slaughtered, and Paul, the coward, running away while his comrades were devoured. His grip tightened on his sword. Traitors, Helmet spat. Max bristled with rage. What did you just say? He lunged forward, but Paul raised a hand, stopping him. Calm down, Paul ordered, though his voice carried venom. His gaze locked on Helmet. Watch your mouth. You're nothing more than prey. Around him, the Blackhawk members began closing in, forming a circle. Paul drew his sword with a twisted grin. Let's begin the hunt. Helmet placed his hand on his weapon, eyes darting, calculating. The numbers weren't in his favor. But before Paul could make his move, a flash of energy streaked toward him. A surge of magic slammed against his blade as he barely managed to block. Staggering, his eyes widened. A mage! Helmet didn't flinch. He already knew who it was. From the shadows, Araya emerged, mana swirling fiercely around his body. His voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Drop your sword and leave. Paul's face twisted in frustration. All that money spent on an untraceable potion. And still, Araya had ruined everything. The potion hadn't worked on everyone. Helmet, too, was surprised to find Araya still awake. He studied him carefully, curiosity in his eyes. Araya scowled. What are you staring at, you bastard crow? Keep your eyes on the enemy in front of you. Helmet turned his attention back to Paul, who was seething with frustration. He pressed his blade to the throat of the man who had poisoned the spring. What went wrong? The man trembled. I didn't know there was a mage among them. With a snarl, Paul slammed his sword hilt against the man's skull, knocking him down. Excuses, he spat. I was a fool to expect competence from the Blackhawk. I'll deal with this myself. Clean up the mess when I'm done. He then sneered at Helmet. You dingy-looking brat. Let's have a little talk. Without warning, he lunged, sword raised high, fury burning in his eyes. I'll kill you. Helmet met the strike with ease, parrying Paul's blade. The sharp clang of steel rang out. Paul's eyes widened at the force of Helmet's block. Not bad. His strikes came heavier, faster, each swing driving Helmet deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Max stepped forward toward Araya. Stay still, and I'll grant you a painless death. Araya smirked. A mage who stays still is already dead. Mana flared around him as he unleashed his magic. The scene cuts back to Paul and Helmet. Their blades clashed again and again, sparks flying with each impact. With sheer strength, Paul forced Helmet further back, laughing as he pressed the assault. What happened to your confidence? Where's that arrogance now? Helmet ignored his taunts. His mind focused on one thing, luck. Facing two rank 2 mercenaries and the rest of Blackhawk would have been near impossible. But with Araya awake, his odds had shifted. Still, Paul wasn't done. Blue energy erupted around his body as he activated his buys. With a roar, he launched a devastating strike. The blast crashed into Helmet, engulfing him in a violent explosion. Smoke and dust swirled around the impact zone. Paul scoffed, lowering his blade. Pathetic. So weak. Where's that arrogance now? But then, from within the haze, a voice rang out. Our fight is just getting started. Paul froze. As the dust cleared, Helmet stepped forward, completely unscathed. An ominous aura flared around Helmet, his energy spilling into the forest. He looked straight at Paul. Thanks for following me here. Paul scowled. What? Are you insane? I've got you cornered. Don't twist the situation. Helmet's blade shimmered as he coated it with buys. You're not even worthy to face me. Paul's eyes widened. You can control this? Rage twisted his face as he enveloped his own sword in energy. Bastard. A rank 4 trash like you thinks he can fight me. A rank 2 mercenary? With a furious shout, he charged. Helmet slipped aside with ease, dodging the strike. By the time Paul turned, Helmet's figure in front of him blurred into nothing but an afterimage. Realization struck too late. Helmet was already above him. A crushing blow descended, fueled by concentrated buys. Paul raised his sword, but he was too slow. The attack slammed him into the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. His scream echoed through the trees. Helmet landed lightly, sword in hand. Paul struggled, his body trembling as he forced himself up. Ow! How can you use so much vis? Helmet answered with the flat of his blade, striking Paul across the head. That's none of your business. Leave. Take the rest of the Blackhawk and get out. I'll let you live. Turning his back, Helmet started to walk away. But Paul's laugh rang out, sharp and broken. You want me to beg? You want me to grovel? Never. Kill me. I'd rather die than suffer humiliation. Helmet stopped, his voice calm but heavy. You were already humiliated. The moment you abandoned your comrades, you lost everything. Paul's eyes widened. The words cut deeper than any blade. Helmet walked away, leaving him writhing on the ground. Paul's laughter twisted into madness, echoing in the dark woods. As Helmet moved deeper into the forest, a thought struck him. Araya. He remembered the mage was still facing the other Blackhawk members. He hoped he'd manage to hold his ground. The scene shifted. Several Blackhawk mercenaries lay sprawled in the dirt, their bodies broken. Max and a few others clutched their wounds, barely able to move. Max glared up at Araya. What are you? Stones floated around the mage, spinning under his command. What am I? He replied coldly. A mage. One Blackhawk roared in anger, charging recklessly. Without hesitation, Araya sent a boulder crashing down, silencing him instantly. His gaze returned to Max, whatever your mission was. I'm not interested. Araya's voice cut through the battlefield. You interfered in my business. For that, I'll destroy you. He raised his hand, mana flaring, and another Blackhawk mercenary crumpled under the weight of his spell. Max snarled. Arrogant bastard. He snatched up his spear, coating it in buys, and charged forward. Araya's gaze was cold, pretending to be strong. I'll shatter that facade. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a massive wave of magic. Max's eyes went wide. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. Blocking it was impossible. The blast hurled him across the ground, smashing him against a boulder with a sickening thud. The other Blackhawk members scrambled to his side. Araya's voice was sharp and commanding. You're coming to Bedan with me. Stay where you are. At his words, a radiant circle of light formed around them. The mercenaries froze in shock. Restraint magic, one of them shouted. Run before it binds us. Panic erupted. The men scattered in all directions. But Araya was faster. More rings of light appeared, snapping shut on those closest to him. One after another, mercenaries were trapped dragged down by glowing restraints. Still, some slipped away into the forest. Araya's jaw tightened. He didn't like letting prey escape, but capturing Max was enough. He turned back toward the boulder where Max had fallen, only to find it empty. The scene shifted. Max crouched behind another boulder, his breath ragged, his body battered. He struggled to process what had just happened. Helmet. He's the one Blackhawk is after? And he's traveling with a mage like that? The thought made his chest tighten. He tried to piece together where it all went wrong, but his mind was in chaos. Then suddenly he felt it. A presence close by. Max ducked lower, peering out cautiously, only to see Helmet walking through the trees, unharmed. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? He should be injured, unless. The realization hit him like a blade. Paul he lost. To a rank 4 mercenary? Impossible. Helmet stopped mid-step, his sharp senses catching Max's presence behind a rock. But instead of striking, he simply let it be, silently surprised to see. Later, Araya explained the situation to Gilton, telling him that Helmet had helped fight off the Blackhawk. I don't know why he didn't fall asleep like the rest of us, he admitted. Helmet answered calmly. Medicine and potions don't affect me. Gilton's eyes widened. He recalled stories of rare individuals with natural immunities to such things. Nodding with respect, he turned to Helmet. You've done us a great service. I'll make sure you're paid more than what was promised. Just then, Genia came running, her gaze fixed solely on Araya. With stars in her eyes, she grabbed his hand tightly. It must be fate that you saved me. Please let me repay this debt. Marry me. Araya pulled his hand away, his tone flat. I'm already betrothed. When I graduate from the academy, I'll marry her. The words shattered Genia's world. She froze, her expression hollow. Kedrick and Gilton exchanged uneasy glances, both stunned. Kedrick felt embarrassed for her. Moments later, Genia broke down in tears, her cries echoing. Gilton rushed to her side, begging her not to cry in public as he tried to calm her down. Once her outburst ended, Kedrick quickly ordered the group to move out. The journey to Bedan passed without further incident. As the city's gates came into view, Gilton shaded his eyes against the sun. We made it without any more trouble, he said with relief. The group buzzed with excitement. Finally, they had arrived. Helmet dismounted, his gaze fixed on Bedan's towering gates. But before he could step forward, Gilton stopped him. The noble walked up to him. Helmet, thank you. I'll give you a strong recommendation at the Mercenary Guild. He reached into his pocket, producing a pouch heavy with coins. 10,000 marks. Not your fee, just a token of our gratitude. Helmet accepted it with a nod. Thank you. As he looked around, he noticed Araya preparing to leave. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Helmet stepped into his path. Araya frowned. Why are you standing in front of me? Helmet gave a small nod. Thank you. You've helped me in more ways than you realize. Araya blinked, caught off guard. But to keep up his tough act, he looked away and ignored the words. Helmet didn't press further. After giving his thanks, he turned toward the city. Step by step, he walked through the gates of Bedan, eyes wide at the unfamiliar sights that stretched before him. Bedan was unlike anything Helmet had ever seen. The city stretched endlessly, larger than any village he'd visited, with crowds of people flooding the streets. The sheer difference between a village and a city left him stunned. After wandering for some time, he finally reached the grand gates of Greta Academy. Finding the place hadn't been easy. The city size was overwhelming. Stepping onto Academy grounds, Helmet's eyes widened. Towering buildings rose all around him, their scale unlike anything he'd known. Students in uniform walked past, chatting and smiling, their laughter echoing in the halls. The sights were impressive, but Helmet had no time to admire them. His focus was clear. He needed to find a man named Eden Kudrow. Spotting a receptionist at the front desk, Helmet approached. But the woman didn't look up. Her eyes remained glued to the book in front of her. With a sharp thud, Helmet slammed his hand against the desk. The sudden noise startled her, making her yelp. After composing herself, she looked up. What do you want? I'm looking for Eden Kudrow, Helmet replied. Her eyes widened at the name. Do you mean Sir Eden Kudrow, the swordsmanship instructor? Yes, Helmet nodded. I'm an acquaintance of his. Can I meet him? She studied him for a moment before asking, Your name? Helmet. The scene shifted. The receptionist led him through the wide hallways until they reached a door. Pulling out a glowing blue card, she pressed it against the surface. A magic circle lit up, spreading across the frame. Wait here a moment, she said. Helmet's eyes flickered with surprise. Watching her casually use magic left him curious, and even more curious about the man he was about to meet. Darienne wouldn't mention someone ordinary, he thought. The door creaked open slowly. The receptionist stepped aside and gestured. "You may go in." Helmet entered. Inside stood a man with jet black hair, Eden Kudrow. His gaze was sharp, his presence overwhelming. "I've never heard of you before," Eden said flatly. "State your business." Helmet froze for a moment. He could feel it instantly. Eden was powerful. Not at Darienne's level, no. But without a doubt, the strongest human he had encountered so far. Strong enough, Helmet thought, to rival a rank 1 mercenary. Eden frowned, noticing the silence. "Why are you staring at me? Speak." Eden's voice cut through the silence. "Explain yourself. Why are you here?" The words pulled Helmet back to the moment. Without answering, he gripped the hilt of his sword and drew it from its sheath. Eden's eyes narrowed. "What are you doing?" Helmet held the blade forward. "I expected you to recognize this." At first, Eden frowned. The sword looked simple, even crude. But as his gaze lingered, his expression shifted. Its balance, its resilience, there was no mistaking it. This wasn't just any weapon. Recognition struck. This sword, it belonged to Darienne Depert. Helmet's eyes widened slightly. Darienne had been right. Eden did know it. Eden stepped closer, his voice tight. "Is Darienne still alive?" Helmet's answer was calm, but heavy. "No, he passed away recently." The weight of the words hit Eden hard. His body trembled as disbelief gripped him. "Darienne dead?" For a moment, the room felt colder. Slowly, he forced himself to accept it. 20 years had passed since Darienne vanished, and now, the final truth had reached him. Taking a steady breath, Eden spoke again. "Darienne once saved my life. I swore on my name and my family's honor that I'd repay that debt. Seeing you with his sword, you must be his last apprentice." He looked Helmet in the eye. "Why have you come here?" Helmet answered firmly. "I want to enroll in the academy." Eden's brows rose in surprise. "So that was Darienne's wish, that I become this boy's guardian. What's your age?" Eden asked. Helmet hesitated. "I don't know." Eden froze. "You mean you've lived all this time without knowing how old you are?" Helmet tried to calculate. "Maybe 14 or 15. Eden studied his physique and shook his head. "Not 14. You're likely 15. That means you can't join as a freshman. You'll have to enter as a transfer student." He reached for a book on his desk, ready to explain the process. But before he could begin, Helmet asked, "Do I really need to take the exam?" Eden stopped, then let out a faint chuckle. Of course, the apprentice of the divine swordsman wouldn't need to prove himself in the swordsmanship exam. "No," he said finally, "you don't." He could transfer immediately if he revealed the truth. He was Darienne's apprentice, the disciple of the divine swordsman himself. When he told Eden this, Eden froze. The name alone carried more weight than any proof. Helmet gripped his sword tighter. Even here, in the human world, Darienne's influence still guided him. From the very first time in the Forest of Roots, Darienne had been by his side. The thought filled him with gratitude. But then, Helmet paused. Something didn't add up. Darienne was in the Forest of Roots, yet Eden had said Darienne vanished 20 years ago. If even Darienne's closest allies knew nothing of his whereabouts, then how had he ended up there? Helmet's mind raced. Darienne hadn't gone to that place willingly. Someone had forced him there and covered it up. And if those same people learned he was Darienne's last apprentice, they wouldn't hesitate to send him back into the Forest of Roots, no matter what power lay in his seed of darkness. When Eden urged him to reveal his identity, Helmet shook his head. "I can't. No one can know I'm Darienne's disciple." Eden stared, stunned. "Why? Why hide something like that?" Helmet looked away. "I can't tell you everything yet. If anyone finds out, my life won't be safe." The words hit Eden hard. His shock turned to anger. Who would dare target Darienne's apprentice? "Tell me, who are they?" Helmet's voice stayed calm. "I'll explain when the time is right. Please just wait." Eden slowly let out a breath, regaining his composure. He nodded. "All right, I'll trust you. I know you and Darienne carry burdens that can't be shared. But remember, Darienne entrusted you to me. Whenever you need help, I'll be there." Then his tone shifted. "For now, focus on the transfer exam. I'll handle the documents." But before that, Eden's hand tightened into a fist as he walked forward, his displeasure still visible. "I need to test your strength." He led Helmet into a secluded chamber. "This is my personal training ground. I know you're strong. After all, your master is the divine swordsman. But strength alone isn't enough. I need to see your true ability. Eden dragged out a massive wooden log and set it before him. Show me, he said. Eden pointed at the wooden rack. Not with your blade. Use one of those practice swords. Helmet nodded, set his weapon aside, and grabbed a wooden sword. He gave it a few quick swings, testing its weight. It felt natural in his hands. The log before him was no ordinary wood. A white birch, denser and tougher than most. Even leaving a dent on it would be impressive for someone his age. But Eden had already seen enough to know Helmet wasn't ordinary. As soon as Helmet settled into his stance, his energy flared. Vibes flowed through him. Eden's eyes widened. Already? At his age? He couldn't believe it. Before the thought was complete, Helmet's wooden blade sliced forward. A sharp crack echoed through the room. The birch split clean in half. Eden's jaw nearly dropped. Not only had Helmet managed it, he had channeled Vibes so perfectly that the log was cleaved in one strike. The young man standing before him was every bit the apprentice of Darienne. You'll have no problem with the practical exam, Eden said firmly. What you just showed me is more than enough. Helmet glanced at him. Then, can I really enter the academy? Eden nodded. You can. With power like yours, passing will be easy. And if you're this strong, I'd wager you're sharp in other ways too. But Eden's confidence wavered only moments later. The scene shifted. He sat trembling, clutching Helmet's written test results. His hands nearly shook the paper apart. 4. In almost every subject, Helmet had scored only 4 points. It was so bad Eden thought even blind guessing would have earned higher marks. This can't be real, Eden muttered. How could someone so gifted in combat be this hopeless with studies? The real exam was just 10 days away. At this rate, Helmet wouldn't even be allowed through the gates. Eden rubbed his temples. You can't enroll with scores like these. And even if I wanted to help, it's impossible. There's no time to hire a private tutor. And faculty like me, we're forbidden from training applicants in secret. If anyone finds out, it could cause problems for both of us. Helmet leaned forward. Then, what should I do? Isn't there any way? Eden sighed heavily. Normally, academy students take on that role, tutoring newcomers before the exam. But with the date so close, the best of them are already taken. I don't know what else to do. The room fell into silence. Helmet lowered his gaze, thinking. Then, a voice from memory surfaced, Gilton's words about Araya. Gilton's words came back to him. Araya, the academy's genius. Eden, Helmet asked suddenly, do you know someone named Araya? Eden raised a brow. Of course. Araya's a prodigy. He entered with the highest honors, the first in academy history to score a perfect mark across every subject. Helmet didn't really understand what being an honor student meant, but he understood one thing clearly. Araya was smart. Smarter than anyone else he could ask. He didn't want to trouble him, but with no other options, the decision was made. I'll ask Araya to tutor me. Eden blinked. What? Him? His disbelief was written in his voice. Yes, Araya is skilled enough, but how do you plan to convince him? How do you even know him? Before Eden could finish, Helmet was already gone. The scene shifted. Araya stood before Helmet, staring him down. You came to me for this. He scoffed. I never agreed to see you again. And now you're here, begging me to teach you. His voice sharpened. I despise teaching fools, especially muscle-headed swordsmen like you. Empty brains, swinging sharp steel. That's all you are. Helmet stayed calm. I only want to pass the exam. Nothing more. Everyone says you're the best tutor. That's why I came to you. Araya turned away. I don't care. Find someone else. I have no intention of wasting my time on you. He stepped toward the door, hand reaching for the handle. Wait, Helmet's voice cut through. I'll pay you. Araya froze mid-step. Slowly, he glanced back. Pay me? You're trying to buy my intelligence with money. His lips curled. Then tell me. How much are you offering? Helmet didn't hesitate. How much do you want? That reply lit irritation in Araya's eyes. 100,000 marks. All of it. Up front. Done. The single word stopped him cold. Araya's expression faltered. He turned fully, disbelief clear. You're serious? You'd actually hand over 100,000 marks just to study under me? Helmet met his gaze. We start tomorrow. Araya narrowed his eyes. You do understand what you're saying, don't you? 100,000 marks. Helmet nodded without hesitation. He had 90,000 from his time with the face mercenaries, and another 10,000 from his most recent mission. It was enough. There isn't much time left, Helmet said firmly. We start tomorrow. For once, Araya was speechless. He had only thrown out that outrageous price to chase Helmet away, never imagining he'd actually agree. Fine, Araya muttered. But if you can't produce the money, don't bother showing up. Meet me at my dorm tomorrow morning. And know this, if you're not serious, I'll cancel everything on the spot. With that, he spun on his heel and vanished inside. Inside the dorm, a boy sat reading, an odd creature perched atop his head. He looked up as Araya entered, but said nothing. Later, as Helmet turned to leave, the boy's gaze followed him. He tilted his head, surprised. So Araya actually has a friend? And such an unusual one at that. The next morning, the sun rose over the academy grounds. Helmet returned, just as promised. Araya was already waiting outside. He raised a brow, half expecting Helmet to back out. You actually came. Do you have money? Helmet reached into his pocket and pulled out a heavy bag. Exactly 100,000 marks. He handed it over without hesitation. Araya held the bag, stunned. He had never intended for this deal to become real. He tried to shake off the unease. Listen closely. I've never tutored anyone before. If you fail, don't expect a refund. That doesn't matter, Helmet replied without flinching. The answer threw Araya off. He had expected fear, maybe regret. Instead, all he saw was unwavering resolve. For the first time, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had demanded such a ridiculous sum out of pride. But this boy was actually serious. With a long breath, Araya finally gave in. Fine, I'll teach you. He motioned toward the door. Wait here. I need to grab something. Though he wasn't excited about the task, Araya figured tutoring couldn't be that difficult. The scene shifted. Helmet and Araya sat together in the academy's vast library. Scrolls and books surrounded them. As Araya began explaining, his sharp eyes locked on Helmet. He studied the boy closely, as if trying to read more than just his answers. It didn't take long for Araya to realize the truth. Helmet was far more troublesome than he expected. Teaching him was nothing like tutoring a normal student. Everything about this boy was unusual, yet the more he observed, the more baffled he became. Helmet's ability to absorb new information was incredible, sharper even than the top students of the magic department. His focus was unshakable, his memory flawless. Tell me, Araya asked suddenly, narrowing his eyes, have you been living in a forest your whole life? Helmet stiffened. The words struck him like a blade. How could Araya guess so accurately? At that moment, he was certain this wasn't just any image. Araya saw too much. He would have to be careful around him. Why would you ask that? Helmet said cautiously. Because your focus is unmatched, Araya replied bluntly. Your memory, your concentration, they're extraordinary. But then, he slammed his fist against the table, startling Helmet. Why don't you know the most basic ethics, or even the simplest common knowledge? Helmet looked down, unable to answer. Araya shoved a paper toward him. Look at this. One of my test questions. What would you do if someone tried to pick a fight with you? And what do you write? Threaten them with my father's authority. His voice rose with disbelief. Who in their right mind writes something like that? Helmet stayed silent. We don't have time to waste, Araya snapped. We'll rush through the other subjects, then focus entirely on your ethics. And listen carefully. 100,000 marks is no small sum. You've paid for it, so failure is not an option. His tone sharpened. You're being taught by the academy's top student. That means you will enroll. No excuses. Helmet blinked at him, confused. He realized Araya wasn't doing this for the money. He was doing it for his own pride. Helmet couldn't decide if that made him more reliable or simply insane. Night fell, but the two of them were still in the library, surrounded by stacks of books and scattered notes. Next question, Araya said, leaning back. Suppose a classmate steals something from you. What's the proper response? I want the most wholesome, most ethical solution. Helmet rested his chin in his hand, thinking deeply. Violence wasn't the answer. He was sure of that. Slowly, he looked up. I've got it. Araya's eyes narrowed. Let's hear it. Helmet replied with certainty. The best answer, Helmet said with confidence, is to steal it back quietly. Araya's face twitched. For a moment, he couldn't even form words. Finally, he let out a sharp breath. You idiot. That's wrong. Helmet frowned. Why? I didn't fight. I avoided conflict. I solved the problem quietly. Araya pressed a hand to his forehead. Unbelievable. You actually think that's correct. Of course you do. You think like a swordsman. But listen, if you steal it back, your classmates learn nothing. They'll just do it again. The right way is to confront them, make them understand what they've done, and let them repent. Forgive the person, but not the sin. That is justice. That's the Academy's way. Helmet blinked, confused. The logic felt twisted and overly complicated. But if this was how humans lived, then he had no choice but to learn. He couldn't ignore it. If he wanted to walk the path Darienne spoke of, he had to adapt, even if it meant learning these things far too late. The lesson pressed on. What if someone assaults you? Araya asked, testing him again. I'd kill them, Helmet replied without hesitation. Araya slammed the table. No, you get a security guard to deal with it, you idiot. His voice echoed through the library, drawing glares from nearby students. Days passed. Their lessons stretched late into the night, until finally, exam day arrived. Students streamed out of the library. The test finished at last. Outside, Araya waited near the steps. Behind a nearby bush, two girls peeked out, whispering excitedly. Look, it's Lord Araya, one of them gushed. Why is he at the examination center? He's still as handsome as ever. The other sighed dreamily. Do you think maybe he was waiting for someone? Of course. He's probably here for that lucky person he's been tutoring all week. Just then, Helmet stepped out of the library. He walked straight toward Araya. Araya raised a brow. Already done? So, the academy decided to hold the exam in the library. Helmet shrugged. Probably because it's quiet. Araya's jaw tightened. That was rhetorical, you idiot. He sighed. Anyway, I left my books inside because of all the time I wasted tutoring you. I had to wait until you finished. He looked Helmet in the eye. So, how did you do? Helmet gave a firm nod. Araya smirked faintly. He was certain that. Araya folded his arms. You won't have any trouble with the practical exam. Our tutorials end here. He walked past Helmet, his steps sharp and deliberate. Good luck, he added without looking back. Helmet bowed his head. Thank you. Araya stopped, turned, and met his gaze. Don't thank me. You paid for my service. Just work hard. With that, he left. Helmet watched him go, gratitude still weighing on his chest. Araya might not accept it, but Helmet knew he owed him. With the written exam behind him, Helmet turned his focus to the practical. He made his way to the hall where the transfer candidates for the swordsmanship department gathered. As soon as he entered, an instructor told him to wait until his name was called, then follow to his assigned group. Helmet scanned the hall. So many new entrants, each waiting anxiously for their turn. He sat quietly, slipping into thought. What should I do once this is over? Eden had advised him to rest after the exam, but it had been too long since his last real training. I'll train instead. His thoughts were broken when someone waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, what are you thinking about? The boy asked with a wide grin. Helmet blinked. I'm Savet Lugal, the boy continued, offering a handshake. Second son of the Rugal family. And you are? Helmet hesitated, uncertain. Savet's sudden friendliness fell off. He was sure this boy had some reason for approaching him. When Helmet didn't reply, Savet tilted his head. Oh, I see. You're quiet because of academy regulations, right? Don't worry. We're not students yet. Those rules don't apply to us. Helmet frowned. Academy regulations? He had never even heard of such a thing. He narrowed his eyes at Savet. Why did you come to me? Savet raised his hands, still smiling. Relax. I just want to make friends with the other transfers, that's all. But the truth was, Savet had noticed Helmet with Araya. Anyone close to the academy's genius was worth knowing. In his mind, Helmet had to be a low-ranking noble. Befriending him could be useful. Finally, Helmet spoke. Helmet. Savet froze, then laughed lightly. Helmet? That's unusual. What about your family name? Which house do you belong to? The word family struck Helmet unexpectedly. Savet leaned closer. Come on, it'll be good to know. Savet chuckled. It's good to know each other before enrollment. After all, we'll need to get along with everyone. Helmet thought about the family name carved inside his pendant, Margaret Irene. But because he had been sent to the Forest of Roots, he knew better than to speak it aloud. I don't have a family name, Helmet said flatly. Savet froze, his eyes widening. What? Then you're a commoner? Yes. Laughter burst out of Savet. He threw his head back, mocking. Unbelievable. I actually offered my hand to a commoner. His smile twisted into disgust. And why are you sitting there like you're confident? Do you not understand your place? One of Savet's friends leaned in. Why would a commoner even try to enroll in the academy? Savet smirked. Because he's a bastard with no shame. Probably never learned it, even in his precious tutorials. His eyes narrowed on Helmet. Tell me, how did a lowly brat like you manage to get tutored by Araya? Before Helmet could reply, a shadow loomed behind Savet. A massive man placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Savet stiffened. His friends went pale. The man's voice was calm, but iron lay beneath it. Keep your voice down. Some students still haven't taken their exams. His grip tightened just enough to make Savet flinch. Remember this. It's forbidden to discriminate inside the academy. Don't judge others by class or gender. He released Savet and stepped back. Applicant 15, be careful with your words. Then he turned to the rest of the hall. In 5 minutes, we'll begin the examination briefing. Sit down. Savet brushed his shoulder angrily, as though wiping away the man's touch. He waved for his friends to follow, but not before pausing beside Helmet. With a sneer, he hissed, "If you're a commoner, keep your head down. Stop hanging around people above your class. You're only confusing them." Helmet didn't react. He simply ignored the insult and sat quietly. The scene shifted. An instructor stood before the gathered applicants. "You all worked hard on the written exam," he said firmly. "Now comes the practical. This test will be taken in groups, and each group will face 2 separate trials." As the words sank in, Helmet's sharp eyes scanned the hall, and he noticed something odd. Helmet suddenly noticed it, the other applicant's stares. Cold, judging, the same way Savet had looked at him. It dawned on him that the human world was no different from the Forest of Roots. Monsters and humans alike lived under hierarchies. The only difference was the measure of power. In the forest, strength ruled. Here was family, status, and name. Is family more important than strength in this world? Helmet wondered. Either way, if he wanted to survive in the academy, he had to learn what mattered most. Next group, step inside. Helmet rose when his turn came. The instructor led him to a chamber where a towering blackwood tree stood firmly planted. "You'll cut this tree," the instructor explained. He lifted a wooden sword from the rack and offered it to Helmet. "Any swordsmanship you like is allowed. You may also use this." Helmet accepted the weapon. "You have 5 minutes. Fail to cut it within that time, and you'll be disqualified. Begin when ready." Helmet studied the tree, pressing his palm against its surface. The wood was tough, but not enough to withstand his power. This test was far too simple. He gripped the sword, let bise surge through his body, and with a single decisive strike, crack, the blackwood split clean in 2. The instructor staggered back in shock. Even he needed several blows to cut blackwood, yet this boy had done it in one effortless swing. Helmet lowered the blade calmly. "Is the examination over?" The instructor snapped back to his senses. "Why, yes. You've passed the first stage." The scene shifted. Savet lounged with his friends, smirking as they whispered about the test. But the moment Helmet stepped out, Savet's face twisted with annoyance. "Ew, did they give you rottenwood instead of blackwood?" His voice dripped with mockery. "I'll report this to the supervisor." Helmet didn't bother replying. What nonsense is he spouting now? Before he could think further, the instructor stepped forward. "The next stage will now begin," he announced. "Sparring. Each of you will duel one-on-one for 8 minutes. You may use your swordsmanship freely. The instructors will observe every match. Final acceptance will be decided after careful evaluation," the instructor concluded. As he spoke, Savet's eyes stayed locked on Helmet. "Your opponents will be chosen at random," the instructor continued. "Remember, acceptance depends not on victory, but on the skill you display. Show us your best." Savet grinned. "Unfair," he muttered to his friends. "Whoever gets matched with Helmet gets an automatic pass." Helmet's gaze snapped toward him, sharp and cold. Savet flinched, then sneered when he realized Helmet had heard. Helmet clenched his fists. "This fool, he doesn't know his place. Should I shut him up here and now?" Savet leaned forward with a smug smile. "What's wrong? If you got a problem, hit me. Go on, try." His voice was dripping with provocation. Helmet's jaw tightened. He wondered if Savet would finally leave him alone if he did. His fist trembled with restrained anger. But then the instructor's voice rang out. "Helmet, Andro, step forward." Both Helmet and Savet froze. The second name was called again. "Andro." From the crowd, another applicant rose. Helmet and Andro walked toward the front as Savet muttered under his breath. "TCH, lucky. I would have crushed that commoner." His friend chuckled. "Andro's the lucky one. Imagine facing nobody in your first duel." Helmet stopped mid-step and glared over his shoulder. He didn't speak, but his eyes alone silenced them. Not now, he thought. There will be other chances to deal with him. The scene shifted. Helmet and Andro entered a separate chamber. At the center was a raised stage for dueling. Several instructors waited as judges. One of them greeted them warmly. "Welcome to the second stage." Helmet blinked. He recognized the man. Eden, the instructor who had escorted them, bowed slightly. "I brought the first pair for evaluation." As he spoke, Andro's eyes stayed fixed on Helmet, studying him closely. Helmet frowned, confused by the scrutiny. Another judge turned to Eden. "Is this the one you recommended?" "Yes," Eden confirmed. Helmet. But I won't be part of his evaluation. Since I'm the one who referred to him, it falls to the rest of you to judge. The judge's brows lifted. You recommended an applicant? He hadn't expected that. The judge's eyes narrowed. This is your first time recommending anyone, Eden. Is this boy really that special? Eden folded his arms. You'll understand once you see him fight. The instructor who had escorted Helmet and Andro stepped forward. The duel will last 8 minutes in total, divided into 2 rounds of 4 minutes each. The match ends if one applicant can no longer wield his sword or continue. Remember, victory isn't the goal. Show us your best. With that, he retreated and raised his hand. Begin. Andro inhaled deeply, settling into his stance. He had heard the whispers. Helmet was a commoner. He gripped his wooden sword tightly, telling himself not to underestimate him. Yes, he cut the blackwood tree, but without formal training, a commoner like him can't match me. But then Helmet moved. Andro's eyes widened. Helmet had vanished. The next instant, his back slammed against the ground. The judges blinked in disbelief. Eden's lips curved into a confident smile. Helmet stood calmly over Andro, the tip of his wooden blade pressed against his opponent's face. Is it over? He asked. The referee hurried between them, raising a hand. The duel is finished. Andro cannot continue. Andro's body trembled as reality sank in. He didn't understand. He hadn't even seen the attack. Rage burned in his chest. How could he, a trained swordsman from a noble house, lose so utterly to a commoner? One of the female judges leaned forward. Incredible. His sword is fast and carries frightening weight. For someone his age to wield swordsmanship like this. Another instructor shook his head. The difference in talent is too extreme. They're the same age, yet the gap is unbridgeable. How are we supposed to measure their skills fairly? The referee hesitated, clearly torn. Eden, though, watched in quiet awe. He had always known Helmet was strong, but he hadn't expected this level of precision and mastery. Helmet calmly stepped back, raising his sword again. He remembered, the duel had 2 rounds. One was already over. Only one remained. The female judge leaned forward, eyes fixed on him. The female judge hesitated. Helmet's skill was undeniable, but Andro's ability couldn't be measured at all. The other instructor nodded in agreement. It's true. At this rate, we'll never know Andro's true level. Eden stepped forward. Helmet, he called out, do something different. Spar with him as though you're teaching. Helmet blinked. Teaching? Yes. Eden replied firmly. Teach him the way you were taught. Helmet's eyes widened slightly as memory stirred. He remembered Darienne, the endless sparring, the sharp corrections, the way each mistake became a lesson. Slowly, he lowered his guard and nodded. I understand. Eden then turned to Andro. Forget your status. Forget your family name. Sparring against someone beyond your level will benefit you greatly. You're not lacking compared to others your age, so show us what you can really do. Andro took a breath, straightened, and nodded. Understood. He raised his wooden blade and looked at Helmet. I apologize for looking down on you. This time, I won't be defeated so easily. Then he charged. Helmet deflected the strike effortlessly. Faster. If you move that wide, blocking you is too easy. Andro's eyes widened. He had swung with all his strength, yet Helmet brushed it aside like nothing. Before he could recover, Helmet's blade tapped sharply against his hands. Your balance is off, Helmet said calmly. Don't push all your weight forward. You lose control of your center. Andro gritted his teeth. Being corrected mid-duel was infuriating. He rushed in recklessly. Helmet slipped aside, his movements fluid. Don't attack head-on. It limits your options. Watch your sides. He struck lightly across Andro's back. See? You've lost your footing again. If you can't block, create distance instead of swinging wildly. Andro stumbled, frustration in his eyes. Helmet pointed his sword at him. Get up. And this time, don't swing aimlessly. From the judge's table, Eden watched closely. His expression softened, a flicker of memory rising in his mind. Years ago, Eden lay broken on the ground, blood soaking his body. A demonic beast towered over him, its claws stretching down to end his life. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight. But even as death loomed, a small smile tugged at his lips, his sword clutched tightly in his hand. Then, just before the beast could strike, an explosion of radiant light split the darkness. Light flashed, and the beast was sliced apart. The one who struck it down called Eden a brat, warning him that lying around like that would only get him killed. Eden froze in disbelief. Standing before him was none other than the legendary swordsman, Darienne. Darienne told him to get up, and as Eden watched Helmet training Andro, he suddenly realized Helmet was just like Darienne. With a faint smile, Eden knew Darienne had returned. The scene shifted. The instructors gathered, discussing this year's applicants. One of them remarked how varied the skill levels were, while the female instructor shared her high expectations for a particular candidate. She wondered aloud just how strong he might grow. Later, Eden glanced at Helmet's picture and told the woman confidently, "He'll soar." A week passed. Helmet wandered the streets of Badan, clearly searching for something. After some time, he finally reached his destination, the Mercenary Guild. Inside, a cheerful boy greeted him warmly. "Are you here to submit a request?" Helmet shook his head. "No, I'll come and take one." The boy blinked in surprise. "You're a mercenary?" He eyed Helmet's refined clothes and assumed he must be from a noble family. Curious, he asked which mercenary corps Helmet belonged to. Without hesitation, Helmet pulled out a paper and handed it over. "Face Mercenary Corps. I've been here before." The boy checked the records and quickly apologized. "My mistake. I'm still new here. Please, tell me what kind of request you're looking for. I'll find the best one I can." At that moment, Helmet remembered a scene with Eden. Back then, Eden had slammed his hand on the table after hearing how much Helmet had paid Araya. 100,000 marks? Eden nearly shouted. He instantly knew Araya had scammed him. "That's way too much. Where did you even get that kind of money? Don't tell me you borrowed it from someone," he said between bites of steak. Helmet calmly replied, "I earned it. Saved up while working as a mercenary." Relieved, Eden leaned back but pressed on. "Do you still have some left?" Helmet shook his head. "That was everything. My whole savings." Eden sighed, realizing just how much Helmet still had to learn. Eden decided it was time to teach Helmet about money. He reminded him that for now, he was under his care and didn't need to worry too much about finances. But Eden warned him, money wasn't something one could always count on having. With a firm tone, he told Helmet, "You never know when you'll need it. A person who can't earn for themselves ends up living no better than a beast." Those words struck deep. Helmet realized that if he wanted to stand on his own, he needed to learn how to make money. Eden then gave him some freedom. "You've got a month before the academy starts. Do whatever you like with that time." Helmet didn't hesitate. "Then I'll take on a few requests." Eden quickly set boundaries. No dangerous missions, and nothing long-term. Keeping that in mind, Helmet returned to the guild and told the boy at the desk, "I want a request that takes place within Badan." The boy climbed up on his desk, flipping through stacks of papers. Helmet added, "It has to be something I can finish before the month ends, and with a good reward." The boy blinked at the oddly precise request, but began searching. After a while, he pulled out one mission that seemed to fit. Looking at the details, he frowned. "The location's unusual. Are you sure you still want it?" "Where is it?" Helmet asked. The boy handed him the paper. Helmet's eyes widened. The request was located inside the academy itself. The notice reported rumors of a ghost appearing at night. It was said to wander through different areas, though no one had ever clearly seen what it looked like. There was no solid proof of its existence, but concerned students had filed the request to avoid any possible dangers. The task was simple: uncover the identity of this so-called ghost, and if it truly existed, eliminate it. Helmet accepted. More than the reward, he wanted to use this as an opportunity to get familiar with the academy grounds. Still, a thought lingered. This request felt different from the others he had taken. Had he made a mistake? Lost in thought, Helmet suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned and asked sharply, "Who are you?" The boy standing there pointed at him with a grin. "You must be Araya's pupil." Helmet instantly recognized him. It was the same boy who had been there when he was negotiating with Araya. And now, he looked genuinely surprised to see Helmet again. The boy suddenly mentioned that Helmet had transferred into their academy. Confused, Helmet asked him to explain what he meant. With excitement, the boy revealed that Helmet was the very first person Araya had ever spent time with. To everyone, that was shocking news, because Araya was the idol of the magic department. Their relationship had quickly become a hot topic among students. Helmet was taken aback. He then asked, "Are you a mage like Araya?" The boy nodded. "Yes, but a little different from her." As soon as he said this, a magic circle formed in front of him. Helmet stared in awe. The light radiating from the spell was unlike anything he had seen before. From the circle, a creature burst forth, letting out a sharp cry of Latin. Helmet's eyes widened. He thought the boy had summoned a demon. The creature darted toward him at a frightening speed, and Helmet braced himself, clenching his fist and swinging. But to his shock, his punch passed straight through it. The creature slipped out of his hand and glared at him, clearly annoyed that Helmet had tried to strike it. Helmet froze in disbelief. Why did my attack land? The boy burst into laughter. You're the first person to ever try punching Latine. The creature, Latine, circled around Helmet, poking and prodding at him curiously. Helmet asked what it was. The boy explained, Latine is a spirit of light. Latine stuck out its tongue in clear dislike, making Helmet frown. The boy continued, he's mischievous, but harmless. Still, if he wanted to attack you, you wouldn't be able to block it. Spirits don't have physical bodies. You can't stop them with brute force. He then added, only a handful of mages can control spirits. I'm one of them. The boy introduced himself. Name's Sion. I'm the only elemental mage at the academy. But while Sion spoke, Helmet kept his eyes fixed on Latine. Something inside him told him he could catch it. Sion noticed the silence and grew uneasy. Say something already. You're making this awkward. Helmet finally looked up. He found Sion to be an interesting, almost playful person, but he had other matters to handle. It was good to meet you, Helmet said, turning away. Helmet explained that he was in the middle of completing a request and needed to move on. Sion's eyes lit up. A request? Wait, you're a mercenary? He quickly put the pieces together. There was only one request tied to the academy. Don't tell me. You're here to investigate the academy's ghost? Helmet was caught off guard. How does he know about this? Sion grinned. I know plenty about it. In fact, I've always been interested in the case. Why don't I help you out? The scene shifted, and soon Helmet and Sion were standing before an eerie, abandoned building. That's where the ghost was last spotted, Sion explained. Even Latine seemed uneasy, trembling at the sight of the gloomy structure. Sion added, it's actually just a regular building for the swordsmanship department. But ever since rumors of the ghost began, the place empties out completely at night. The two entered, their footsteps echoing as they explored. In the distance, a shadowy figure appeared in the hallway. As they moved closer, it darted away. Helmet asked quietly, are ghosts really that frightening? Sion shook his head. Not necessarily. They're only dangerous if they're malicious spirits tainted by black magic. If that were the case, the professors would have intervened the moment they sensed it. This one isn't a threat. Helmet let out a breath of relief. Then we should cover more ground by splitting up. Sion froze. What? You can't be serious. In this place, Helmet replied calmly. It'll be more efficient. Sion immediately refused. No way. We're sticking together. They continued forward, Sion breaking the silence with a question. So, what do you do if you actually find it? Helmet didn't hesitate. Eliminate it. Just then, the mysterious figure appeared again down the hall before slipping out of sight. The boys pressed on, eventually entering a dusty room. Sion muttered that maybe the ghost had already moved on to another building. But Helmet wasn't ready to give up. He kept searching, though frustration soon set in. There were no signs of anything unusual. Turning to Sion, he asked, any ideas? But Sion wasn't listening. He was crouched down, studying something on the ground with unusual focus. Helmet walked over. Did you find something important? Sion quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Sion suggested they check the next classroom. As the two stepped out, he casually asked Helmet how much time he had left to complete the mission. 10 days, Helmet replied. But then he noticed Sion had stopped in his tracks, trembling. What's wrong? Helmet asked. Sion's voice shook. Look ahead. Helmet turned, and there it was. A strange figure walking toward them. His hand instinctively went to his sword. This must be the ghost. The figure drew closer, and Sion gasped as its face became visible. Slowly, the figure pulled back its hood, revealing Araya. Both Helmet and Sion froze. What are you two doing here? Araya asked calmly. Helmet quickly handed over his request paper. I'm here to fulfill a mission. Sion added, he's investigating the Academy's ghost. I came along to help. Araya scanned the paper and raised an eyebrow. 3,000 marks? For this. He looked at Helmet with disbelief. You threw 100,000 marks at me so easily, yet you're wasting your time on something like this? Why bother? You're already accepted into the Academy. You should be at home resting. Helmet answered simply, I took the mission because I had time to spare. Sion frowned. That explains why we're here. But why are you here, Araya? I also received a request, Araya replied. Sion's jaw dropped. Wait, you're a mercenary too? Annoyed, Araya smacked Sion's hand away. No, this came directly from the Academy. Sion rubbed his hand, wincing. Man, you've got some grip strength. Then, still curious, he asked, so, the Academy must be offering you a huge reward, right? Araya shot him a sharp look. You don't need to know the reward. I accepted because I'm curious about the case, nothing more. Helmet's mind raced. The academy itself issued a separate request to Araya. Does that mean the situation is more serious than it looks? Excited, Sion quickly proposed. Then why don't you join us? If the three of us work together, it'll save time. When Sion suggested they all search together, both Helmet and Araya turned sharp glares on him. He instantly regretted speaking up. With an awkward laugh, he backtracked. Forget I said that. We can keep searching separately. But Araya surprised him. No, it'll be better if we work together. Sion's face lit up. Finally, someone who saw things his way. He quickly asked Helmet, what about you? Are you fine with it? Helmet gave a short nod. I don't mind. The scene shifted, and the three of them gathered inside a dim room. Araya raised his hand, casting a spell of illusion. The glowing construct formed into a map, revealing the structure of the building. He spoke calmly. According to reports, the ghost has appeared in several places. The lecture hall, the swordsmanship training ground, the professor's lounge, the gym, and the sparring grounds. Right now, we're in the lecture hall. Then he pointed something out. All these locations have one thing in common. Sion immediately caught on. They're all in the swordsmanship department. Exactly, Araya confirmed. And for reasons unknown, the ghost hasn't shown itself in the magic department. Helmet asked, could it have been created by another mage? Sion shook his head. Impossible. Someone would have heard the incantations unless silent casting was used. Araya added, and a high-ranked mage capable of silent spells wouldn't waste their time pulling such a childish trick. No, this isn't man-made. The more logical conclusion is that the ghost is avoiding mages altogether. Sion's eyes widened as the idea clicked. Of course, it must be avoiding us because it's weak against spells. Helmet spoke up, voice steady. Then it's lingering in the swordsmanship department because physical attacks can't harm it. Both Sion and Araya turned to him, surprised. How do you know that? Araya asked. Helmet blinked, confused by their reaction. To him, it was simple. He had already heard about this. When Helmet had first mentioned the request to Eden recalled an old story. Over tea, he told Helmet about a brave student who once confronted the ghost. The boy had charged in, weapon drawn, but his strike passed straight through, doing nothing. Back in the present, Sion shuddered. So, we really are chasing a ghost. Helmet smiled faintly as he watched them both think hard on what to do next. For the first time, he felt like he was being treated as an equal. Back in the forest, his words had always been dismissed or met with scolding. But here, his opinion actually mattered. Back in the forest, conversations with the face mercenaries had never been like this. Helmet would speak, but no one ever tried to piece things together as a group. Darienne would usually scold him, and the mercenaries only shared their own bits of knowledge without ever combining them. But now, working with Araya and Sion, Helmet realized something new. When people put their knowledge together, they found answers they could never reach alone. So this is what it means to truly communicate. Araya broke the silence. If physical attacks don't work on the ghost, what about using this? You are always skilled with it. Helmet was taken aback by the suggestion, but slowly unsheathed his sword. A faint stream of byes shimmered along the blade. If I meet the ghost again, I'll test it out, he said firmly. Sion, however, flinched at the sight of Helmet drawing his weapon. I can't think straight anymore, he muttered, backing away. We should just check the other buildings in the swordsmanship department tomorrow. I'm exhausted. He stretched, then stood. I'll get some rest. You two be careful. With that, he left the room. Helmet turned his gaze to Araya. Any ideas? Araya asked. Yes, Helmet replied. He had already pieced it together. The ghost wasn't physical. It avoided mages, and it loved causing mischief. That left only one possibility. It's a spirit, Helmet said. Just like Latine. Araya's eyes gleamed with approval. Good. You've learned well. With a snap of his fingers, he added, but I'm not an elemental mage. Detecting spirits isn't my specialty. Then what do we do? Helmet asked. Araya glanced out the window and smirked. We already have a skilled elemental mage. The scene shifted. Sion was suddenly sprinting somewhere. Helmet and Araya followed after him, racing through the academy grounds. While running, Helmet called out, Where is he going? He's chasing the spirit, Araya replied calmly. He should be able to sense it. Helmet frowned. So quickly? Something didn't add up. He replayed the events in his mind. Araya had agreed to join them without much resistance, had asked him specifically about using byes, and now Sion was already chasing. Helmet looked at him sharply. You knew from the start the ghost was a spirit, didn't you? Araya chuckled. I needed Sion to move. That was the only way. Helmet grit his teeth, but kept running. Soon, they burst out of the building. Araya suddenly stopped in his tracks. Helmet slowed, confused. Why are you stopping? Helmet pressed him. Why did you stop? We need to catch up to Sion. Araya shook his head. No, we only need to know which direction he's gone. He dropped to one knee, pressing his hand firmly against the ground. A faint glow spread from his palm as he whispered the name of his spell. Search. Immediately, glowing footprints began to form, leading a clear trail. They head toward the swordsmanship training ground, Araya said as he stood, brushing off his hand. Then, with a sly smile, he added, but Sion won't be able to pinpoint the spirit's exact location, which means we'll need to find it before he does. Something about Araya's tone unsettled Helmet. The scene shifted. Araya snapped his fingers, breaking the lock to the training ground. As they stepped inside, he explained, not just anyone is allowed in here. The students of the swordsmanship department take their ranks seriously. That's why their training grounds are divided by grade and level. If the spirit is hiding anywhere, it'll be in one of the higher grade rooms, the ones rarely used except by scholarship students. But when Araya turned to check, Helmet wasn't even listening. He was deep in thought. What's on your mind? Araya asked. Helmet remembered Eden's estate and the private training ground no one else could access. His feet moved on their own, carrying him to the door of Eden's personal space. Araya blinked in surprise. Wait, this is Eden's training ground. No one else uses it, Helmet said firmly, reaching for the door. That makes it the perfect place to hide. And if it helps complete the request, Eden will understand. He pushed the door open. The moment they stepped inside, Araya paused, a faint smile spreading across his face. I can feel it, a power like Sion's. The spirit's here. Helmet turned to him sharply. Did you really get this request from the academy? Araya didn't answer right away. He simply smiled as if amused. At last, he admitted, there's something I don't like. The academy has only one elemental mage. That's unacceptable. Helmet narrowed his eyes. You're planning to capture the spirit. For research, aren't you? Araya's smile didn't fade. If I do, it'll still count as fulfilling my request. Helping me helps you too. As soon as Araya finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A quiet hum spread through the room. He had cast a spell called Silence. All traces of my presence are gone now, Araya explained. This way, the spirit won't sense me. He lowered himself to the ground and looked up at Helmet. You'll be the bait. Helmet frowned. And if I refuse? Araya's smirk didn't waver. Then remember, you still owe me for the exam. Before Helmet could reply, something strange began seeping through the walls. A thick, unnatural substance slid into the training ground, carrying an ominous aura. Helmet stiffened, sensing it immediately. Araya noticed his silence. What's wrong? Why'd you stop talking? He looked closer and froze. Standing right in front of Helmet was a spirit. Helmet's voice was steady. The Academy's ghost, it's finally come out. Araya's eyes gleamed with excitement. Perfect. Then I'll be the first to greet it. He rushed forward, snapping his fingers again. Walls. Magical barriers erupted around them, striking toward the spirit. But the entity weaved effortlessly between them, avoiding every strike. Annoyed, Araya raised his hands, casting a massive spell. This one seals the area. The spirit can't escape now. A shimmering dome enclosed the training ground. I can't move while maintaining this. Weaken it for me, Helmet, but don't kill it. If the spirit dies, this'll get messy. Meanwhile, the spirit turned, trying to flee, but the barrier kept it contained. Helmet unsheathed his sword. He knew normal attacks would be useless. Only buys could harm it. Channeling his energy, he charged forward. The spirit's mouth opened wide, lunging to swallow him whole. But Helmet's blade cut through its form, glowing with buys. For the first time, the spirit recoiled, staggered. Helmet's eyes widened. It worked. He steadied himself, wondering if the strike had weakened it enough. But before he could relax, the spirit rose again, shimmering violently as if preparing a counterattack. Helmet smiled faintly. Good. It's still strong. Taking his stance once more, he poured even more buys into his sword. In an instant, both he and the spirit launched themselves at each other. But just as they were about to clash, a radiant golden light erupted, forming a barrier between them. Helmet stumbled back in shock. The spirit halted too, glaring through the light. And then, Another figure appeared within the brilliance, transformed into a different form. It was Sion. Sion, now in a different form, turned to Helmet. "What are you doing?" Helmet froze, startled by Sion's sudden appearance. "You're provoking it," Sion said firmly. "That spirit, you don't understand. It's the spirit of darkness. It's extremely self-conscious. If we want to subdue it, we have to be delicate." He gestured toward the glowing barrier. "Right now, I've trapped it in a curtain of light, but neither Latine nor I can hold it for long." Helmet looked again at the spirit. Its agitation was obvious. It wasn't just fighting. It seemed genuinely upset. Araya cut in. "Then tell us what to do. How do we capture it?" Sion spun around, eyes wide. "Capture it? Don't tell me you're planning to experiment on such a cute spirit." Even Araya was thrown by the sudden shift in Sion's tone. "That's not my goal," he said quickly. "But if you'd worked with me in the past, we wouldn't even be in this situation. You're the only elemental mage in the academy. You know how rare that is." Sion's expression hardened. "And I refused because your experiments are terrifying. Spirits aren't test subjects." The tension crackled between them, but then Sion turned serious again. "Listen, if the spirit escapes, it'll vanish into hiding, and that would be dangerous. We can't lose it. Araya, keep your sealing spell active. Helmet, you need to hold it down, but don't strike it. Give me time to calm it." Helmet nodded without hesitation. "I'll try." He leapt through the curtain of light, charging directly at the spirit. "Not sure how long I can last without fighting back." Helmet called out. The spirit let out a piercing shriek. Dark tentacles burst from its body, ripping through the light curtain as it lashed out. The whips came crashing toward Helmet. He reacted instantly, blade flashing. His vis-infused sword sliced cleanly through the tendrils. But even as they fell, the spirit regenerated them, launching wave after wave of attacks. Helmet gritted his teeth. "So fast, but not faster than me." He kept cutting, his blade dancing in arcs of light. Sion watched, hands trembling as he hastened his spell work. Helmet was buying him precious time. But then the spirit shifted. Its tentacles twisted together, spiraling into a massive drill of darkness. With a roar, it hurled the weapon forward. Helmet's eyes widened. "That could kill me if I take it head on." He launched himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. As he twisted mid-jump, he realized something chilling. "It knows I won't kill it. It's toying with me." Helmet soared through the air, eyes surging down his blade. He was ready to unleash an attack, so powerful it would terrify the spirit into submission. But just as he moved, Sion's voice cut through the battlefield. "Helmet, don't release that much buys on it." The hesitation cost him. In that instant, the spirit lunged, slamming into him before he could react. The force hurled Helmet across the room, his body crashing hard against the wall. "Sorry," Sion called out, "but you don't understand. The spirit's already weakened. If you'd struck it with that, it might have been fatal." Helmet staggered to his feet, stunned. "Weakened? How can something this strong still radiate so much energy?" Sion stepped forward, a glowing magic circle spinning before him. "You've done enough. I'll handle it from here." The spirit seemed to realize the danger, thrashing wildly against the seal Araya had placed around the room. The walls shuddered under each strike, and even Araya trembled from the strain of maintaining it. "It's trying to break out." Araya shouted. "Sion, hurry." Sion's eyes narrowed. "It fears my magic, that's why it's desperate." Unable to break the seal, the spirit turned its focus on the boys. With sudden speed, it rushed directly at Araya. Sion's heart stopped. Helmet moved instantly, vaulting forward to shield Araya. "If I don't take this fight seriously, he'll die." He unleashed a fierce surge of buys through his blade, swinging at the spirit. But it twisted away at the last moment, darting behind him and setting its sights on Araya again. Terrified, Araya conjured a barrier of shimmering energy, but the spirit only grinned. Its body dissolved into black wisps, splitting apart and reforming behind the barrier. "What?" Araya gasped. "It's escaping." Sion yelled. Helmet sprinted forward, cutting off its path. Leaping high, he charged his sword with an overwhelming amount of buys. The spirit froze, trembling. It could sense death in that strike. Helmet's voice rang out midair. "Sion, do what you have to do." Then he dove, blade aimed straight for the spirit. The entity shook violently, unable to move, waiting for the end. But just before his sword connected, Helmet halted his swing in midair. The blade hovered inches from the spirit, the air thick with raw energy. The spirit quivered, staring at him in terror. And Sion commended Helmet for stopping his strike. At once, several glowing magic circles appeared around him as he stepped toward the trembling spirit. Bright light poured out his spell. You need to return to your normal state, Sion said firmly. The circles flared, releasing a blinding wave of light. Helmet and Araya shielded their eyes, stunned by the sheer force of Sion's magic. When the dust finally cleared, Sion stood holding something in his hands. It was the same spirit, but now it had shrunk into a small, harmless form. Only an elemental mage can handle spirits, Sion explained calmly. Araya exhaled in relief. The threat was over. The scene shifted to the mercenary guild, where Sion presented the captured spirit of darkness to the receptionist. The man's eyes went wide. So this was the ghost that terrified the academy's students. He leaned closer, curious. But why would a spirit even appear inside the academy? Sion's face lit up at the question. There are many possibilities. The natural balance of the earth could have been disrupted, or there may have been faint traces of darkness in the area. He launched into his explanation, but then shook his head. Still, the chances of that are very low. The real point is, well, no need to focus too much on why it appeared. He added, almost smugly, besides, Helmet never could have subdued it without my help. Araya groaned and rapped him lightly on the head. Enough. The receptionist doesn't need your lecture. Once their business was handled, the three stepped outside. Sion frowned. Strange. Why didn't they give us the reward immediately? We literally showed them the spirit as proof. Araya crossed his arms, irritated. Were you not listening? The receptionist clearly said Helmet has to wait 3 days while they confirm the ghost won't return. Still, Sion muttered, it doesn't feel right. Why are you so hung up on the reward anyway? Araya shot back. Helmet's the one getting paid. Sion smiled warmly. I'm just worried about our friend. Helmet blinked. Friend? Sion nodded without hesitation. Of course. We have a mutual bond now. We were destined to become friends. Helmet didn't know what to say. He had never considered their relationship in such a way. Sion stretched out his hand toward him. Take care of me, Helmet. Helmet was caught off guard by the words. It reminded him of the bond he once shared with Finn. Back then, he already found his first true friend. And now, seeing another chance to build new friendships, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Helmet clasped Sion's hand without hesitation. Sion then turned to Araya, urging him to join in as well. But Araya only frowned at the sight of the two shaking hands. With irritation, he called them fools and stormed ahead, leaving the group behind. Unbothered, Sion nudged Helmet, joking that their wealthy friend should at least treat them to a meal. But Araya dismissed the idea instantly. He told Sion he had no interest in their nonsense, reminding him they had no time to waste. There was still a mess waiting for them to clean up. At that moment, Sion remembered the training ground they had wrecked. The scene shifts. Helmet is holding an admission letter, reading carefully. It stated he was to stay on the 3rd floor, room 301. Confused by the instructions, Helmet asked Eden for help. Eden explained that room 301 was his assigned dorm, and that every student at the academy was required to live there. He asked Helmet if he was ready for the start of the term. Helmet nodded. He was prepared. Eden told him the entrance ceremony was scheduled for the next day and suggested he check out his dorm beforehand. The scene changes again. Helmet arrives at the academy and is startled by how noisy the place has become. Just days earlier, the grounds were quiet, almost solemn. As he looked around, a student called out, telling everyone with dorm assignments to come forward and sort out their luggage with him. Realizing this was important, Helmet walked over and handed the student his letter. The boy greeted Helmet warmly, but when he noticed the room number on the letter, his cheerful expression turned heavy. The focus shifts once more to a student's room. Inside, a figure muttered about being exhausted, wondering if they had overworked themselves. They admitted they never cared about making friends in the first place. This student was Araya. He placed a ring on the table, muttering about how the past few days had been nothing but bothersome. Sitting down on the bed, he sighed, blaming most of his troubles on Helmet. While Araya brooded, Helmet climbed the stairs toward his assigned dorm. Step by step, he finally reached room 301. Back in his room, Araya loosened his hair, his frustration spilling out. He complained that ever since meeting Helmet, his life had only spiraled further out of control. Araya mutters that once the term begins, he doesn't want to see Helmet again. While those thoughts circled in his head, Helmet reached the door of his assigned dorm. He slid the key into the lock and turned it slowly. What he didn't know was that inside, Araya was already in her pajamas. And at that moment, the truth was revealed. Araya wasn't a boy at all. She was a girl. The scene shifts to a dim alley. Max stood there like a man unhinged, glaring at two trembling men. Brandishing a short sword, he threatened them, declaring that the Blackhawk was no joke. One of the men, terrified, stammered that security in Bedan was too strict. Max clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. Just then, a hand tapped his shoulder. A voice calmly told him to kill them. The voice belonged to Paul. He reminded Max that as members of the Black Hawk, they had to follow the organization's rules. But Max, nearly consumed by madness, seemed far too excited by the thought of killing. After all, he remembered, commanders were allowed to execute those who disobeyed. Max raised his blade, ready to strike. But before he could act, a chilling voice echoed through the alley. The voice demanded to know who they intended to kill. Both Max and Paul froze where they stood, dread washing over them. The mysterious figure mocked them for harassing innocent people, reminding them of their failure to take down even a single child. He said tracking them had been simple. Then, without warning, a man clad in black appeared right behind them. He told Max and Paul that those who claimed to be Black Hawk members were nothing but failures, men who had already destroyed their own lives. Paul, enraged, lashed out with his sword. But to his horror, the blade passed straight through the man's body. Before Max could process what happened, a spray of blood hit his face. He blinked rapidly, trying to see, and when his vision cleared, Paul's headless body hit the ground. Max's entire body shook with terror. He staggered backward, swinging his sword wildly, shouting for the man to stop hiding. He demanded the stranger show himself. At that moment, a black smoke curled above him. Before Max could take a single step, the man appeared behind him, cold steel pressed against his neck. "You're the one hiding," the man whispered. And in an instant, Max's head was severed. The two men who had been threatened earlier looked on in horror, trembling as they realized what had just happened. The man in black sneered. He couldn't believe Max and Paul dared to use the Blackhawk's name after failing their mission. Still, he admitted it was impressive they'd survive as long as they had. Then, his expression twisted into something darker. He suddenly remembered there was a question he wanted to ask them. A sinister smile spread across his face. He asked the other men if they would give him the answers he needed. The two men screamed and backed away. Helmet enters his new room. He stopped at the doorway and took it in. The place was smaller than the room he'd had in Eden's mansion. It wasn't much, but it was better than the woods. As he surveyed the sparse space, Helmet ran through the steps that led him here, leaving the forest of roots, joining the face mercenaries, then earning a place at Greta Academy. He clenched his fist. This was the beginning. From here, he would build his strength. A shadow in the corner caught his eye. Helmet took a fighting stance and went for his sword, only to realize he hadn't brought it. He readied himself to fight with his hands. He turned toward the shadow. Araya sprang forward, magic crackling at her fingertips. She stopped when she saw Helmet. "Are you my roommate?" Helmet asked. Araya held her ground. "How did you get into my room?" she demanded. "I nearly blasted you. I was assigned to room 301, Helmet said. "Impossible," Araya snapped. She looked around and found two beds. She tightened the robe around her and stepped toward the door. "Where are you going?" Helmet asked. "You don't need to know," she said. "Don't touch anything." She spun back, voice low. "If you touch anything, I'll blow you up. Stay in this room and don't go anywhere." Helmet stood there, unsure what to say. He had no idea why Araya reacted like this. Scene change. An office appears on screen. Inside, a middle-aged man sat drinking tea. That man was Liam Weiss, the dean of Greta Academy. He sat back with his tea when the door slammed open. "Araya," he blurted, spilling his drink as she stormed in, shouting his name. "What's going on?" she demanded. Liam blinked in confusion. "You'll have to explain yourself." Araya stepped closer, voice sharp. "Why did you assign me a roommate? You promised me a private room. As the top achiever in the magic department." The dean froze. Of course, she must have already found out. He hadn't expected it so soon. "I apologize," Liam said. "I should have told you earlier. But the academy has fewer rooms during renovations. Please try to understand." "That's not an excuse," Araya snapped. "You know why I need privacy. If Helmet discovers I'm a girl, what then?" Liam leaned back, thinking, "You're nearly as strong as an archmage. No swordsman could uncover your secret. You only need to be cautious." "I won't take that risk," she shot back. "My enemy is too dangerous." "I understand," Liam replied. "But giving you special treatment when rooms are scarce would be blatant favoritism. That's why I assigned you someone familiar." Familiar? Araya repeated, stunned. Yes, Helmet. You've tutored him. You've spent time with him. Her eyes widened. Tutored him because he paid me. We barely know each other. She tugged at her hair in frustration. We don't even meet often. But even as she spoke, memories of her encounters with Helmet surfaced. From the very first day they met, their paths had been tangled. This is for your own good, Liam said firmly. As Dean, and as your guardian here, I want you to learn how to build connections. Manage with Helmet for just one semester. If you do, I'll return to your private room. The offer stunned her. Araya finally left, and the office grew quiet again. Liam exhaled deeply, wondering if she had actually believed him. The scene shifted back to the dorms. Araya walked in, removed her robe, and Araya entered the room, her expression dark. Helmet glanced at her and said, "Looks like things didn't go your way." She shot him a glare. "You must be pleased with yourself, clever boy. Tell me, do you really want to share a room with me?" Helmet tilted his head. "I'm here because it's necessary. Nothing more. I've always had a private room." Araya snapped. "As the top student in the magic department, I earned that right. And now, I'm forced to share space? Unbelievable. I'm not happy about this. Not all. I could just teleport you to class instead." Helmet shook his head. Eden wouldn't allow it, and the school would find out eventually. "I'm very particular," Araya warned. "Living with me won't be easy. Are you sure you want to stay here?" Helmet didn't hesitate. "I'd rather share a room with you. I know you better than anyone else. That makes me the best option for you, too." Her eyes widened at his certainty. Helmet went on. "I've actually spoken to you. That's more than I can say for the swordsmanship students. Living here is far better than being stuck with a bunch of muscleheads who spend all day lifting weights." Araya froze, suddenly flustered. She regretted ever helping him pass his exam. Days later, carriages rolled into the academy gates. Helmet hopped down from one of them with a bag slung over his shoulder. Most of his belongings were already in the room. As he climbed the stairs, he guessed Araya had already set the rules. When he entered the dorm, he asked, "So, how are we dividing the room?" Araya gestured around. "You're already looking at it." Helmet blinked. A thick curtain stretched across the room, splitting it in two. Araya stepped forward and tugged the fabric. "This side is mine. You have more space, so don't complain. The curtain is marked with a warning spell. Don't cross it. I'll also be adding a soundproofing spell, so keep quiet at night." Then, she faced him with a serious look. "Now for the ground rules. First, always take a bath and keep the restroom clean," Araya finished firmly. "Never bring anyone into the room, especially from the magic department. If you need me, call my name." Helmet nodded without complaint. "Good. Do whatever you want, just stay out of my way." With that, Araya turned toward her side of the room. Before she disappeared behind the curtain, Helmet said quietly, "I hope we can get along." The scene shifted. A group of nobles gathered, voices hushed but sharp. "So, Helmet actually got into the academy," one boy sneered. "Of course," another replied. "He's being backed by Eden." That caught a third boy off guard. "No wonder. He's probably gone delusional, thinking a noble's support makes him special." The boy turned to Savitt. "I'll deal with him once I get my chance." Savitt smirked. "No need to rush. Tomorrow's class will be the perfect time to remind him of the difference between commoners and nobles. We'll make an example of him." The scene changed again. Helmet stepped out of his room in his new academy uniform. He was surprised. It felt loose, easy to move in. He'd expected something stiff and restrictive. As he adjusted his sleeves, Araya's words echoed in his mind. At the start of the semester, you won't have much to do in class. He decided he'd use his free time to train in one of the private rooms after class. While he was lost in thought, a trembling voice called his name. "Helmet." He turned to see Sion staring at him nervously. "Did you just come out of room 301? "Yes," Helmet replied, puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Sion hesitated. "Wait, are you saying you're sharing a room with Araya?" "That's right," Helmet said simply. Sion's jaw dropped. "That makes no sense. She's the top student in the magic department. She's supposed to have a private room. Unless," he eyed Helmet up and down. "Don't tell me she agreed because she likes good-looking guys like you." Helmet didn't respond, still confused. As they walked down the stairs, Sion leaned closer. "You're going to have a tough semester. Trust me." "Oh, and one more thing. The swordsmanship department is having their first class today. Don't stir up trouble. And whatever you do, stay away from the crazy dog." "Crazy dog?" Helmet asked. "The department has a dog?" Sion nearly tripped over the step. "That's not what I meant. It's a nickname. The top second-year student. His name is Aska. He's put down everyone who's ever challenged him. One guy even dropped out after Asuka ripped off his ear. Since then, no one dares Asuka ever again. Helmet was stunned. Wait, students can actually do things like that? Sion shook his head. Of course not. But Asuka only got a suspension. His talent keeps him protected. He patted Helmet's shoulder. Just your best in class. I'm in room 307. Come by anytime if living with Araya becomes unbearable. With that, Sion walked off. The next scene opened on the academy's training field. Students crowded around until an instructor arrived and barked. 4 rows. Line up. Everyone scrambled into formation. Helmet copied the others, unsure what to do. The instructor scanned the lines. Did you enjoy your vacation? Good. Now forget it. Since it's the first class of the semester, we'll begin with basic physical training. Vacation is no excuse to grow lazy. 20 laps, start running. The students groaned but obeyed. As they jogged, complaints filled the air. 20 laps? On the first day, Helmet, however, thought the opposite. Only 20? That's barely a warm-up. Among the runners was a boy who already despised Helmet. He scowled the idea of running next to a commoner, and worse, one who still looked graceful while doing it. His lips curled into a smirk. He stretched out his foot, ready to trip Helmet and send him face first into the dirt. But Helmet lightly skipped over it without breaking stride. The boy blinked. No way. That should have worked. He tried again, and again. Each time, Helmet avoided it with effortless hops. Now the boy was fuming. Arrogant commoner. He lashed out with more force this time. Helmet's eyes narrowed. The instant the foot came close, he struck it aside with a sharp kick. The boy yelped, lost his balance, and tumbled to the ground. The instructor shouted, "Why are you lying on the floor?" Grimacing, the boy got up. I twisted my foot." Helmet turned his head and glared at him. The boy clenched his fists, burning with humiliation. How dare a commoner glare at me? The idea of a commoner glaring at him burned in Aaron's chest. After a while, the instructor called out, "Short break. Rest up. I'll need a volunteer to help me carry supplies." One boy quickly raised his hand, and the instructor left with him. The moment he was gone, Aaron, the same boy who had tried to trip Helmet, strode over. Helmet eyed him calmly. Something wrong. Aaron lunged to grab him, but Helmet easily sidestepped. "Why did you trip me?" Aaron hissed. "You tried to trip me first," Helmet replied without hesitation. Aaron's face twisted. "You dare talk back? Keep it up, and you'll regret it." He leaned closer, his voice low. "This academy can't protect you. Know your place, commoner." Before Helmet could respond, Savick called out lazily, "Enough, Aaron. Don't waste your breath. Save it for sparring. Pay him back then." Aaron backed off with a glare. "I'll deal with you later," he muttered before walking away. Helmet frowned. So proud of a status he never earned. How do weaklings like him even rise to the top? He clenched his fist, energy surging through his body. For a moment, he considered finishing Savick and his lackeys right here. But before he could act, another voice cut in. "Did I just hear someone talking about commoners?" A boy with striking blue hair stepped forward, smiling. "Were you talking about me?" Aaron blinked in confusion. "Who the hell are you?" The boy chuckled. "You don't know me? Ah, you must be a transfer. That explains it." He shrugged. "But don't worry. I don't know you either." With a relaxed grin, he stepped right up to Aaron. "Still, I heard you mention a commoner. So tell me, do you have a problem with me?" Savick scowled, anger flaring. Why are the swordsmanship commoners so full of themselves? He spat. "I've had enough of you already." The boy's smile widened. "Perfect. I don't like putting up with nonsense either." He leaned in until his face was inches from Savick's. "And the good news? I don't have to put up with you." Savick's fist trembled. He was ready to strike. But one of his friends quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't. That's..." He whispered the boy's identity. Savick froze, eyes widening in shock. Slowly, he turned back toward the blue-haired boy and said, "Was right. Commoners really do look out for each other." Savick froze, realization hitting him. This boy, he's Asuka? His face darkened, but instead of fighting, he turned and walked away. Helmet's mind raced. The name sounded familiar. Then it hit him, Sion's warning. Stay away from the crazy dog. So this was him, the top student of the department. The scene shifted. The instructor returned, carrying bundles of wooden swords. "Line up. I'll call you one by one. Take a sword when your name is called." His gaze landed on Asuka. "And you? Why are you late?" Asuka replied casually, "I was getting advice from Instructor Patricia. I lost track of time while we were talking." The instructor raised a brow. "Patricia's off today." "What?" Asuka blinked, caught off guard. "Pathetic lie," the instructor barked. "If you're going to make excuses, at least try harder." 30 laps now. Asuka's eyes widened. 30? That's excessive. He stopped himself, then quickly added, no complaints. Helmet watched quietly. From the way the instructor treated him, it was clear Asuka had a notorious reputation, and judging from his attitude, it wasn't undeserved. The instructor turned back to the students. Once you get your swords, begin personal training. I'll be watching. Don't slack off. One by one, names were called. Later, Helmet trained steadily, his sword swinging sharp and precise, leaving no gaps. The instructor glanced over, eyebrows raised in surprise. This boy had skill. But he said nothing and shifted his attention to the others. Helmet continued, though a thought nagged at him. Something's missing, but what? Maybe I'll figure it out in time. Just then, Asuka strolled over. Not even a thank you, he asked with a grin. I stopped you from getting into trouble. Helmet didn't pause. I never asked for your help. Asuka blinked, then chuckled. Most would have fawned over him, but not this one. With a sly smile, Asuka extended his hand. Relax. I'm a commoner too. Let's get along. Helmet's eyes narrowed. There was something off about that hand. Energy. Buys. Asuka was hiding it under his skin. Helmet didn't move. He didn't take it. Asuka's grin faltered for a moment. You sensed it? Interesting. Has sharp instincts. Asuka admitted with a grin. Then he leaned closer, resting a hand on Helmet's shoulder. Here's a warning, he said quietly. Don't get clingy. Just because we're both commoners doesn't mean we need to get along. I can't stand people who rely on me. Helmet blinked, stunned. Does he really think I cling to him? Asuka walked past, tossing over his shoulder. Keep your distance. We don't need to be too close. The scene shifted back to Helmet's dorm. He sat on his bed and glanced at Araya. Do I look like someone who's easy to bully? She looked at him puzzled. No. What? Helmet sighed. Because it feels like everyone's been challenging me lately. Brushing her teeth, Araya replied. Then you must have had a rough first day. They're just fools clinging to their so-called status. Prove yourself, they'll shut up. Helmet remembered Eden's words. He told me never to pick a fight first. That depends on how you handle it, Araya said. If you can push them into making the first move, you'll have justification. Honestly, it'd be best if you face several at once. Crush them all together. Any other way? Helmet asked. The proper way, she explained, is during sparring lessons. You'll have to wait for those to begin. Helmet tilted his head, surprised. Araya studied him for a moment. There was something different about him now. Helmet noticed her stare. What? Is something wrong? You've changed, she said. The you I knew before would have already beaten him up. Looks like you actually learned something from my ethics class. Helmet gave a small nod. She was right. Tell me, he asked, can a top student punish anyone who offends them? Araya froze. That question makes no sense. Helmet exhaled. There's just one student I can't figure out. The scene cut to a hallway. Savitt and his friends walked by, coming face to face with Asuka. Neither backed down, their eyes locking in a tense glare. As they passed, Savitt muttered, You must be happy to have found a fellow commoner, Savitt sneered. His lips curled into a grin. Don't worry, Asuka. Soon enough, I'll tame you. From a mad dog to an obedient dog. Your grades won't protect you forever. Asuka suddenly smacked one of Savitt's lackeys on the head. The boy flared up. Why the hell did you hit me? Asuka flashed a mischievous smile. Sorry, guess I got too excited. My hand moved on its own. Then his eyes locked on Savitt. If you want, I can make you my obedient dog right now. At Greta Academy, status was officially meaningless in learning. But centuries of tradition couldn't be erased so easily. Nobles still looked down on commoners, still bullied them whenever they pleased. The only exception was Asuka, the top student, infamous as the Academy's mad dog. None of the nobles dared to provoke him. None but Savitt. Asuka leaned forward with a chilling grin. Come on, Savitt. Let's see what you've got. I've heard the stories, Savitt shot back. Everything you did last year. But tell me, are you too scared to fight me now? Asuka's eyes narrowed. Savitt smirked. I know you've been keeping quiet since your suspension. Another one might cause trouble for you. He stepped in close, face to face. Go ahead. Punch me. If you cross the line, I'll crush you with my skills. That's a promise. Asuka's fist tightened. His anger boiled. Savitt had him cornered. If Asuka struck first, the instructors would brand him the aggressor again. Savitt turned to his friends. See? The mad dog's gone tame. They burst into laughter. Asuka's smile twisted, rage boiling over. He surged forward, ready to smash Savitt's face. Crack! Both boys dropped, clutching their heads in pain. Standing over them was Instructor Patricia, wooden sword in hand. You too, she barked. Why are you acting like thugs on school grounds? You've got guts, trying to start a group fight here. Asuka snarled, pointing at Savitt. He started it, and it's not a group fight. I'm alone. Patricia's sword came down again with a thud, this time squarely on Asuka's head. Ask on the head once more. Quiet, Patricia snapped. You can't solve every problem with your fists. Asuka grit his teeth, glaring up at her. Why am I the only one getting hit? Patricia turned to Savitt. And you know better. Don't judge a student by status. In this academy, skill is the only measure that matters. Savitt stiffened. She'd heard everything. I'll remember that, he muttered. Good. Now the next class is about to begin. Get moving. Then she pointed at Asuka. You. With me. What? What? Asuka asked, wide-eyed. Just follow. Savitt straightened his uniform and motioned for his friends to leave with him. Once they were gone, Patricia let out a long breath. Then, smack, she slapped Asuka's back with her palm. Gah! Asuka yelped. What was that for? Idiot, Patricia shot back. Try to stir up trouble again? You just finished a suspension. Did you learn nothing? Asuka looked away. You only escaped with suspension because you're the top second year. But next time, don't count on me to save you. Her tone softened slightly. I know it's hard, putting up with Noble's arrogance. But patience. Your efforts will be acknowledged as the year goes on. Don't waste opportunities over petty clashes. Asuka clenched his jaw. Deep down, he knew she was right. By the way, Patricia added, Helmet made it through his first class without issue. Helmet? Who's that? Asuka asked blankly. A commoner. Like you. Be decent to him. You're in the same situation. You'll get along. As soon as the name left her lips, Asuka remembered the boy from earlier. You've met him, haven't you? Patricia asked. Asuka smirked, walking ahead. Not interested in getting along with anyone. He'll survive just fine, that rude bastard. The scene shifted again. Students lined up neatly in a classroom. Patricia slammed her wooden sword on the desk. Settle down. Class is starting. Roll call. Anyone absent? One boy raised his hand. Instructor, Helmet isn't here. This boy was one of. The instructor called on a boy named Jerome, asking if he had told Helmet where the class would be held. Jerome confidently replied that he had. Wanting to clear things up, Instructor Patricia asked one of the students to fetch Helmet. But before anyone could move, Jerome volunteered and went himself. A few minutes later, Jerome returned with Helmet in tow. Instructor Patricia immediately asked Helmet why he was late. Helmet explained that he hadn't known the assembly spot had been changed. Patricia pressed further, asking if he had been properly informed about the new location. Before Helmet could answer, Jerome quickly spoke up, claiming he had told Helmet everything. Patricia cut him off sharply. She wasn't asking Jerome. She repeated the question to Helmet. At that moment, Helmet realized what was happening. He looked at Jerome, who stared back with a cold glare. The rest of the class chuckled at Helmet's situation. Noticing their reaction, Patricia began to suspect the truth, that Helmet had never been told about the change at all. She gently told him he could answer honestly. But instead of defending himself, Helmet lowered his head and said he must have misheard the message. He apologized for being late. Patricia was stunned. She couldn't understand why Helmet would take the blame. Asuka, watching from the side, grew irritated. He couldn't believe Helmet wouldn't stand up for himself. Jerome, however, smirked with satisfaction, convinced Helmet was simply afraid of him. Patricia then handed down a punishment. Helmet was to run 10 laps around the field after class to hold everyone up. Helmet quietly moved to stand next to Asuka, who only grew more annoyed. To him, Helmet looked no different than any other ordinary student. Determined not to waste more time, Patricia began the lesson. She pulled a ball from a box filled with them and explained the exercise. The class would be working on endurance, a skill she said was vital to the stability of swordsmanship. Each student would receive an almond ball. The challenge was to balance on the tip of their sword and keep it steady. Anyone who managed to last 30 minutes without dropping the ball would be allowed to leave. After laying out the rules, Patricia asked Helmet to help her distribute the balls. From a stage, Helmet passed them down. Asuka watched closely, irritation boiling inside him. He couldn't reconcile this side of Helmet with the impression he had when they first met. Back then, Helmet had seemed unyielding, fearless. Now, to Asuka, he looked like nothing more than a coward bowing his head to authority. As Asuka received his ball, he told himself firmly he was not like Helmet. Asuka clenched his sword, assuring himself that unlike Helmet, he would never bow his head to a noble, even if it cost him his life. Meanwhile, Helmet was finishing up distributing the balls. Only one remained, and it was for Jerome. Without hesitation, Helmet adjusted his stance and hurled the ball forward with frightening force. Jerome's eyes widened as the ball tore through the air. It slammed into his stomach, knocking the breath out of him and crushing his abdomen. Patricia and Aska froze in shock as Jerome collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Helmet calmly apologized, saying Jerome had been too far away. The class stood in stunned silence. Aska, watching, couldn't believe what just happened. In his mind, Helmet wasn't just reckless, he might actually be dangerous. The scene shifted. Somewhere else, the sound of wood clashing echoed. A lone figure was training with a wooden sword. It was Savet. At the same time, Jerome stood in front of a mirror, lifting his shirt to reveal a dark bruise spreading across his stomach. His face twisted with anger. It would take time to heal, and he hated the thought that a commoner had dared to hurt him. Savet, noticing Jerome's frustration, brushed it off, telling him he was overreacting. But Jerome snapped back, insisting the ball felt like a stone and challenging Savet to take a throw from Helmet himself. His anger only grew as he ranted about the commoners in their department acting above their station. Aaron chimed in, saying it was expected for Aska to be defiant, but he couldn't understand why Helmet was also stepping out of line. He sneered that these commoners were beginning to forget their place. Savet calmly wiped the sweat from his body with a towel, tossed it aside, and told them both to stop being so hot-headed. He advised them to be polite to Helmet and Aska the next time they met. Jerome and Aaron froze, stunned by his words. Then Savet picked up his wooden sword again, shifting into position. But his friends erupted in disbelief, yelling at him. They couldn't comprehend why he would suggest such a thing. They argued that there was no way they could get along with lowborns. Savet's gaze sharpened. He called them fools. Both boys fell silent, startled by his bluntness. Savet clarified. He never asked them to befriend the commoners. Dark energy seemed to pulse around him as he added coldly, "You won't be seeing Helmet and Aska much longer, so treat them well while you still can." His words left Jerome and Aaron rattled. Jerome, trying to steady himself, demanded to know Savet's plan. Savet only smiled, refusing to explain. With a swift motion, he swung his sword through the air, ending the conversation. The scene shifted again. Helmet's door suddenly swung open. Sion barged in with a grin on his face. He told Helmet he had heard about the trouble earlier and had come to visit. Sion had rushed to see Helmet, eager to know why he had gotten into trouble only 2 days after transferring into the academy. But instead of gloom, Sion was greeted by Helmet's bright smile. Helmet admitted it was unfortunate he ended up in that situation, but his cheerful demeanor shocked Sion. He couldn't understand why Helmet wasn't upset. As Helmet radiated positivity, Sion turned to Araya, asking if something was wrong with him. Annoyed by Sion's presence, Araya demanded he explain why he had barged into the room. With a grin, Sion rested his hand on Helmet's shoulder and teased her, saying she was being mean. He confidently declared he was only there to see Helmet and told her to stop making such a fuss. Araya snapped back that she had never allowed him in, but Sion quickly countered, reminding her Helmet also lived there, and Helmet had welcomed him. Without missing a beat, Sion began interrogating Araya, questioning why she had suddenly accepted a roommate after living alone for so long. He even suggested she chose Helmet simply because of his looks. That was the last straw. Irritated, Araya snatched up her pillows and hurled them at the boys, shouting for them to get out. One struck Helmet squarely in the face, while Sion managed to dodge and slip out of the room unscathed. Outside, Sion laughed it off, telling Helmet that Araya was too antisocial and impossible to read. He apologized for dragging Helmet out with him, but when he glanced at Helmet again, he was stunned. The same radiant smile was still there. Sion frowned, telling Helmet to drop the expression because it didn't suit him. As they walked down the hallway, Sion asked if something good had happened. Helmet answered confidently. He felt proud of himself. He explained that while throwing a ball hard wouldn't stop his bullies completely, he was proud that he had handled things without crossing the line. No one was seriously hurt. Sion blinked in confusion. He couldn't understand what Helmet had to be proud of. With a sigh, he warned him not to end up like Aska. Helmet reassured him that he had no intention of acting recklessly. Doing so would only bring embarrassment to Eden. Hearing that, Sion felt relieved. But Helmet wasn't done. He told Sion that while he wouldn't lash out blindly, he also wouldn't just stand there and be bullied. He would prove himself with skill. He would make it clear during their sparring classes. Sion was taken aback by the resolve in his words. He quickly shifted the subject, asking Helmet if he had any plans for the weekend. Sion invited Helmet to join him downtown, but Helmet shook his head. He explained that he was heading to Eden's mansion to eat and talk with him. Hearing this, Sion's mood sank. He didn't know how to respond. Then, as if struck by inspiration, a smile spread across his face. He quickly asked Helmet if he could tag along to Eden's mansion. Helmet was caught off guard. He asked why Sion wanted to come along in the first place. Sion laughed, saying it was only natural for one friend to visit another. He explained that smooth personal relationships were important and insisted Eden would surely be happy if Helmet brought a friend. Helmet thought about it for a moment. Sion's reasoning sounded convincing. After some hesitation, Helmet agreed. Sion's eyes lit up with excitement. As he walked away, he reminded Helmet to wait for him over the weekend. He didn't want Helmet leaving without him. Helmet watched him go, quietly wondering if he had just made the right decision. Night soon fell. In another part of the city, a heavily guarded building stood under the moonlight. A man in a long coat that hid his face entered. This was the branch manager. His subordinate greeted him respectfully and handed him a stack of request letters received that day. The manager sat down and began to sift through them. One in particular caught his attention, a request written by a young master from the academy. His face tightened in annoyance. He muttered that these spoiled nobles had no idea how the real world worked. Still, since payment had been made, the request had to be fulfilled. Removing his hood, the man revealed himself to be Anton. He frowned as he explained to his subordinate that lately, people have been extorting money while impersonating the Blackhawks. Their group's reputation was crumbling, reduced to little more than local thugs in the eyes of many. Anton hated it. People no longer took them seriously. Determined to regain control, Anton said he would personally review the requests, choosing only the important ones. He dismissed his subordinate, but just as the man turned to leave, Anton stopped him. Holding up one particular letter, Anton asked if the name on it was familiar. The subordinate, Chromo, studied it carefully but shook his head. He admitted he didn't recognize it and asked if something was wrong. Anton's instincts told him something was off. He ordered Chromo to proceed with the first request as planned, but to set this one aside for now. He then instructed Chromo to dig deeper, run a background check on the name in the letter, and report back directly to him. Chromo accepted Anton's order without question. After he left the office, Anton sat back and stared at the name on the letter. Something about it gnawed at him. He was sure he'd seen it before. The name was Helmet. Anton's expression darkened. He couldn't shake the bad feeling curling in his chest. He had forgotten. Helmet was the one who had slaughtered most of his men. The weekend came. As usual, the academy emptied as students went downtown for their outings. With most of them gone, the once bustling halls fell eerily quiet. Helmet stood, waiting for Sion, glancing around at the stillness. The silence surprised him. Moments later, Sion appeared with a bag slung over his shoulder. "You're not packing anything?" Sion asked, puzzled. Helmet simply said he was fine. Sion blinked in disbelief. They were going to be gone for almost 2 days, yet Helmet was traveling with nothing. Helmet was equally surprised by Sion's reaction. He had long been used to traveling light. It was how he survived in the forest of roots. That habit hadn't left him. As they boarded the carriage, Sion asked if Araya was still in the room. Helmet nodded. Sion leaned back, explaining he rarely saw Araya outside the dorms, except occasionally downtown. He revealed that since arriving at the academy, she had never visited her home. Even though his own home was far away, he made sure to visit at least once every 3 months. He wondered aloud if Araya ever went home during breaks. With an awkward smile, Sion quickly added that Helmet shouldn't misunderstand him. He insisted he wasn't stalking Araya. He only knew these details because she was his rival, not because he was interested in chasing her. Helmet stared at him, unsure how to respond to such a strange explanation. His eyes turned cold as he asked if Sion wanted him to ask Araya about her family directly. Sion's face went pale. He realized he'd gone too far and hurriedly told Helmet not to do anything. The scene shifted. In the city market, Aska was savoring a skewer of roasted meat. The open air felt freeing after the suffocating academy. He strolled through the stalls, thinking about the nobles who kept trying to test him, even though they couldn't best him in a fight. He couldn't understand their obsession with pride. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if there was something wrong with his own way of handling things, but he quickly brushed the thought aside. He told himself he would rather die than bow to a noble. Aska's thoughts drifted to Helmet. He couldn't make sense of him. At times, Helmet seemed willing to grovel, yet other times he stood boldly against nobles. Aska wondered if Helmet's strength was simply his ability to endure. The more he thought about it, the less he despised Helmet. In fact, He felt a spark of pride, remembering the moment Jerome writhed on the floor after taking that hit. The memory of Jerome choking and rolling in pain amused him greatly. For that alone, Asuka decided Helmet deserved a chance. Not friendship, just someone worth exchanging a few words with. Lost in thought, Asuka walked through the busy streets until something made him stop. A strange feeling crept over him. He turned slightly, scanning his surroundings. Shadows shifted. From different corners, several figures watched him, their presence subtle but deliberate. He continued walking, pretending not to notice, but the men eventually closed in, herding him into a narrow alley. By the time Asuka realized it, they had surrounded him. Still chewing the last bite of his meat skewer, Asuka asked bluntly who had sent them. He knew this wasn't random. Looking around, it was obvious they had guided him here on purpose. With a cold smirk, he told them he already knew the answer. His hand instinctively reached for his sword, but his heart sank. He had left it at the forge for repairs. Even so, Asuka didn't flinch. He taunted them, saying they shouldn't interfere in childish quarrels, mocking their families for having so much free time to waste. The men ignored him and drew their weapons. For the first time, Asuka's confidence wavered. He hadn't expected them to come fully armed. Thinking fast, he suddenly raised his hand and waved as though greeting someone behind them. The men froze, startled, and whipped their heads around. In their minds, an instructor radiating power must have appeared. But no one was there. In that instant, Asuka closed the distance. Before they could react, he drove the wooden skewer straight into one man's shoulder. The victim cried out in pain as his comrade swung a sword toward Asuka. Using the stabbed man's body as leverage, Asuka vaulted upward, avoiding the strike. He landed on the ground in a sprint, bolting forward at full speed. The men gaped at his swiftness, then quickly regrouped and gave chase. But Asuka's escape was short-lived. Ahead, more men stepped out from hidden corners, blocking every exit. Asuka skidded to a halt, eyes narrowing. Escape was impossible. He clenched his fists. If he couldn't run, then he would fight. Meanwhile, at Eden's mansion, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. The maid placed dish after dish in front of Helmet and Sion. Eden thanked. At Eden's mansion, the maid served a lavish spread before Helmet and Sion. Eden turned to Sion, thanking him for joining them and asking if he enjoyed the food. With a polite expression, Sion placed a hand on his chest and praised the dishes. He complimented the flavor and even admired the beauty of the mansion itself. Eden, pleased by the courtesy, told him to drop the formality and simply call him instructor. Helmet sat quietly, puzzled. He had never seen Sion act so proper. Eden, however, was delighted. He was glad Helmet had finally brought home what he considered a normal friend. He had always assumed Helmet was antisocial, but seeing this gave him a good impression. Helmet, on the other hand, didn't understand why people's attitudes could change so suddenly. He decided not to ask about it, at least not now. Sion leaned toward Helmet, smirking, and asked if he wanted to visit downtown. Helmet refused, explaining he needed to train. But before he could continue, Eden cut him off, smiling as he told Sion to take Helmet into the city and show him around. Later, as the two left the mansion, Helmet found himself second-guessing his decision to let Sion tag along. Still, he reminded himself Darienne would want him to experience student life this way. Sion studied him for a moment, then asked if things had been difficult. He assumed Helmet must hate leaving such a grand mansion only to live in the academy's run-down dorms. He even called Helmet amazing for putting up with such a moody roommate. Helmet calmly explained that Araya didn't bother him at all. That annoyed Sion. He summoned his spirit, Latine, and launched into a rant. He complained that Araya tormented him constantly, waking him at dawn for her research, forcing him to summon more spirits than ever before. Helmet only pointed out that this had made Sion better at summoning. Hearing that, Sion nearly cried. He thanked Helmet for acknowledging his efforts and insisted that Araya clearly listened to him. Then, almost desperately, he asked Helmet to help convince her to go easier on him. Before Helmet could reply, someone stumbled out of the darkness beside them. It was Asuka, battered, exhausted, but still standing. Sion screamed at the sudden appearance and pressed closer to Helmet. Even in the dim light, Helmet recognized him instantly. Asuka managed to grin and asked Helmet for a hand. The moment he spoke, shadows shifted. Men stepped out from the darkness, closing in. Sion's eyes widened. He demanded to know who they were. Helmet's sharp gaze caught the Finns fastening their cloaks. His expression hardened. These men were from the Blackhawk. Asuka, glaring at them, spat in annoyance. Asuka growled that the Blackhawk had ambushed him when he was unarmed. Sion's jaw dropped. An academy student attacked in the middle of Badan? He told Asuka he had made far too many enemies. The men advanced, surrounding them. Helmet calmly stepped forward, sword in hand. He announced that he had a question for them. Sion and Asuka both froze, startled. Neither expected Helmet to stand his ground like this. Sion couldn't fathom why Helmet would even bother speaking to men he didn't know. But Helmet knew exactly who they were. The Blackhawk, mercenaries who would do anything for money. He was sure Asuka hadn't done anything serious enough to attract their attention. That could only mean one thing. Someone had hired them to go after him. And Helmet had his own history with the Blackhawk. Not long ago, he had killed several of their members. He knew they had his name and that they were hunting him. Still, he hadn't expected them to strike so soon after his enrollment at the academy. If anything, this encounter could give him answers. As he steadied his stance, one of the grunts glanced at their leader, asking what to do. The leader's voice was cold. They couldn't just kill Asuka, they would also need to deal with the witnesses. He gave the order, start with the one holding the sword. The words had barely left his mouth when Helmet moved. In a blur, he closed the distance, appearing right beneath the first man's arm. Before the mercenary could react, Helmet's blade flashed, slicing clean through his hand. The man shrieked in agony. Helmet didn't pause. He pivoted to the next opponent, kicking his leg upward and sending the man's sword flying out of his grip. As the weapon spun through the air, its blade caught glimpses of the battle, Helmet's reflection cutting across it as he pressed his assault. In one swift motion, Helmet struck down the disarmed man. Two others charged at him at once. One, a long-haired fighter, tried to strike from behind. Helmet ducked, twisting out of reach, then slashed across his body as he fell. Before the dying man even hit the ground, his comrade lunged at Helmet. At that exact moment, the sword Helmet had kicked into the air came spiraling back down. Helmet snapped his leg upward, punting it toward the attacker. The blade drove straight into the man's chest. His eyes widened in shock as he dropped his weapon and collapsed lifelessly. Sion and Asuka could only stand frozen, their eyes wide. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Helmet, standing calmly amid the fallen members of the Blackhawk, looked nothing like the boy they thought they knew. Helmet's cold gaze swept across the fallen men. Asuka stood frozen. He couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Helmet had taken them all down without even tapping into that power. Why then did someone this skilled bow his head to nobles? Helmet calmly slid his sword back into its sheath, then pressed a hand to his chest, checking the seed of darkness within him. To his relief, it remained stable. Just as he expected, the seed didn't stir as long as he avoided killing. Sion finally broke the silence, pointing out that Helmet had ended the fight before he even had a chance to step in. He asked who the attackers were. Helmet replied flatly. They were Blackhawk mercenaries, a group that dealt with people for money. As he spoke, one of the wounded men tried to reach for his weapon. Without hesitation, Helmet stepped forward and crushed the man's hand under his boot. The man screamed. Asuka then demanded answers. He wanted the mercenaries to reveal who had sent them. But deep down, he already had a good idea. Helmet shook his head. He told Asuka that these men wouldn't talk so easily. They were trained for this. Still, he added darkly, he also had his own question for them. With a terrifying expression, he told Asuka that the men would eventually say what he wanted to hear, after he cut off a few of their fingers. Both Asuka and Sion recoiled in shock. Asuka couldn't believe Helmet would even consider such a thing. Sion was horrified. He argued that torture wasn't allowed, even for academy students. It wouldn't count as self-defense. It would only condemn Helmet. Determined to prevent that, Sion said he would fetch the guards. They could handle the interrogation properly. But before he could move, Asuka stopped him. He warned that the guards might dismiss the matter altogether, simply because a noble had targeted a commoner. Sion snapped back, saying Asuka was wrong. In Badan, attacking an academy student was a serious crime, no matter their status. He called Asuka foolish for worrying about such things, and told him it was that mindset that earned him so many enemies. Pointing at Helmet, Sion sternly warned him not to harm the prisoners further. Then he ran off to get the guards. Helmet stood silently until Sion was gone. Then his eyes narrowed. He moved toward the leader of the mercenaries, his presence radiating menace. Leaning close, he demanded to know what the man knew about him. The leader only looked confused, irritated by the question. He didn't understand what Helmet was talking about. Helmet's expression darkened. That reaction told him everything. This man truly had no idea who he. The scene shifts back to the school grounds. Inside, a woman opens her door and greets Asuka warmly. She says she already heard what happened to him and advises him to head back to his hostel to rest. She adds that the principal wants to see him tomorrow morning. Noticing his wounds, the woman asks if she should call the nurse. Asuka shakes it off, insisting he's fine. On the way to their dorms, Sion turns to him and says it would be better if he went to the nurse. Asuka scoffs at the idea, saying he plans to do nothing but sleep it off at the infirmary. He thanks Sion for the first aid earlier and reassures him that a night's rest will be enough. Sion, however, is taken aback. He tells Asuka he isn't made of steel. His wounds could reopen at any time. Sion insists he should get treated, but Asuka brushes it off with a smile, explaining that healing magic costs a fortune and he's flat broke. That's when Sion reveals there might be a way for him to get healed without paying a single coin. Helmet and Asuka are both stunned by the claim. The scene cuts to another door opening. This time, it's Araya. She's surprised to find Helmet and the boys standing there. Sion flashes a smile, glad she's still awake, but Araya doesn't hide her irritation. She warns him that unless he explains himself properly, she'll blast him away with wind magic. Sion quickly steps in, saying he needs a favor. Asuka, seeing the infamous Araya for the first time, blurts out that she looks like a girl. Araya snaps back, calling him a name and demanding to know who this stranger is. Asuka bristles, ready to fire back, but Sion holds him back. Instead, Sion explains that Asuka is badly injured. He remembers Araya practicing healing magic earlier and asks for her help. But Araya refuses, saying she won't heal a rude stranger barging in at midnight. Sion glances at Helmet, and immediately, Helmet begs her to reconsider. Araya pauses, surprised to hear him pleading, and finally agrees to help. Sion flashes Helmet a discreet thumbs up. Araya invites them inside, but makes it clear healing magic doesn't come cheap. They'll have to give her something in return. Then, with a sly smile, she points straight at Helmet and calls out his name. Helmet freezes, stunned. He asks why she wants something from him in particular. Araya made it clear that the only reason she let them in was because Helmet begged her. Turning to him, she demanded to know what he was willing to do for her in exchange for healing Asuka. Helmet frowned, clearly irritated that she was pushing him, but replied that he would do anything within his power to help her. Hearing this, Araya smiled faintly, an ominous aura radiating from her. She warned Helmet not to forget his words. In that instant, Helmet realized he'd made a mistake. Then, turning her attention to Asuka, she insulted him again and ordered him to sit closer so she could get the healing over with. Asuka bristled at the insult and looked ready to argue, but he held back as she began her spell. While Araya worked, Helmet silently regretted how carelessly he'd answered her earlier. After some time, the glow of Araya's magic faded. The treatment was complete. Asuka's hand looked as good as new. Noticing the strange look on his face, Araya asked him to speak his mind. Caught off guard, Asuka hesitated. He glanced at Helmet, then finally stood and muttered that Helmet was a pretty boy, adding that he was quite capable. Without another word, he announced he was leaving and walked straight out. Araya scowled at his abruptness. She muttered that he was nothing but a socially awkward brat, leaving without even giving proper thanks. She questioned if it had even been worth healing him in the first place. Sion stepped in, explaining that Asuka was the top student in his department. Helping him now could mean gaining his favor later. But Araya dismissed the idea. In her eyes, someone like Asuka could never be tamed. He wasn't the type to be kept on a leash. Sion frowned with concern, but still insisted that lending him a hand had been the right choice. Helmet, however, interjected, saying he didn't need favors or help from anyone. Sion's expression soured at the remark. He couldn't understand why Helmet was trying to ruin the moment. Sternly, he warned Helmet never to take relationships for granted. Strength was good, he admitted, but relying only on yourself would never be enough. Preparation and allies mattered. Helmet was taken aback by Sion's words. Sion, meanwhile, reminded Araya that she too needed to change. Sion sighed deeply, exasperated. He wondered why he was surrounded by such difficult, antisocial people. But Araya shot back without hesitation, saying she never asked him to be her friend. In fact, she never accepted him as one in the first place. Sion bristled at her remark, accusing her of being cruel. He reminded her that he had been helping with her spirit research all this time. But Araya countered quickly, saying he benefited from the research just as much as she did. As Sion and Araya continued their back and forth, Helmet quietly reflected on Sion's earlier words about relationships. For the first time, he began to consider just how important they might actually be. The scene then shifts to the principal's office. The boys sit across from Liam, reporting everything that happened. The ambush on Asuka, and how the attackers nearly killed both Helmet and Sion. Without lifting his eyes from the desk, Liam informs them that the criminals have escaped from prison. The boys are stunned. Asuka slams his hand down on the table and demands an explanation. Calmly, Liam tells him that he has every right to be angry. He explains that the escape happened with the help of a prison guard. Sion immediately presses him, asking what the academy plans to do about it. He argues that student lives shouldn't be threatened without consequences. Liam assures them he isn't planning to let it slide. He says the academy is already interrogating the entire swordsmanship department and promises to update them when there's progress. Asuka scoffs at the response. He doesn't believe the real culprits will ever be caught. Later, as the boys walk down the hallway, Asuka mutters that he should have listened to Helmet and tortured those men instead. He can't accept that 4 prisoners managed to slip out of Badan prison so easily. Sion urges him to calm down, reminding him that the school hasn't abandoned the investigation. He insists the truth will come out in time. Asuka, however, shakes his head. Patience isn't in his nature. Helmet suddenly cuts in, telling Asuka that he's free to fight whoever he wants, but he should never drag him into it. Asuka stops, surprised at the cold remark. He can't understand why Helmet is acting like none of this matters. He warns Helmet that once the nobles are done with him, they'll come for Helmet next. Helmet, unbothered, replies that Asuka should focus on handling his own problems. If trouble comes his way, he'll deal with it himself. Asuka stares at him, almost hurt. He asks if Helmet is trying to play the model student now. Helmet shoots back with a reminder. He already told Asuka not to act like they're friends just because they're both commoners. Sion cuts in, frustrated. He tells them both to stop being rude to each other. Then, with a sigh, he excuses himself, saying he has to head to class. He adds that maybe by the next time the principal calls them in, this whole matter will already be solved. But Asuka mutters that he doubts it. Once Sion leaves, Helmet moves ahead. Asuka follows and asks him what his next plan is. Helmet answers simply, he needs to train. He admits he hasn't been keeping up with it for various reasons. Asuka was surprised. He never thought of Helmet as the hard-working type. Still, he followed closely behind as Helmet continued walking. Helmet suddenly stopped, turned, and asked why Asuka was tailing him. Asuka smirked and denied it, saying they just happened to be heading in the same direction. He waved for Helmet to keep going. As they moved forward, Asuka casually remarked that Helmet was quite skilled. Then he asked if it didn't bother him when people judged him for his status. Helmet shot him a sharp glare, more irritated by the constant chatter than the question itself. He bluntly said he had no intention of acting like Asuka. Asuka chuckled at the response. He told Helmet it didn't matter anymore since he, too, was now being targeted. Then he added, almost teasingly, that Helmet shouldn't have struck Jerome with that ball. He advised Helmet not to think he could overpower nobles with strength alone. After all, even he, top of his department, still had to endure their harassment. Helmet countered immediately, saying people probably harassed Asuka because of his awful personality. That stung. Asuka's smile faded, but he pressed on, insisting that Helmet focus on his advice. Helmet dismissed it, saying he had no interest in picking pointless fights. He reminded Asuka that he'd been told to get along with his classmates. Just then, Helmet stopped in front of a door. As he tried opening it, Asuka burst out laughing, calling him a good boy for listening to his parents. Helmet turned, his expression dark and cold. He warned Asuka that he wasn't nearly kind enough to sit back and let anyone act up in front of him. If Asuka crossed the line, he'd deal with him directly. For a moment, Asuka froze, genuinely shaken by the look in Helmet's eyes. But he quickly composed himself and muttered that he understood. The door opened, and Helmet stepped into a massive training room filled with equipment. Asuka's eyes widened. This wasn't the shared training center. This was something far better. Helmet explained that the room belonged to Eden and that Eden had given him permission to use it freely. Asuka was shocked. He couldn't believe Helmet had such a space all to himself. Immediately, he asked if they could share the room. Helmet shoved him back out and refused, saying he was getting in the way of training. With that, he told Asuka to leave and slammed the door shut. Asuka stood there, feeling stung by Helmet's coldness. The scene then shifts. Aaron steps into another room, looking confused. Inside, Jerome is waiting. Inside the room, Jerome immediately asked Aaron if he had told the instructors anything. Aaron shook his head. He explained that the instructors had bombarded him with questions, but he hadn't said a word. Still, he suspected that Asuka must have dropped their names. Jerome dismissed his worry, saying the academy had no way of reaching the Blackhawk. With noble backing, they could simply make excuses and walk away. Turning sharply, Jerome demanded that Savitt explain himself. He accused him of putting them in this mess. Savitt's hands trembled. He couldn't believe that members of the Blackhawk had failed against a single boy. In his eyes, the failure was because those men were peasants as well. Nervously biting his nails, Savitt thought through his options. He knew the academy wouldn't stop digging and that the truth couldn't stay buried forever. So he made himself a promise. He would ruin Helmet and Asuka until they were forced to leave the academy on their own. One way or another, he would get what he wanted. The scene then shifts to the training grounds, where instructor Patricia addresses the students. She announces that sparring classes will begin next week. Helmet blinks in surprise. He hadn't expected them to start so soon. But his surprise quickly shifts to excitement. Finally, a chance to stand up to his bullies. He also knows the risks. Once he crushes Savitt and his friends, punishment from the academy will be inevitable. But Helmet doesn't care. To him, it's worth it. Better to take the punishment than continue this cycle of torment. As he thinks, Helmet recalls Asuka's words. Sparring alone won't solve everything. Even as the top student, Asuka still gets harassed. The truth of that statement weighs on him, but Helmet decides he'll find a solution after trying his way first. Patricia snaps everyone back to attention, slamming her wooden sword against the floor. She orders the students to stop whispering and reminds them of an important matter before sparring begins: a pop quiz tomorrow. She stresses that the quiz will directly affect their grades and urges them to review their textbooks thoroughly. Helmet stiffens. A textbook? He hasn't received anything like that. The scene cuts again. Helmet is now speaking with Araya. He admits that he doesn't have a textbook. Araya stares at him in disbelief. She can't believe he's gone this long without one. Thinking it over, she assumes he must have forgotten about it with everything else he's been dealing with. Then she asks him directly. Helmet admitted that no one had told him about the textbooks. When Araya pressed, he mentioned Eden, but then suddenly remembered. Eden had told him to buy them. The memory hit him. Eden had reminded him right before the day he planned to visit his mansion with Sion. Helmet had meant to stop for the books after that trip, but with everything that happened that day, he completely forgot. Realizing this, Helmet muttered that someone had, in fact, mentioned it. Araya sighed and advised him to request a pass from the academy. She explained that all he had to do was tell them he needed to buy textbooks, and they would easily grant permission to leave. Helmet shook his head, saying that wasn't the problem. He wasn't worried about leaving. He simply had no money to buy them. That left Araya stunned. She remembered clearly that Helmet had received a reward from his last mission. She asked about it, suspecting he might have a spending problem. Her suspicion grew when she recalled the day he casually handed her 100,000 marks without a second thought. She demanded to know what he really wanted from her. Helmet finally confessed. He had handed the entire commission over to Eden. To him, it was safer to let Eden keep his money. But now, with no way to visit Eden's house, he was stuck. So he asked Araya directly if she knew of any quick way to make money. He admitted that she was far more knowledgeable than him and that he trusted her guidance. Araya blinked, caught off guard by his honesty. Then she told him to stop beating around the bush. If he needed money, he should just say so. She could lend it to him. Confused, Helmet asked her what it meant to lend. She explained simply. She'd give him money now, and he'd pay her back later. Without hesitation, Helmet agreed. He promised he'd repay her by the weekend. Araya stared at him in surprise, taken aback by how quickly he accepted the deal. Then she asked him to wait a moment. She needed to get ready. Helmet frowned, confused. Why would she need to come with him? He told her he could buy the textbooks himself. But Araya refused. She said there was no way she'd let him waste her money on useless books. Since she was free anyway, she might as well come along. The truth, however, was that Araya was worried. Araya didn't want Helmet returning to the dorm looking as beaten up as Asuka usually did. She decided it was safer to stay close to him. The scene shifts to the marketplace. Helmet, Araya, Sion, and Asuka walk together through the busy streets. Asuka stretches his arms wide, grinning. He says he can finally breathe outside the academy. Sion raises an eyebrow, pointing out that it hasn't even been that long since Asuka last came out. Araya, meanwhile, silently questions how she got dragged into this mess. Earlier, when she and Helmet had stepped out of the dorm, Sion had quickly tagged along, saying he wanted to buy a book. But in truth, he only followed because he expected something entertaining to happen. Asuka, on the other hand, claimed he was joining because he knew more about their textbooks since he was from the same department. But really, he just wanted an excuse to leave the academy. Annoyed, Araya muttered to Helmet that nuisances had latched onto them. Helmet agreed, admitting he hadn't expected this either. Soon, they arrive at a fancy bookshop filled with shelves upon shelves of volumes. Shoppers browse through the aisles, flipping through books of every kind. Helmet takes it all in. It's his first time in a place like this. Sion inhales deeply, smiling as he says he loves the smell of new books. Asuka stares at him, speechless, unsure how to respond to something so odd. Araya ignores the exchange and leads them straight to the swordsmanship section. She asks Helmet if he knows the titles he needs. Helmet lists them off: intermediate public sword skills, basic buys operations, and advanced ethics. Without hesitation, Araya pulls the books from the shelf and hands them over, then asks if he needs anything else. Helmet shakes his head. Looking at the covers, he realizes most of the material is basic knowledge he already understands. He can't see why he even needs these textbooks at all. That's when Asuka walks up, holding a book in his hand. He urges Helmet to buy it. Helmet frowns, pointing out it isn't even a textbook. Asuka smirks and explains that Instructor Patricia has a nasty habit. She never uses direct questions from the textbooks. Instead, she mixes in advanced concepts from higher years or throws in vocabulary most students haven't learned. He reveals that he's already reading material meant for fourth-year students and insists the book he's holding is the most reliable for preparing against her tricks. Helmet and Araya exchange a look, both surprised that Asuka could actually say something so clever. Noticing their stares, Asuka snaps at them, demanding to know why they're looking at him like that. Araya quips that even a dog, if it spends 3 years in a village school, will eventually start reciting poems. Araya finished sharply. She added that Asuka's sudden burst of wisdom had left her speechless. Asuka clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. He reminded her that he was the top student in his class. While he was boasting, Sion stepped over and asked if Araya would pay for his book too. Araya shot him down immediately, telling him not to waste his time. He'd have to pay for it himself. Meanwhile, Helmet handed his textbooks to the shop attendant. With a cheerful smile, she told him the total, 2,000 marks. Helmet froze at the price. That much. He quickly realized that Araya had lent him far more money than he actually needed. As Helmet was still processing this, Asuka leaned toward Araya, asking why she was even wearing a coat inside the shop. She snapped at him to stop talking to her. The attendant returned Helmet's books, thanking him warmly for shopping. Then she looked directly at Araya and called her by name. Araya's reaction was instant. She pulled her coat up to cover her face and hurried out. On their way back to the academy, Asuka teased her relentlessly. He told her that being famous wasn't so bad and pointed out that the shop attendant was clearly her fan. He even suggested she should have signed an autograph. Araya hissed at him to shut up, warning that he was only drawing more attention to them. Asuka laughed at her flustered reaction. He called her weird for acting surprised about her own fame, reminding her that she'd entered the academy with historic scores no one had ever achieved before. While the banter carried on, Helmet silently watched their interactions. For a moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He wondered if this was the kind of relationship Sion had meant, the kind that made life at the academy bearable. Once they returned to the dorms, Araya let out a sigh and told Helmet she was exhausted. She regretted spending so much energy on the outing. As they walked through the hallway, Helmet turned to her and asked if she even used textbooks herself. Araya shot him a sharp look, saying she wasn't the type to forget such things. Helmet clarified that wasn't what he meant. He explained that she already seemed to know so much on her own. He wondered if textbooks were actually useful to her. Araya paused, caught off guard by the question. Then she answered seriously. Textbooks, she explained, were valuable because they allowed people to solidify and structure the knowledge they already had. She told Helmet he was undeniably talented, but warned him not to limit himself only to the world he could already see. If he did, he'd eventually fall short. Helmet was taken aback by her words. Pointing her finger at him, Araya added one last warning, not to get cocky. She told him to take care of his books, because if he lost them, she wouldn't help him again. Helmet nodded and promised to look after them. But sadly, that promise wouldn't last long. The next day, Helmet opened his locker only to find it empty. All of his books were gone. Nearby, Asuka was fuming. His textbooks had been stolen too. He couldn't believe the nobles would stoop so low as to raid lockers. Turning to Helmet, Asuka asked if his stuff had also been taken. Helmet didn't answer with words. Instead, he clenched his fist and crushed the locker door. That was all Asuka needed to see. He instantly understood. Helmet was furious. The bullies had finally crossed the line. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where an instructor addresses the students. He announces that today they'll be having a sparring session. He explains that duel partners must agree mutually before starting. No buys is allowed. He encourages the class to spar with friends as well as people they've never fought before, promising they'll gain valuable experience either way. Once pairs are chosen, the duels will begin. Immediately, Asuka strides up to Savit and calls his name. Savit raises an eyebrow, asking if there's a problem. Asuka glares back. He says Savit must find him annoying and offers him the chance to fight. Then he taunts him, asking if he plans to run away instead. Savit smirks, replying that he's already paired with Aaron. If Asuka wants a match, he'll have to find someone else. But Asuka reminds him of the instructor's words. It's better to spar with different partners for new experiences. Savit sneers and tells Asuka to quit pretending to care about what the instructor said. He suggests Asuka should just spar with a commoner he's always hanging around. Asuka smiles, finally seeing the bigger picture. Savit and Aaron clearly wanted to target both him and Helmet together. Noticing the look in Asuka's eyes, Savit glanced toward Aaron. Aaron gave a small nod. Savit prepared to bait Asuka further, but before he could, Helmet stepped forward. Helmet cut straight in, saying he'd join Asuka's side. He declared he didn't mind fighting all three of them at once. The outcome would still be the same. With a sharp edge in his voice, Helmet added that ganging up on people was the noble specialty of the week. Savit's smirk vanished, his temper flaring. But before he could lash out, Aaron placed a hand on his shoulder and stopped him. With a confident look, Aaron said he'd handle Helmet. He insisted that Helmet was just bluffing, and if he was truly confident, he should prove it by fighting him directly. The scene shifts again, flashing back to an earlier event. Back in a locker room, Savit and his friends were huddled together. He told them that ransacking Helmet and Asuka's lockers would guarantee a reaction. They'd be provoked into demanding a spar. Jerome's eyes widened. He warned Savit that they couldn't possibly win against Asuka. Did he want them beaten to death? Savit waved him off and told him to calm down. His plan was simple. They would use buys during the spar. Jerome and Aaron both stiffened to the words. Jerome quickly reminded him that buys was strictly forbidden, but Savit brushed it aside. If they got caught, they could just claim it was self-defense. At worst, they'd face light discipline. Meanwhile, Helmet and Asuka would end up crippled, hands or legs ruined, forcing them out of the swordsmanship department for good. Jerome stared in disbelief. The plan had gone far beyond anything reasonable. He opened his mouth to protest, but Aaron spoke first. Coldly, he told Savit that he'd join the plan. Jerome's head whipped toward him, shocked. Aaron told him not to interfere if he wasn't going to help. He said he'd go along with Savit's scheme as long as Helmet was his opponent. With a grim look, Aaron declared he owed Helmet payback for what he'd done. Savit grinned, thrilled by the support. He couldn't wait to humiliate Helmet and Asuka in front of everyone. Jerome, however, grew even more uneasy. Soon after, the spars began. The first match was Asuka against Savit. Asuka took his stance, his glare fixed firmly on his opponent. Savit grinned at the sight, excited that Asuka was already worked up. He wanted Asuka to charge recklessly. It would be easier to crush him and shove him back into the place where commoners belong. But then something strange happened. The other students stopped their matches, watching closely. Savit looked around, uneasy. Why wasn't Asuka attacking? Why was he just staring at him like that? Jerome sighed quietly. He wasn't surprised. Savit didn't understand Asuka at all. Everyone in the department knew the truth. Once Asuka held a sword, he turned into a hound. He'd lock his eyes on his target, wait for the perfect moment, and then strike with ruthless precision. Jerome had known all along that Savit's plan was doomed, but some small part of him had still hoped. Now, Savit's nerves were starting to crack, and in that instant, Asuka made his move. He closed the distance between them in a flash. The moment Savit saw him that close, he realized the truth. Asuka was about to strike his lower right. Savit braced himself, ready to block. But instead of the expected attack, Asuka's blade came crashing down from above, slamming into his shoulder. Savit froze. That power. He had never felt anything so overwhelming. In an instant, Asuka's sword forced his face into the ground. The nobles watching, Jerome included, understood immediately Savit was finished. Flat on the ground, Savit heard Asuka's voice. calm, taunting. He thanked Savitt for being such easy prey, saying it made beating him all the more satisfying. Savitt trembled as the realization sank in. His collarbone was broken. The humiliation burned. How could a mere commoner trick him like this? Fighting the pain, he forced himself to rise. Determined, Savitt prepared to unleash his last resort, his buys. But before he could act, Asuka's sword smashed into his back, sending him reeling. A second strike silenced his attempt to cry out, hitting his mouth with brutal precision. Staggering, Savitt barely had time to regain balance before another flurry of blows rained down. Each strike landed mercilessly, giving him no opening to channel his power. Fear crept in. He wanted to surrender. But before the words could leave his lips, Asuka's sword buried into his stomach, driving the air out of him. Savitt nearly vomited from the impact. Asuka's grin widened. He mocked Savitt, telling him he had a long way to go. With a cruel edge in his voice, he demanded Savitt show the same persistence he once used to bully others. Then he made it clear. Every time Savitt uttered the word surrender, the beating would double. At that moment, Savitt realized the truth. He had picked a fight with the wrong man. Meanwhile, in another training ground, Helmut and Eren faced each other. Eren smirked, asking if Helmut was worried about his commoner friend. Helmut's glare shut him down instantly. He told Eren to worry about himself instead. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.